The rain in Badu stopped, and Qi Juyin should return. She received Hua Xiangyi at the gate of the palace, and the carriage was next to her, but she took the dove and said to Hua Xiangyi, "Let's go together." The rain in Badu stopped, and Qi Juyin should return. She received Hua Xiangyi at the gate of the palace, and the carriage was next to her, but she took the dove and said to Hua Xiangyi, "Let's go together." Hua Xiangyi saw that Qi Juyin's broken 5-beaded puppet still fell on the gold thread and hung in her hair, as it should have been, and couldn't see the handsome wolf howling if you could ignore the blue face. Qi Wei raised his hand and motioned for the carriage to follow him. When Qi Juyin and Hua Xiangyi walked away, he followed closely. At this moment, there was warm wind in the market, the crowd was bustling, and the smell of sweat and fried cooked food was mixed in the air. The spring flowers blooming in the distance seemed to be greasy, which made Qi Juyin feel stuffy. "Do you eat?" Qi Juyin passed by the sugarman's stall and asked Hua Xiangyi. "Next to this stall is the road. People are coming and going, and the dust is flying. Hua Xiangyi is the jewel of the flower family, and rarely goes out before reaching the capital, staying in the deep courtyard for pampering." She looked at Qi Juyin. Qi Juyin found out the remaining pieces of copper coins from her sleeve and flicked towards her, and said with satisfaction in the hum sound, "I have money." This street is not bright enough. But Qi Juyin smiled at Qingzi's lips, and the lanterns behind them turned on in sequence. She was like a 10-year-old girl who ran away from home to play without thinking about anything. So she remembered this sugar. Hua Xiangyi held the parcel, raised her finger, pointed to one of them, and said, "I want this." She was shy for the sentence, and her subtle emotions were hidden between her eyebrows, something she had never done, and something she would never do before. Qi Juyin tossed the copper money to the hawker, then gave the sugar man Hua Xiangyi. She didn't care that she had no money. Anyway, she never had money, and the money could not be kept in her hands. Hua Xiangyi carefully pinched the sugarman, and she looked at the light and looked calmly. She once saw the sugarman in the gap passing by the car curtain across her servant. There is sugar in the palace, and the queen mother used to ask her to prepare for her. Qi Juyin rubbed the bruises on her face with her fingertips. She looked at herself reflected in the water tank side by side through several ghost images. Qi Juyin is noble, but Hua Xiangyi always doesn't feel like. She is open-minded like a cloud tourist. Hua Xiangyi stayed at Qidong for half a year and never saw Qi Juyin's anger, as if there was nothing worthy of Qi Juyin's anger. "Does the commander often come here?" Hua Xiangyi asked. "People who dare to put tiger skin money are here. I have all the money here to borrow money," Qi Juyin said, removing the beads from her hair, and said with a pity, "The 5 beads it was awarded by the court. I have never dared to sell it. I knew it would be broken in the palace. I would rather sell it." Hua Xiangyi said, "Zhuangzi at home." Qi Juyin didn't wait for Hua Xiangyi to finish, and said, "I just want to tell you today that you will take care of the Zhuangzi shop in the future. You will decide whether you rent or sell it." Facing Hua Xiangyi, we talk frankly. Qi Juyin did not move the place of conversation to the tea house. She loves the market. Standing here is her attitude. She is not afraid to face anyone's eyes. "Thank you for the 8-city granary." Qi Juyin saluted slightly. Her long hair followed her back, and she straightened up again. "Otherwise this time it is dangerous." Hua Xiangyi turned sideways and said, "The work is done." Qi Juyin looked at her and said, "Pan, you didn't tell me, I just thank you." Hua Xiangyi was seen by Qi Juyin as a sugarman. "But I also, bluntly, did you tell me what happened to the granary in the 8th city? Did you want me to do it for you?" Qi Juyin said it directly, and he didn't remember it. This Miss Hua-san is also very strange. Qi Juyin turned around and did not want to understand why Hua Xiangyi wanted to disclose the matter of the granary to herself. If she hadn't mentioned it in the palace, this game would still be impossible. Hua Xiangyi hugged her white neck and looked at the sugar man in the voice. She said, The boss doesn't need to do anything for me, the boss. Just hit the sand. Qi Juyin stared at Hua Xiangyi, suddenly holding her knees, and tilted her head to look at Hua Xiangyi's expression, wondering, that's it? Hua Xiangyi was taken aback by Qi Juyin. This posture was the same as Qi Juyin's picking up the hijab. He rushed directly to his eyes without giving Hua Xiangyi a chance to prepare. You helped Yao when you escaped in Badu. Qi Juyin seemed to be awake and felt that Hua Xiangyi was a little smelly, with the flower fragrance she expected. As a result, she was so diligent that when she returned, she found that Hua Xiangyi was still pinching the sugar man, was calmly waiting for her to continue. Tell me about the granary again. Qi Juyin concealed the talented wandering. Is it because of marrying my father? Hua Xiangyi said, the person who saved Yuan Zhua inherited it. Qi Juyin shook his head and said firmly, it's you. Hua Xiangyi has given credit to others for several times, and she seems to be unable to admit that the queen mother who blocked her boundary is the empress. The afterglow of the street was swallowed up, and the lanterns seemed to fall like stars. The fried taste was a little bit stale, and the market was still sultry, and Huai was out of place here. As early as in Xinda, my aunt would ask me questions from time to time, the most frequently during spring plowing every year. Hua Xiangyi hangs down the sugar man, as if playing with the shadow of the past, she said. It is actually the account of Bakang. The more I calculated, the clearer I was. In Xian Denayan, I persuaded my aunt to let Jiang/Qingshan pass, but they thought that Jiang/Qingshan coordinated the 13 cities. In that year, Bo was so hungry in the wild. Liuzhou was ruined by the food released by the Baking city and killed too many people, she said, raising her head gently. It was more dead than when Baiyancha slaughtered the city. Hua Xiangyi lives in the deep palace. She wears beautiful embroidery, food treasures, and sleeping satin, while the other end of the Zhu wall is covered with lotus roots, rice dumplings, and pillows. She followed the queen standing on the west floor, and the illusion of prosperity and blindness blinded her eyes. But she soon realized that these people did not want to stop. Hai Liangyi was killed in Minglatang, but the queen mother never thought about changing. Hua Xiangyi said, I want to stop my aunt. People are the rivers that carry boats. This is the foundation. The queen mother still wants to suppress the rumors by relying on bodying, which is against the sky. The rise and fall of rivers and mountains is not tied to the king at all. The world just needs an emperor heart who understands the pity of the world's hardships. I am trapped in a boudoir, and my ability is limited, whether facing Yuan Zhua or inheriting it. What I can do is trivial, Hua Xiangyi said here, and slowly returned a gift to Qi Juyin. If it is possible to repel 12 Baiyancha, that is meritorious. Therefore, I want the commander to walk out of Lidu alive. After receiving this gift, Qi Juyin seemed to recognize who Hua Xiangyi was. You're a good woman. Qi Juyin paused for a while. I should report on merit. The author has something to say. I have been working hard for a few days, and I will resume at 19 o'clock tomorrow. 2K Novel Reading Network. In the hot summer of May, the gentlemen couldn't bear the heat, and they all ate tea and cigarettes in Qi Xinting, shaking the folding fan fiercely. Yu Xiao drank another herbal tea, which was not very comfortable at the moment. She was thinking about going to the hut, but she saw Fei Shen leading Hai Rigu to the courtyard. In the hot summer of May, the gentlemen couldn't bear the heat, and they all ate tea and cigarettes in Qi Xinting, shaking the folding fan fiercely. Yu Xiao drank another herbal tea, which was not very comfortable at the moment. She was thinking about going to the hut, but she saw Fei Shen leading Hai Rigu to the courtyard. Eri is going to cross the border in 2 days. Yu Xiao again wiped the sweat from her neck with a papa. Harigu will go with him. He's a scorpion, Kong Ling said, not eating cold food, sitting on the edge of the water curtain and enjoying himself. I can talk to the bear department. This is the meaning of the prince. Yu Xiao can no longer refute. He nodded and sat beside Yao Wenyu, saying, I heard that people with a bear department are born strong, riding high horses, different from other tribes in the desert. Gao Zhongxiong hasn't seen a bear department. He stopped his pen, turned his head in the ink-dipped space, and waited for you when you with Yu Xiao again. Yao, when you closed the book on his knees and said, "The bear tribe is a large tribe in the southwestern part of the desert." Before Amor did not rise, the strongest tribe in the desert was the fierce tribe, followed by the bear tribe. Before the bear tribe stationed east of Suoxiangwen, they have their own horses, and they don't need pony horses with hooks. There are bear horses, also called bear horses, which are taller than the northern battle horses. Gao Zhongxiong originally thought that Yu Xiao was talking about rumors. He was shocked and said, "I heard rumors of the bear ministry when I was a student. At that time, the lock was locked by fangs. Xueguan, silver gun, Feng Yixing. If there was a bear ministry, it would be given by General Feng. Hit east. Yongyi's 4 generals are famous. Hong Yan Ironwing Xiao Fengshu, Song County Tingachi Shiyu, Bian County Fei Shu Lu Pingyan, and Xueguan Silver Gun Feng Yixing are the men most talked about in Zurling's early years. Feng Yixing and Xiao Fengshu are a way of life. He was born in Weiwei. At the age of 14, he pointed at the snowbound peak of the sky and made an oath to be the iron wall of the copper wall of Dezhou. When he was 40, he buried himself under the snow peak. The remaining younger son eventually died in battle, leaving only his bones to the left son of left Chiaki. Yuan Zhuobo heard the strong knowledge and even knew that there was a bear department. In fact, Qidong's earliest war horse was mixed with the bear horse. Kongling said, "Wolf King Xiao Fengshu was a soldier in Luosha Pass. All the horses were transferred from Qidong, and they are also such horses." "Oh!" Yu Xiao exclaimed again, "the waves are fierce." When Amor unified the 4 snakes, the horse, the hawk, and the squirrel, he wanted to have the bears return. Kongling felt cold, got up, and returned to the table. They had a fight, and Amor didn't discuss it. To the best. Now the other 3 people are all interested, and sit around Kongling, Gao Zhongxiong said. But there are 4 parts which will make the elite who suffers from the North Rail riding. The place is different. The bear department was still wandering around Suoxiangwen at that time. They occupied the high ground, and the serpent department was struggling to attack, and they would be beaten in front of others. Kongling laughed and said vividly, "I saw that Xiefeng winding endlessly. There are always bears in the meantime." They held scimitars, arm-bound leather armor, and ran down from the top. They took the serpent department as a chest, and the serpent department rolled down and fell to the ground unconscious. Yu Xiao immediately sang, "It's incredible!" Yao, when you did not swallow a sip of tea, nearly sipped it out, covered her mouth and nose with the palm of her hand, and even coughed a few times before she eased over. Kongling said with a smile, "It is really terrible. Amor lost his temper and can only move the green mouse department to Bian County." Yao Wenyu wiped and said, "There are also bears and heroes." When General Feng was still alive, the man who confronted him at Suoxiangwen was called the Sukba Beast. It was the Russia and Soviet Union of the bears. Gao Zhongxiong stepped forward and said, "This person I know. Yuan Zhua, I don't know if you remember. I was in the tea house near Taishue a lot after listening to it. According to the legend of General Feng, he and this Sukba Beast are just like the Wolf King and Amor." "It's a hero," Kongling said. "Without Amor, the position of the Serpent Department would be occupied by the Sukba Beast, led by the Bear Department. He and Feng Yixing are both enemies and friends. There is such a thing in the tea house in Dengzhou for a while. I don't know if it was fabricated, and said that when Feng Yixing shot through the rainbow eagle flag that symbolized the dignity of Bayancha, the Sukba beasts clapped together, and the 2 laughed at each other across thousands of horses. Say hello to each other first." Gao Zhongxiong held his pen, raised his posture, and learned the storyteller. General Feng does not have armor, but stands with his hands in the snow. He hunts in a white robe, isn't he chic? The general fisted and said loudly, Is Chechi's grain cart ready? Gao Zhongsheng's posture was stagnant, and his open mouth was too late to close, and he saw that Kong Ling and others all stood up and saluted toward Shin Sichuan behind him. Ready, Kong Ling said, Fei Sheng checked this morning and will be sent out of the city by Qiao Tinya later. Shin Sichuan tapped Gao Zhongsheng's back shoulder with a folding fan and said, I am the bear tiger Sukpa beast, and I have a horse cider in my hometown. The wine is very good. I want to wait for the general to finish the fight. Gao Zhongxiong hurriedly put the pen down and turned to salute the Fujian. Don't be nervous, Shin Sichuan said. It's the so-called Dezhouer Lang Shui Guanmeng, who doesn't know how to lock the sky gun. Master used to listen to this paragraph. Hai Rigu stood at the entrance of the pavilion and said, The Sukpa beast has a bear and tiger, and I know him. Yu Shao again listened with interest and asked, What happened to these two? Kong Ling didn't answer. Hai Rigu picked up the fruit on the table, took a bite, and said, The Sukpa beast killed Feng Yixing's young son and also killed Feng Yixing. He was driven away by a Moor and left Suatianov. He stayed in Gadale for a while before retreating to the back of the Green Mouse Department. This is a strange person. Hai Rigu remembers the Sukpa beast, the legendary tiger hero. He played in Gadara and played drum dances every time he was drunk. This tall and majestic man's hair was white. He was not old yet, but seemed to be dead. I have a friend, Sukpa drinking in the flames. He drank my cider and killed my sons. I avenged him, and he left me. He turned the pouch upside down, empty. We are the eagles on both sides of Snow Peak, and will die in each other's hands. It's a pity that he died. Hai Rigu finished eating the fruit. He caught cold in Goodle and was too sick to get up. The snake department surrounded him, and he drank the horse in his account alone. Milk, and finally took his machete to death on Gobi. Guggenhez in the deer department cut off his head and dedicated it to Amor. Yu Shao said, ah, again, and stopped talking. Everyone in Qi Xinting went silent. Guggenhez leaned on the head of the Sukpa beast, making the deer department a friend of Amor, and he also became a friend of Hassan. A few years later, Shao Fengshu's horseshoe broke Jurgenhez's neck, and a few years later, Kong Ling didn't open his mouth. Hai Rigu went to the border county, and the governor still needs Hua Lingyun to go with him. Yao Wenyu skipped the topic and asked, Hua Lingyun doesn't go to my county. Shin Sichuan looked sideways outside Shui Curtain, who stood up and stood a Hua Lingyun. His flames are going north. The next day, Shao Chia took an iron ride across the country, and Shen Sichuan stood on the road in front of the city gate, watching Huang Sha tumbling. Hurricanes circled down, beeping twice above Shen Sichuan's head, then flying high again, rushing to the south. Fei Sheng heard the thunder from the north rail riding, and came forward to block the yellow sand for Shin Sichuan. Shin Sichuan slightly erected the folding fan, and did not let Fei Sheng stand in front of himself. Lang Tao Shualai wore heavy armor, exhaled the hot breath, and led the iron ride straight from the horse road. Shin Sichuan gradually smiled. As Shao Chia approached, he lifted his right arm. Wide sleeve slid down, revealing the arm restraint inside. Shao Chia looked ahead without Lima. He dropped his arm when he passed Shin Sichuan and heard only a crisp sound. The two arms were banged next to each other, only wiped in the blink of an eye. The wind brought up Shin Sichuan's sleeve robe, and he said, Dajia. Shao Chia laughed. He continued to push forward in the hot sun and said, Great victory! The heat wave swept over. Fascia rushed, and the two passed their arms without turning back. The author has something to say. I thank you for reading 2K Novel Reading Network. Bianjuan faced the desert, eroded by wind and sand, and rarely seen the sky when standing on the wall. The houses in the country are low, and when you look here, you will see the yellow wild earth. Green plants are rare along the way, and several crooked-neck, diseased trees can be seen only a few miles away. The level of the grass between the gobi is uneven, like a master in the hall who is about to be bald when he is over half a year old. Bienjuin faced the desert, eroded by wind and sand, and rarely seen the sky when standing on the wall. The houses in the country are low, and when you look here, you will see the yellow, wild earth. Green plants are rare along the way, and several crooked-neck, diseased trees can be seen only a few miles away. The level of the grass between the gobi is uneven, like a master in the hall who is about to be bald when he is over half a year old. Xiao Chia's helmet was covered with layers of ash. He took off his helmet, turned his back to the setting sun, and looked at the border town walls floating in the sand waves ahead. It's really poor here. Hai Rigu jumped off the horse, and the accessories around his neck cracked. He unscrewed the water bladder, poured his head up to pour water on his face, and closed his eyes and said, "The scorpion is not here at all." Bian County has no fields, and the land under his feet is too barren. In the hot June, the signs of cracking have been exposed. Xiao Chia moved his army boots and looked at the worm crawling between the gaps in the less. The grass field in the east of Suoxianguin, which was obtained by a Moor, was invaded by yellow sand and turned into a barren land in the first year of Xinda. Therefore, the Green Mouse Department abandoned it and returned to the east of Bian County. The prince asked me to talk to the Bear Department, but didn't give me a bait. This business requires brains, I don't. Hai Rigu is not honest. He knows how to negotiate, just like he talked to Yen Haru. This black scorpion knows the rules very well. Shen Zichuan did not give him a clear bait, which meant that he negotiated the business more cost-effectively, and the rewards were all calculated by Shen Zichuan, but he wanted to get a bargaining opportunity from Xiao Chia. Xiao Chia didn't look at Hai Rigu and said, "You better have." Hai Rigu touched the back of his neck a few times, which was a bit daunting. The water he poured on him soon disappeared, and the skin that was exposed to the sultry was bronzed. Hai Rigu screwed up the water bladder and continued, "I gave food for the Bear Department to winter, and they have enough food to stay in the territory." "If you can only do this!" Xiao Chia followed the shadows and set his eyes on the gate of Bianjuan. "That anyone can talk about this business." Hai Rigu bumped against the wall continuously, rubbed his unobstructed nose, and said, "Well, I will give them a new choice. The gate of Bian County is opening." Qi Juin hung a knife around his waist and stood with his arms in front of the raised gate. She explored the road last night and returned at the end of the day. She only slept for 2 hours, looking tired and not so happy to see Xiao Chia. "Well," Qi Juin said, coming. Xiao Chia threw his waist card to Qi Juin. Qi Juin picked it up and didn't watch it. He handed the waist card to Qi Wei and turned Xiao Qian to the city. "I came here in Xianda in 4 years, and Lu Guangbai said that he would plant trees." Xiao Chia's heavy armor was hot in the afterglow. He said, "Why is Bianjun still so barren?" "He wants to be beautiful." Qi Juin was sleeping with a sore neck, and now he slightly shook his head and watched the lights gradually lighting up in the market. Xianda has been windy and sandy for 6 years. He saved money and bought batches of seedlings with Hezhou. While the spring planted on the border, before the end of the month, let the cavalry step on. Hassan was stationed at the Green Mouse Department at the time. Xiao Chia stepped onto the stage, put his helmet aside, and sat here with Qi Juin, watching Chechi enter the city. "It's Hassan." Qi Juin didn't sit. She leaned against the door, dipped her chin in Yuhui, and said, "You let Zhao Hui's letter arrive long ago. You have to fight a hard battle in June, but only if Hassan really turns around and heads south. Raid Duanzhou. If he doesn't come, the 2nd Battalion of Sha will bear the consequences because of your troop transfer." Amor combined with the Hulu Department and is still persuading the Bear Department to surrender, and Hassan has little food left, said Xiaoqi. "He must go to Duanzhou to get food." "You have a scorpion," Qi Juin said. What does Shin Zichuan want to do? Hassan fights Duanzhou, and the reinforcements will stop at Gidal on the other side of the Chasha River. Only the bear can intercept me in the southeast. Xiao Qie extended his leg. Lanzhou wants to talk to the bear. Then he needs to show enough sincerity. Qi Juyin stood upright, raised his arms, and pointed to the remote Xiefeng to the south. Bear has a pasture in the south, and Shin Zichuan's granary. See and feed them. You see and even imagine their greed. Qi Juyin, no. Starting with Qi Shiyu, Qidong tried to negotiate with the bear department, hoping that they could rely on Dezhou like the North Face department, but it was too difficult. The bear department was the strong department, and they had nothing with the Face department. They are completely different. They believe that their machete and bear horse can grab better land, so they don't even buy on Moore's account. Lan Zhouken gave them the territory of the Serpent Ministry, Xiao Qie said. They wandered around after leaving Suoxianguin. This is what they want most. Qi Juyin squatted down and said to Xiao Qie, yes, you are too smart. Some bears do want land, but are you a great desert monk? Shin Zichuan's trick with the Zhou people at Zhongbua is useless here. The bears do eat the painted bread. I deal with them. They are far more cunning than the snake department. Li Bear caught a four-legged snake under his eaves. He knelt on a smooth wooden board, leaning on the tail of the four-legged snake, and said to Ding Tao, bake it, it's delicious. Ding Tao cross-legged, holding a pen to write and draw. Conger glanced at the four-legged snake and said disgustingly, gee. Li Bear shook the four-legged snake gently and said, this is the snake of Goodle. For a long time, Ding Tao did not hear Li Xiong mentioning Gadale and lay in shock. He clasped Ben and looked at the four-legged snake. Isn't this the same as the four-legged snake in Izaki? Li Xiong sniffed in the air and said, not the same. This one has a taste, a desert flavor, yellow sand. It all came out of Goodle. Ding Tao held his chin, pretending to be deep. It must be that Goodle has a hard time, or it's most comfortable to stay here. Li Xiong said no, it likes to stay. Fei Sheng stood there and shouted Ding Tao. Ding Tao got up and ran over without listening to Xiong Xiong's words. The sugar in his knees dropped to the ground. Stay in the old place. Li Xiong looked at Ding Tao, reached out and picked up the sugar, put his brain in his mouth, and said vaguely, I also like to stay in the old place. The current leader of the bear department is called Durantai. He is not a relative of the Sukba beast, but a relative of the Sukba beast. After Sukba's death in Goodle, Durantai fled to the back of the green mouse department with the remaining spirit of the bear department and stayed there for many years. Dalantai sat in front of the tent, took out the potatoes from the bonfire, broke it, and ate it on dried horse meat. He has a thick beard and looks funny when chewing. He was not as mighty and majestic as the Sukba beast. He was very short, not as short as a man with a bear. Wise man walking in the desert. You rode a horse to my tent and brought the eagle's advice. Dalantai swallowed the hot potatoes and looked at the bark by the campfire. But the eagle's the request is too much. The bear leader under the snowy peak. Bayanpan sat saluting toward Dalandai. I bring the most sincere greetings of the eagle, and the requirements are negotiable, and the eagle treats you as friends. Hassan is the eagle of the snake department. He sent the wise man Bayan long before Xiao Qie left. Dalantai divided the other half of the potatoes into Bayan, saying, the wolf cubs from the north are young and strong. I heard that he killed Huhelu and Achi and defeated the eagle proud in Chashur Tinking. Scorpion, I'm old and can't ride a horse. I'm afraid I can no longer fight such young people. Bayan took the potatoes with both hands, hesitated for a few moments, and said, you are the bear of the tiger Sukba beast. You are leading a bear department to the southeast of the desert, and it is hard for the snake department to provoke it. The strong, the eagle firmly believes that you are powerful. The wolf cub from the north is too young. He is far worse than the wolf king. If that's the case, Dalantai wiped his beard. So, why didn't the eagle that cut off the head of the wolf king have slaughtered the wolf? Dalantai did not lie. He was really old, his hair was not gray, and his hands were no longer able to hold the knife for a long time. Although he did not have the spirit of Sukba beast, he was able to weather the blizzard with a bare part and maintain the dignity of the strong part in the desert. He is not a person like Huhelu. He is more like a wise man than Bayan. That's why the eagle sent me to find you, Bayan said. Our mighty cavalry hasn't broken the line of defense from the north rail. It's not strong enough, but there is no food. The Wolf King is dead, respectful, and full. The wise Dalantai, you also see the future of the desert. We are about to step into a new territory where all the clans will no longer be hungry. This is the wish of Great Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan, and the wish of the eagle. We need your help. The potatoes buried in the campfire scented, and Dalantai poked them with a tree branch and was not impressed by the respect of Bayan, saying, A few years ago, Gegenhaz of the Deer Department used unwise means in Gudel, killed my monarch, and dedicated the head of the tiger to Amor, and Amor did not refuse. He picked up a potato again, but did not open it, but wiped the dust on it with his rough fingertips. Amor is a greedy vulture. He is not our brother. Sitting at the other end was a bear warrior who stood up, which meant to be a guest. Bayan didn't move. He faced Dalantai and said, Dear Dalantai, it was all our stupid mistakes in the past. Now we have our common enemy. Who forced the enemy to wake up? Dalantai looked at Bayan like a line of eyes. Amor intends to conquer all corners of the sun, and for this reason he has forced us to leave our homeland in such a shameless way. You are stupid. The next boy actually described the murder as a stupid mistake. Bayan said, I apologize for my words, Dalantai. The light around them was blocked by bears. They stood around and looked at Bayan's eyes as if they were looking at an antelope. Hassan wants our help. He should beg for our forgiveness. Dalantai peeled the potatoes. If Hazenkin killed his wife and made the deer hybrid pay the price, we agreed to send him aside. County. Don't do this. Bayan has been dragged up, and he raised his voice. Gegenhaz is dead. Doran is an innocent girl. Dalantai looked at Bayan and swallowed the potato alone. Chagan knelt reverently in his tent. His pale hair dangled on the ground, begging. Dear Russian, Soviet Union, and Japan, the bear department is the most cunning bear in the desert. The food you need, our deer department will double supply. Chagan knelt reverently in his tent. His pale hair dangled on the ground, begging. Dear Russian, Soviet Union, and Japan, the bear department is the most cunning bear in the desert. The food you need, our deer department will double supply. Big Russian, Soviet, and Japanese Amor stared at the letter in the palm of their hands. Hassan was a bit similar to him, but he was rougher and stronger than Hassan. Amor put down the letter and gently scratched the growing stubble with his thumb, like a man who could be drunk at the road at any time. There is a saying in Dezhou called acting within your means, Amor said in a low voice. I thank you for your zeal, but my friends and your flocks have been sent to the battlefield and so on. This winter, who the deer department will starve a lot of people. Chagan's kneeling body looked humble. He said, I'd rather use all my cattle and sheep for a long life of Doran. Amor raised his head slightly, his fingers sliding along the knot of his throat, grinning. Chagan, you heard those winds. My son killed the Sukba beast. If Dalantai wants to give back his teeth, then I can donate my head. The Hulu department is willing to pay for his own work. Chagan raised his body, and Huang Sha turned. His old face was black and yellow, and he said, But he can't take my daughter. Doran is the only daughter of Chagan. She is the pearl of Hulu. There are no strong horses or volcanic eagles in the deer section, but they have the sanctuary given by the Chidi. The deer department lives in the depths of the desert and has the most fertile oasis in the desert, Chidi Lake. In the legend, they were children who grew up drinking the milk of the Chidi gods. When Dolan was born, She had the eyes of Cheetah Lake. The deer department regarded her as the dew in the morning. She was the freest girl in the entire desert. Dori Lan married Hassan. She is no longer the pearl of Cheetah Lake, but the pearl of the 6 deserts. Amur stood up, holding his hands, and his broad shoulders carried the sunlight leaking in. If Hassan can't even protect his wife, he's not worthy of being a Doran's husband and not being followed by the deer department. Chagan, my good friend, stand up, hold your machete, and stare that kid. He dares to take your daughter seriously, and you can kill him. Chagan scratched his head, and the wrinkles carved between his foreheads arrived on the ground, saying, I follow Great Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan, and I firmly believe that the Eagle Hassan will not betray Doran because his father is the most brave in the desert. Warrior. Amur walked slowly, and when he got to the tent curtain, he was still scratching his throat. His eyes were looking at the yellowish sky. The afterglow spread. The old fingers rolled over the knot, revealing the scars left there. This was the mark left by Xiao Fengshu in the Hongyandong Mountains more than 10 years ago. A bear department was blinded by the snow-closed wind, and Durantai was still indulging in their glory in the past. Amur looked back and said to Chagan, Without the tiger Sukba beast, the bear department can't stop me at all. Hassan. Bayin received a reply from Hassan. He looked quickly and drank a bowl of milk tea after reading. He sat in front of the territory with the bear department, just in the wilderness, with books on his knees, and asked Dalantai to see him again. A bear warrior waved at him and drove out, Get away. Bayin drew a line in front of his knee with his finger and said, I am in the territory of the Green Mouse Department, and I have not offended you. The soldier said, You blocked us from peeing. Are you going to pee like a livestock in front of God? Bayin read, As long as Durantai sees me again, this Gobi can give you a pit. Bayin is a wise man. He is carrying a book, which is the wisdom eyes of the gods walking in the desert. As long as he is unwilling, no one can take off his pants and pee in front of him. Achi and Hu and Lu did not respect Bayin, so they both died, which made Bayin more mysterious. This is Bayin's 5th day here, and Dalantai finally agreed to see him again. Bayin picked up the book and said to Dalantai, Dear, The North Rail rider has arrived in Bien County, and there is not much time left for Hassan. Dalantai took off his boots and stepped on the lus barefoot. Did he kill his wife? Bayin enveloped Hassan's reply and was ready to hand it over. Dalantai raised his hand to stop. He shook his head and said, I don't recognize the words. You read them. Eagle wants me to tell you, Bayin said. Bayin spoke halfway and heard the sound of a horseshoe not far away. Dalantai stood up, and before he walked forward, he saw a jujube horse rushing in, stepping in the territory with a bear department, and finally stopped in front of Dalantai. I heard at the shore of Cheetah Lake that the respected Dalantai wanted my head. Duran clutching her horsewhip, watching Dalantai in the horse's restless step. You want to take the tiger, Su the Herba came to threaten my husband, so I should ask for my consent first. So you rushed to my territory. Dalantai admired the rumored red flower. Did you decide to use your own head to win this victory for your husband? Bayin rose to his feet, watching the fighters in the territory stand up. He hurried to approach, raised his arm and guarded Doran's horse, and said to Dalantai, No, this is not what the eagle means. My brother killed your monarch. Doralan raised the back of her hand and wiped the dust on her face. She ran for several days in a row. Gegenhaz is the best brother in the world, but he doesn't deserve to be called a hero. You want to take revenge for Sukba beast, you can take my head. But this is the grudge of the bear and the deer, not the grudge of you and Hassan, you should tell me. Doran said, and threw the dagger around her waist to the ground. I am willing to confess my death to the bear department for the recklessness of Gegenhaz. Durantai is a good man. He picked up this dagger and killed me, and our deer department paid off this debt. Dalantai picked up this small dagger, which was exquisite and beautiful, inlaid with cat's eyes, just like Doran, with a sharp but innocent beauty. You have courage. If Gagan has had the courage like you, the bear and the deer can become brothers many years ago. There is no if in this world. You take my head to sacrifice the tiger, and then pick up your machete to follow the eagle." Duralan rolled over and dismounted. Shaking her skirt in the night breeze, she walked to Lantai ahead. The opportunity to have a bear department is at this moment. De Lantai spread his palms, holding the dagger of Doran, as if full of blooming flowers. He looked at Doran, and, strangely, he looked as if looking at his daughter. The howling wind in the night blew the flag of the bear department, and Dalantai said victoriously, "Stupid girl, this account is not over." Bayan took the opportunity to say, "Eagle can promise to Dalantai that regardless of whether the Bear Ministry is willing to send troops to Bibian County, he is willing to return the Bear Ministry's homeland and give the Bear Ministry's own cattle and sheep as a replacement." Lube apologized for the injustice. "But if Dalantai insists on taking his wife, he will bet on his life, and he will never die without a bear." Dalantai's eyes narrowed at all times, and he heard similar words. Hai Rigu sat in the tent, and 2 days ago he respectfully said to him, "The Prince of Zhongbua extended his arms to Dalantai. We are willing to regain the homeland for the bear department. Before that, Duanzhou also returned will provide enough food for the bears. These people all know that there is a bear department who wants to return to their homeland. They prefer to stay in the old place and guard the snow peak for Sukba Beast." Dalantai shook his palm and said kindly and briskly, "There is a bear department who has got what he deserves, and he will fight for you." He gave Hai Riga the same answer. 2 hours later, the stars fell flat and flat. 2 hours later, the stars fell flat and flat. Xiao Chia stood on the sand dunes and drank his remaining horses. The spirits rushed into his throat, and he swallowed slowly, leaving the spiciness in his mouth for a long time. After night, the wind will intensify, and Huang Sha buried the horseshoes of the waves, and after 2 minutes, Xiao Chia saw the returning Harigu. Hai Rigu dismounted, took off the veil covering his mouth and nose, and sifted a few mouthfuls of sand, saying Dalantai agreed. Xiao Chia didn't say anything. Qinyang behind him asked, "What conditions did you say?" "We gave him the grass field in the east of Tianguan Pass, which is the hometown of the bear department, and Dalantai wanted to go back." "You gave them wide grass fields." Xiao Chia repeated. Hai Rigu raised his hand slightly and said to Xiao Chia, "The prince wants to give the territory with the bear department and the snake department, which is more fertile, and I think my negotiation is more cost-effective. The territory of the snake department is close to the north. Moving the bear department there is easier to control. This is the result Lanzhao wanted, but you push them back to the east of Xiefeng." Xiao Chia put the wine bag, tightened it, and threw it to Qinyang next to him. No eyes on the east side of Xiefeng can stare at them. Hai Rigu followed a few steps and followed behind Xiao Chia, saying, "With the bear department nostalgic, the territory of the snake department is no longer fertile, and it is difficult to shake their determination. Second Lord, only the east side of Xiefeng can impress Dalantai. Moreover, the grass fields are almost gone. After all, they still have to migrate north." "You are playing with a flower gun." Qinyang leaned against his chest and blocked Hai Rigu. He raised his arms to keep away from him, and did not allow Hai Rigu to continue chasing Xiao Chia. "You didn't talk to Dalantai about the mouse department territory. As a bait, the territory of the green mouse department is also a chip of Zhongbua. In Shen Zechuan's budget, Hai Rigu should first talk to Dalantai about the territory of the green mouse department, and finally throw out the territory of the serpent department, but Hai Rigu did not in doing so. He knows how to make a profit for himself. He wants to use Kasano on the east side of Xiefeng to replace the territory of the serpent department and leave this fertile land to the black scorpion he led." Xiao Chia was on the horse. Qinyang was still blocking Hai Rigu. Hai Rigu couldn't push Qinyang away. He walked irritably in the place and opened Qinyang's arms helplessly, saying, "You should talk to Dalantai yourself and see if he will go according to your guess." Chunyang Daizheng, who had a miserable sword in Harry, said, "He has left, as you guessed. You want the territory of the Serpent Ministry, and the monarch will naturally give it to you, but not in this way. You stay, I've been with the prince for so long, but I do ain't know your master at all." Hai Rigu likes not wanting to quarrel with Chinyang. He turns around and faces Chinyang. Chinyang stepped back to chase Xiao Chia's horse. Harry faced Hirano in ancient times and said at the moment in Biantia, "You are very religious as a dog." After turning back, he smiled at Chinyang as if nothing had happened. Chunyang stepped on the saddle and smiled at the sea. When he turned the horse's head, he also answered in the Lanshao words. The hybrid envious eyes are also very religious. But Hai Rigu was taken aback by Chunyang's whispering words approaching the serpent accent. Before he got here, no one at Zhongbu could understand his whispering words. "I don't have much to do, but it's fast to learn whispering. You learned the accent of the eagle in Gadel, but it's not very good." Chunyang said politely, "I bark you again, head." Hai Rigu was taken by surprise, nodded obediently, watching Chunyang leave, raising his face to the dust. Xiao Jie returned to Bian County and did not find Qi Juyin in the account. He went around and saw the commander in another account. Qi Juyin awoke, listening to the movement, and leaned out to whistle Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie held the wolf and sword. Neither was it to enter, nor was it to retreat. The rouge between Qi Juyin's lips was smeared halfway, and the little belly of her two little thumbs were stained with this little red. But she was not painting it herself, but she leaned over and handed it to Hua Xiangyi. Hua Xiangyi raised her body and carefully applied the rouge on the lips. This color is so beautiful." Hua Xiangyi's voice was soft and tender. "It's a good match for the commander, and it's inconspicuous at night." She painted the last point and asked Xiao Jie with a side smile, "Doesn't it look good?" Xiao Jie crossed his arms and looked for a long while. He hesitated and said, "Okay, Qi Juyin is not without makeup. She often wears makeup when she is at home or when she is going to a banquet. However, despite Xiao Jie's excellent eyesight, she can't see that this rouge is different from what the coach usually wears. You don't understand." Hua Xiangyi pointed her finger away from the lap on her knees, which contained a small mirror with hollow beads, which she picked up and held it to Qi Juyin. Qi Juyin wiped her hands on the papa. She could only see her lips and chin in the mirror. She laughed and said, "It looks good." Xiao Jie waited for a while. Qi Juyin lowered the curtain and came out. "Madam is here to settle the bill for me," Qi Juyin said. Xiao Jie coughed into the open night and said, "Oh." Xiao Jie looked at Qi Juyin. "The coach is young, but not young, at least for women. She has already passed the marriageable age." Xiao Jiming and Lu Guangbai had a good relationship with her, but did not ask about her marriage, because everyone knew that Qi Juyin could not marry. Miss 3 calculated it well. "I heard it when I was in the capital. Your account at the house is cumbersome, and her help is even more powerful." The queen fell. She was no better than Qidong in the past. Shui Yanqing finished the investigation of the city of Yunqing, and the flower family was in danger, and she was not allowed to stay by my side. I was afraid the aunt in the family would make trouble. Instead of following this explanation, she teased, "Also, I like girls so much." Xiao Jie stood still, and the two had already boarded the city wall. "Your scorpion is back," Qi Juyin said. Xiao Jie pointed to the southeast and said, "A bear department is willing to make way for you. They want to retreat to the grass field in the east of Suoxiangwen and return to the original place." Qi Juyin's raised face was reflected in the firelight. Hua Xiangyi said it well. This color of rouge was inconspicuous and was stained by the night, just like Qi Juyin's original color. She looked playful and said, "Dalantai is stupid." It is only a fool's job to abandon the site of the Green Mouse Department and return to the east side of the snow wind that has been buried by the yellow sand. He's not stupid, Xiaoqia said. He gave you the way. He wants you to go to Geedle. When you get to Geedle, he just stuck your retreat. What did he say to you at that time? Anything is fine. Natalantai is still a fool, because you and I can see such an easy-to-understand tactic. Qi Juyin tapped her arm with her fingertips, and she looked into the night. You have been mixing with Lu Guangbai for a long time. You learned it's all his rustic. Standing on the ground, he wants to dig the ground 3 feet, and he can't wait to remember the terrain of thousands of miles in his heart, but ignore the tribe itself. Qi Juyin bypassed Xiaoqia. She supported the wall stack, flipped it lightly, stepped on the gap, and bent over to check the crossbow. Durantai gave way to me, and I guess he wouldn't stop. There are not so many soldiers in the bear department, and Dalantai can only choose to concentrate his forces. Otherwise, he can't resist the attack from either party. Xiaoqia thought about Su Yan and said, You mean Dalantai wants to concentrate his forces on attacking other places? I left Bianjuan. The 40,000 garrison here would have to go halfway. Without Lu Guangbai, there would be no generals who could fight back and forth with them. When would you wait without attacking? Qi Juyin said. That wouldn't be worth it, sister, Xiaoqia said. Since Dalantai is not strong enough, then he killed Bianjuan, and you will return soon. He will also be attacked by the Songjuan garrison in the rear. He couldn't keep Bianjuan. He went to the trouble to get here, not just for food like Hassan. Qi Juyin straightened up, and her hair was disturbed by the wind when she turned her head. Instead of continuing her deductions like Lu Guangbai, she said, Let's try it out. After Xiaoqia left the battlefield, he was tired from the north, but Hassan's onslaught didn't abate, and Lu Guangbai could only press the tune to keep Luoshan intact. The eagle eye of Duanzhou could not see the Chasha River, and Hua Lingyun quietly left Duanzhou at this time. Hua Lingyun's team had very few people. They were all Genie. They were quiet, carrying simple bags, and riding a pony captured from Achi. They rested at sunrise, moved after sunset, and walked north along the Chasha River. The wind tonight was very dry, and Hua Lingyun drank the last drop of water in the water bag. He wiped his mouth and sat on horseback, looking forward. If only the nasty ghost of Fei Xing was there. Hua Lingyun hung the water bladder back to his horse. He didn't have the insight of Fei Xing. He seemed very dull in the night, but could only act at night. Where are we going? Following Hua Lingyun's genie way, he took off the wind collar and filled the water. We have been going north for 5 days. We'll stay here, Hua Lingyun said. You can go out with your eyes closed. When they walk north to the place near Shasanying, they will return, but they will not return to Duanzhou, but will continue to follow the original road to the north. Genie Wei said nothing. They were reprimanded by Qiao Tianya before leaving, so no one refuted Hua Lingyun on the way. The pony is very endurable and walks on the Gobi Desert for several days without fatigue. Their stiff necks look stupid, but Genie Wei has become accustomed to the speed that does not match his appearance. This is a good horse. Hua Lingyun stopped by the river when it was dawning. He let his horse drink water and squatted beside himself to wash his face. The river was cold in the morning, and it was shocking to hit his face. Hua Lingyun opened the water bladder, dart into the river, and suddenly saw the dark red color rolling out in the sound of Guru. His chin's fingers touched the cold but soft thing, and the dark red rose with black hair. Dead man. Jean Iwei, who was also washing his face, sighed, dragged his hair, and dragged the body out of the water. Hua Lingyun turned over the body, and the face of the body was swollen. He wrung out the mud to identify the body. The armor was cut off. Jean Iwei said quickly, People are dying high. Hua Lingyun ripped off his clothes and stood up suddenly, saying, This is Chechi. An iron ride ran on the road from Luoshan to Shasanying. He was trembling in the bumps. leaving long blood on the ground where the horseshoe passed. The helmet covered his face. He was just an unknown soldier. His lips moved, but he could only make a sound. Horse. The horse rushed into the post 50 miles south of Chasseneuil, and he planted it and fell to the ground. Please ask the racecourse. He persisted here and died before he had finished speaking. As long as he arrives here is victory. The iron ride of the post will immediately spread the news to the Chausson battalion, and the reinforcements will go south. However, there was a dead silence in the station, and there were corpses everywhere, including the eagles in the eagle room. The heat wave floated, not even the sound of birds. Hua Lingyun turned on her horse, held the reins, and said, "Go to Luosha Station." Hua Lingyun turned on her horse, held the reins, and said, "Go to Luosha Station." Luoshan Racecourse is too far. Even the short stallion can't reach it. Hua Lingyun can only choose the nearer Luosha post station, which is close to Chasseneuil, which is the supply station for Luoshan and the north. The horses' wheezing began to worsen, the weather was too hot, and Jinyui's strong body had to rely on watering to avoid heat stroke. Hua Lingyun ran from the Chasha River to the northwest and ran for 2 full hours. When the station was seen, it was completely dark. Dead man. Jinyue raised his finger and shaved his nose and said, "All here are dead people." An iron rider planted in front of the open door of the post. He had been dead for a few hours. Blood and water had soaked the ground, and his body, covered in heavy armor, was about to stink soon. Jin Iwei dismounted, did not flip Chechi's body, squatted to examine for a moment, and said to Hua Lingyun, "This is a man." Hua Lingyun looked at the arrow on Chechi's back and nodded. Chechi had 2 arrows on his back, and he closed the eyes with the 2 arrows galloping to the post. Jin Iwei stood up, covered his mouth and nose, and shone the torch forward with his other hand, saying, "Here." His voice stopped abruptly. There were corpses and corpses in the station, and the post was hung on the flagpole, as if it was a tack hanging in the silent night. Hua Lingyun took the torch, looked closer, and found that Yi Yan's head was cut off. "The horses were hacked to death," said Jin Iwei, who illuminated the stables. Even if there was a life, the Luoshan and Chasseneuil camps could not be reached before dawn. The eagles were dead. The door of the eagle room was not closed tightly, and the eagles, who had not broken off their anklets, had their necks broken. The Luosha post had no live mouth, and the wild dogs fed here were hacked to death. Bayancha cavalry has been here. Hua Lingyun held the torch and was lost in thought. After the Luoshan racecourse was established, it became the prototype of the North and Central Bow news hub, so Shin Sichuan repaired it to be extremely solid. There are 800 people stationed at the Luosha post station. They're not only the North Rail riding, but also the China Boss Guard, which is equivalent to a small military camp. Emergency reporting points have been set up on the 4-way road, and Wang Lu can follow on 3 sides. A few days ago, Lu Guangbai asked Luosha Road to be more vigilant. There was no negligence. "The cavalry is good at raids," Jinyue said. "Bienbo Camp." Hua Lingyun suddenly turned around and repeated, "Bienbo Camp." Bienbo Camp. Last June, the Bayancha cavalry raided Bienbo Camp, which was to detour from the south and borrow the Luoshan Road. Shin Sichuan and Xiao Chia later blocked that road, but eastward near the Chashi River, it was impossible to block it. The Bayancha cavalrymen came here in Xiandinian and knew the terrain here. The station connects Luoshan and Shashan Battalion, just stepping on the road that the cavalry used to lead to Luoshan. Hua Lingyun jumped up the steps, opened the door. They can avoid their eyes and sneak in here, and certainly not many people come. Jinyue took a hand and put down the post on the flagpole. The scorpion is likely to sneak in. Whether it was a scorpion or not, Hassan truncated the post, or did not want to let the news of Luoshan's attack spread to the north. He was delaying the time of reinforcements. However, this group of attacking Bayancha cavalry did not stop. According to the direction of the horse road, Hua Lingyun guessed that Hassan intends to let these people continue to go south and cut off the connection between Danzhou and Duanzhou directly, so that Duanzhou was isolated and helpless. Situation. This is closer to the 3rd Battalion of Sha. Hua Lingyun turned to the lower stage, blew his whistle, called his horse. We continue to go north. We can reach the 3rd Battalion of San before dawn, and ask for help from the north. Hua Lingyun could not reach Danzhou. He could only choose one way, that is, to let the Shassaning's North Railway ride immediately south to support Duanzhou. However, this means that Duanzhou and Tuanzhou have lost all news, especially Duanzhou, which is the first to suffer. As long as the Shassaning support is wrong, Duanzhou will be destroyed. Hua Lingyun whimpered his horse. His time is urgent and must be fast. Jin Yiwei's chasing stars and galloping like a gallop, they broke the silence on the road and moved quickly in the shadow of the tree. Hua Lingyun's breathing was short, because for a long time he had a spicy pain on the inner thigh. The saddle was damp and sweat soaked their cheeks. They had no time to rest for a few days, like tight strings. Fast! Hua Lingyun tightened his whip and raised his arm in the bumps. But before he hit it, the horse under his seat hissed, his forefoots merged, and his knees were planted. Hua Lingyun immediately hugged her head and rolled down. The ghosts ran in the shadows of trees on both sides of the road, and Hua Lingyun's carp stood up and pulled out the knife. Hearing the rapid footsteps, broke through the bushes and pounced on himself. Trip Masso! Shouted Jiniwei, who followed him. Ambush! Hua Lingyun blocked the knife, but it was useless, and the opponent directly knocked him out with his body. He leaned across the ground and rolled to the root of the tree. There was a rush of wind behind him. Hua Lingyun grabbed the roots of the tree with one arm, slid up, raised his legs, and avoided a knife. Scorpion. No, Hua Lingyun gritted his teeth and said, "It's a cavalry." The elite of the snake department. Elite moved his steps quickly in the envelope, like a closed net. The sound of the sha-sha footsteps was abnormally neat, like a twisted snake, and even the traces left when passing through the sand were exactly the same. The machete on the left slashed towards Jiniwei's knee, but was unexpectedly blocked by the bang sound of the embroidered spring knife. Jin Yiwei's petals were on the cavalry's chest, followed by a drawn sword, and he spun to the ground. When the bottom of the boot touched the ground, the blade edged like a flash of sky, breaking the cavalry's throat, and then they stepped on the ground and turned back on the horse on. The whole set of actions is done in one go. The elites who did not succeed took a half step back, and some of them touched their throats and said, "Jin Yiwei!" Jin Yiwei turned over the back of the knife and wiped the blood on the back of the blade while sliding his arm. He said, "Jin Yiwei, ladies are now called Jinichi." Hua Lingyun's horse couldn't stand up in fright. He flew a few steps, caught Jin Yiwei's outstretched arm, and jumped onto Jin Yiwei's horse. "I can't wait to leave the north." Jin Yiwei drew the reins in the siege. "Bayantia still has an ambush here. We haven't had enough time to reach the 3rd Battalion of Sha." Back to... Hua Lingyun didn't finish talking, so he held the knife in both hands, slammed the blade into a semicircle, and smashed the scimitar suddenly. "Back to Duanzhou. Can't go north. U-turn." Hua Lingyun hurriedly wiped the sweat from her face. South to the south? Hassan was too cautious. He slaughtered the Luosha post station without even letting the horses and eagles, but left the elite on the northward pavement to beware of the fish that might be caught. But this also gave Hua Lingyun a chance, and Hassan left a small number of elites here. "Fuck!" Jin Yiwei shook off the blood on the knife surface. "This knife is still from Yusi, and I've thrown it away." The horses were hoofing in place. Jin Yiwei was pulling the reins, and he just fell off his head. The cavalry on the side had swooped up, and the saddle slid to the right. The horse could not stand the gravity and followed. Hua Lingyun bent his elbow and hit the cavalry's face. The cavalry on the left climbed up like a locust, and Jin Yiwei caught the machete and was turned over by the force. Jin Yiwei fell to the ground, and several scimitars suddenly hooked. He tried his best to scream, holding his embroidered spring sword with both hands, and lifted up in the rubbing sound of the stinging ears, and the blue muscles on the back of his hands suddenly appeared. I can't hold it. Genie was carrying the weight of a few people, lying on the ground with his neck up, breathing heavily, sweating like rain, jumping with his forehead abruptly, shouting hard, "Brother, up!" Hua Lingyun ran away with his horse. Genie was almost discouraged and scolded, "Your mother!" Hua Lingyun hit the cavalry against the horse, and his tight lips were salty. It was not sweat, but a bite. After running some distance, he suddenly turned around, inserted the knife back into the sheath, and then drove straight back. The horseshoe broke through the superimposed figure. Jean Iwei's lowered arm couldn't stop him, and the cavalry's head was close to his face. At the very moment, the pungent scent slammed into the nostrils, and the deafening explosion accompanied the splashing plasma, spraying Jean Iwei's face. Hua Lingyun leaned down and took Jean Iwei's hand and took the man back to his horse. "Break through!" Hua Lingyun was so excited he took the smoking fire and rushed out towards the south, shouting, "Break!" Yin Chang drank his neck and drank his wine. He finished drinking, drank several wine bowls in a row, lay on the wall pile, and asked the goalkeeper below, "Are there any? This wine is delicious." The gatekeeper walked a few steps and saw Yin Chang's face through the fire and moonlight, and said, "No, you young and old. Drink, this is still in rotation." "I won't drink it at rest." Yin Chang's feet were a little soft. He shook drunkenly and looked at the wall-stacked torches. "Well, how can there be less bows and arrows? Come on, make up." Before Fei Sheng reached the city wall, he heard Yin Chang yelling. He kicked the newly brewed wine store underneath the crossbow with his feet, pulled the cloth around, and then went up aggressively, holding Yin Chang's back collar, and said, "Make up! People will come and make up immediately. You go back to sleep." Yin Chang's heel slipped on the ground, so he was taken away, rubbed a few red noses, and complained, "Isn't General Liu here yet? I waited for a few days and wanted to see him again. I drank all the wine, it's been several rounds." Yin Chang went to the battlefield with Xiao Jie last time. When he saw Lu Guangbai, he was very excited. He drank and drank Guangbai to drink. He spit 3 times a night and lay in a tent and slept the next day. Zhua Qianqiu said nothing and immediately sent Yin Chang back. Fei Sheng couldn't bear the smell of wine. He waved his palm, twisted his nose, and said, "Don't say that. I can't afford to lose this person." Yin Chang was unwilling, waving his arm, raising his neck to see Fei Sheng and shouting, "Drinking you a shame? Well, the old man hasn't even thought you shame." Fei Sheng dragged people to the bottom, changing the waist with the duty room. These days the patrol is strict, and he took some time to sign. Yin Chang took the opportunity to look for wine, sniffed around with an unscentable nose, and muttered, "Where is it hiding? Here it is." He rolled up his robe corner, knelt on the ground, and rubbed his and looked under the crossbow on the bed. Fei Sheng is still tender. Yin Chang tilted his head, and he went in to drink enough and said, "My little boy, oh, so far, oh." Fei Sheng turned his head, put his pen aside, and prepared to call the old man to stop. But at this moment he heard a very thin click sound. His ears were so sensitive that the sound of the wind could be heard clearly, and he had to tilt his head and listen again calmly. The flag fell, and the wind stopped near the gate. Yin Chang finally got enough wine, but instead of digging out, he kept his posture on the ground, smelling the smell of the land. When Fei Sheng didn't respond, he yelled, "Enemy attack!" The heavy stone of the trebuchet slammed into the wall. The dust splattered. Fei Sheng hugged his head to avoid the debris and listened to the alarm from the upper floor. The garrison lifted its drumsticks, smashed them, and shouted, "The enemy is attacking! The enemy is going to get up!" Fei Sheng pushed away the soldiers, rushed up the city wall, and breathed in air when he saw the front of Duanzhou clearly. Yin Chang got up and patted the passing army with a scabbard. He said sharply, Ignite the beacon and quickly report it to the monarch." Yin Chang stepped on the city gate and pulled Fei Sheng. "With your waist card, lead Genie to pack his bags and protect the monarch and you." Yin Changtong's red nose was drawn twice. He didn't look at the outside of the city and pointed to Lanjiantai on the side. The smoke of the fire ignited. "Shaoxing, you will protect the governor westward and go to Danzhou." Shan Zichuan was not asleep yet, holding his eyebrow under the lamp, listening to Kong Ling talking about the dam, listening to the courtyard. Suddenly, chaos. Qiao Tianya opened the bamboo curtain. Ding Tao and Li Xiong followed. Kong Ling stood up and asked, "This is—" "Master, Qiao Tianya wore a good knife. The cavalry raided." The gentleman inside the hall stood up. "Yeah." Yao Wenyu immediately looked at Shen Zichuan and said, "The reinforcements from the north have not arrived yet." Shen Zichuan lowered his arm and stared at the candlelight. After a while he said, "Duanzhou did not get any news. Either the battlefield fell or Luoshan fell. This room is full of scholars. Gao Zhongxiong, who has not experienced war, is even more pale. They are all looking at Shen Zichuan, and the monarch is the backbone of everyone." At this moment, Shen Zichuan could not show his fearful expression. He straightened his tea lid and stood up. Ding Tao shook open his jacket and put on Shen Zichuan, who blocked it with his hands over his back. The governor said, "Yongshan snow is coming. Where is the horse? Where is the horse?" Dead. The awakening garrison followed Yin Chang. The surrounding whistle was annihilated and no one returned. Yin Chang filled the wine pouch, hung it back to his waist, and took a sip when he inserted the knife. Hassan on Dog Day. The station did not move, the whistle was dead, and the news could not go out, and the reinforcements could not come. "Reorganize the sentry post," Yin Chang said, waiting for the opportunity to ignite Lanjiantai before dawn, so that you can get news from Beibei, Danzhou, and Bianjuan. Duanzhou has been slaughtered because the whistle can't run over the horses in Biancha, so when Shen Zichuan established the Duanzhou Crossing Horse Road, he modeled the Wanli Beacon in Bian County. As long as these 3 lines are lit, the 3 parties know that critical. As soon as Yin Chang opened the curtain, he heard the drums of war screaming outside the city. The cavalry drummed. Yin Chang ran his legs and ran towards the wall. He opened his throat as he ran and shouted with stubbornness, "Ready!" The archers between the stacks pulled their strings neatly, holding their breath and staring out of the city. A small barrel drum is fixed on both sides of the horses of the Biancha cavalry. With the striking of the night, this is a precursor to the charge. When the drum sounds will be suspended, the horses, snoring hot, and rush forward. Yin Chang immediately waved his hand and continued to yell, "Arrow!" No one knows that the cavalry forward is divided into 2 wings at a time, revealing the shield infantry behind. The infantry moved quickly, approaching the gate against the arrow rain. Duanzhou faces the east, with an open terrain and close to the Chasha River, where Shen Zichuan dug and built a moat and wanted to build a moat. But this year's time is tight. Only the channel of the main gate facing the east has taken shape and has not yet drained from the Chasha River. Xiao Jia told Shen Zichuan before going south. So Shen Zichuan removed the square brick at the bottom of the ditch and replaced it with iron tribulus for the northern army. The gate opened, Yin Chang rushed out with the Duanzhou defense forces and removed the pass board on the trench before the Biancha cavalry charged. Without the board, the cavalry would not be able to cross the trench into the gate. As soon as the arrow rain on the wall stopped, the oil tanks of fire ignited. Yin Chang dragged the board back and continued to shout, "Smash the can!" The fire oil tank on the wall stack smashed in unison, and the fire flames shone brightly. The garrison leaned forward and threw the fire oil tank down. The oil splashed on the infantry's shield and burst into flames. But Yin Chang wasn't happy because he saw the infantry scattered and stepped out of the way to cover up the leader. Oops! This siege vehicle was originally used to cover trenches. It has a screen in front and a shed in the back. The head car in the middle can shield the arrows for the soldiers who dug the ground. In addition, it also has a prominent function, which is to extinguish fire. The infantryman hidden in the head of the car lifted out and used a dagger to cut through the leather bag containing the river water, and it was able to contain the fire of the oil tank in an instant. Yin Chang recognized the purpose of the opponent. Hassan consumed the arrows and fire oil tanks of the defending army by the infantry and pushed the infantry to the trench. This was to prepare the cavalry in the rear. Archers prepare. As soon as Yin Chang's words fell, the infantry raised their shields again. I didn't know Yin Chang didn't plan to release an arrow at this moment. He pulled out his sword, rushed forward with the garrison, rushed to the trench, and jumped out like an old lion in the horrified eyes of the soldiers on the edge. "Stop it!" Yin Chang fell heavily on the brick wall of the ditch, and his feet suddenly slid down. He grabbed the edge of the ditch and stepped up a few times, climbing up, and the defensive forces followed Yin Chang to kill the progressive army camp. Arrow! The arrow rain suddenly came, and the infantry who couldn't hold their shields finally fell. "Who is that?" The strong man on the pony leaned his head and saw Yin Chang's white hair across the crowd. He touched his machete with a four-legged snake above his bare arms and said with interest in Bayansha, "Like a hero." "The strong Zhuo Li doesn't recognize him," said the cavalry following the man. "He is the commander of the Azumi Defense Force, and the old general who captured Fanzhou for Shinzichuan is called Yin Chang." Zhuo Jiaming wrote the words of the week and repeatedly said, one taste. Prosperity means. The cavalry soothed the restless horse. "He has the courage of a lion." Zhuo Li continued to look at Yin Chang, clamped the horse's belly, and moved forward without hesitation in the shaking. "I'm going to fight him." The cavalry looked back at the rainbow eagle banner and advised, "Hassan's order has not come yet, and this is not the time for Zhuo Li to strike." Zhuo Li moved his sturdy arm, pulled out his machete, and said, "Hassan wants us to make a quick decision. I can't wait. The garrison assembles the people in the city. They will send the people to Shimin, where the connected horse road leads to Danzhou. If the east gate fails, they will have a chance to escape before the massacre begins." The people came over one after another, dragging their homes with their mouths, looking hurriedly, and occasionally a few babies were crying, and they were soon covered up. More and more people gathered, and with the bombardment of the east gate, there were repressed gasps everywhere. "The gentlemen have been here for a long time. They are carrying simple bags, and they are all cases. This is their hard work." Gao Zhongxiong's white complexion did not recover. He tightened his baggage and stood with the crowd. Kong Ling pushed Yao Wenyu with a pocket on his chest and a restless tiger slave. Yao Wenyu's four-wheeler passed the people. Hearing that someone was sobbing in the crowd, he turned his head and looked at the other side. "First, sir." The widow, who was alone holding the child, covered her nose and mouth, whispered in a choked throat, "Are you going to slaughter again?" The young boy's eyes were gentle. He raised his hand, handed his papa to the other side, and said, "No." Weeping all around, his words didn't seem to be persuasive in the sound of the fight in front. If the city breaks and people can't run horses, they still have to die. They have to die. The man pulled the only donkey left, crouched at the corner, and said with a local accent, "I shouldn't go to Duanzhou to slap." Where did the garrison go? Someone approached the door and patted the door. "Now open the door and let us run to Danzhou. How many can we escape before the city breaks?" The crowd was noisy. They shoved toward Shimin, and the restless atmosphere floated in the night. Gao Zhongxiong was forced to move forward, holding his baggage and squeezing sideways to Kongling. Nothing to step on. Gao Zhongxiong guarded his baggage and raised his head. "You all have to." The crowd couldn't hear his voice at all. I don't know who had hit his elbow on Gao Zhongxiong's stomach. He didn't hold his baggage, watched his paper and pencils scattered on the ground, and hurriedly bent to pick it up. But there were too many people, and before he could find enough, The pen was broken. Gao Zhongxiong hurriedly said, "Amo step pen, amo step pen." Kongling was too crowded to stand, and Yao Wenyu's four-wheeler was inconvenient. It would be bad if he rushed into the crowd. Kongling held the tiger slave in one hand and dragged the four-wheeler in one hand, and said to the surroundings, "Where's the guard? Come and protect Yuanjua." Yao Wenyu's got stuck on a hard object, and suddenly jumped, with the impact almost overturning. He turned his gaze and looked at the crowd. The moonlight was untimely quiet, sliding down the floor along his sleeves. The sound of tapping the door intensified, shouting, "Open the door" everywhere. The memories of Duanzhou's slaughter are too deep. They can't see the dawn. The fiercer the fight in front is, the more bottomless everyone is. "Hey!" Gao Zhongxiong waved his sleeves angrily and stopped writing. He explored his arm and grabbed the four-wheeler and brought it in front of himself. "What's the rush? The city isn't broken yet. The monarch is ahead." Shouts suddenly sounded all around. "Where has the governor gone? Where did Shin Zichuan go? No soldiers and no guards. Have you left?" Where would Gao Zhongxiong know this would happen? He hurriedly said, "The prince is." Shin Zichuan ran. Someone stomped. No one was seen. The atmosphere seemed to be ignited. The original depressed cry burst into the crowd. The impatience was rampant. The sound of the door slamming gradually turned into a slamming door. The panic filled with hysterics. The hidden danger named Shen Wei finally broke out. It was like a sharp sword hanging above Shin Zichuan's head at all times, hiding the Bobo's resistance to Shin Zichuan. Even if Shin Zichuan obtained the 6 states of China and Bo, it could not be eradicated. Shin Wei deserted the city and fled. Duan and done. The corpses of the dead and blood. Now Shin Zichuan did not show up, and Shin fled again. "Open the door, open the door." Someone cried. The gate protruded forward slightly and squeezed out the gap. The remaining garrison could not stop the crowd and stretched its neck and reprimanded, "Don't squeeze!" But it didn't work. The crowd was messed up. The guard was panting and did not dare to open the door. The eastern sentry was killed. If the cavalry had gone to the west, no one knew. He now opened the gate and stabbed Duanzhou from behind. It was a real city break. "It's up!" The garrison forces pushed the people by brute force, pulled out the sabers around their waists, and shouted, "Who the is it?" Kongling suddenly said, "Not good." Sure enough, as soon as the garrison fired his sword, the surrounding area erupted completely, and baggage and fists slammed into him like a shower, and the crowds rushed forward, shouting, "Open the door!" The garrison can't really kill someone. He guarded his head and noticed that someone was grabbing a knife in the back, and he couldn't help saying, "I'll hack someone to grab a knife." The gate was swayed, and the garrison had not stood still. A huge force came from the back, and then the entire gate made a bang and was hit by a collision from outside. My day. The garrison lay on the ground, was stomped a few feet, climbed up and held the people blocking the road, pushed people frantically and shouted at their soldiers, "Hurry up the door!" "Cavalry!" the crowd exclaimed, and everyone rushed back and forth. The cavalry broke the city. The garrison dragged its knife, leaned against its back against the crumbling door, drank neatly with dozens of soldiers, and tried to push the broken gate back. However, the giant wood collision outside slammed the city gate again, shaking their backs to numbness. Yao Wenyu supported his hand, and Gao Zhongxiong and Kongling set aside each other, trying to push Yuanzhu away. Kongling's scalp exploded. He heard the long-lost horseshoe sound across the half-capped city gate. "I took Yuanzhu out of the alley." Kongling pushed Yao Wenyu, hesitating about the case, and raised his robe. "Go ahead." Gao Zhongxiong shook his hand fiercely. He said, "I'm staying with Mr. The gate was completely smashed and the wood splashed. The garrison could not carry it, and the cavalry jumped directly over their heads, ran in, and the machete waved at Gao Zhongxiong. The garrison wolves rushed up, suddenly held a machete, carrying them, and said, "Run fast! Report to the government prince quickly. Ximen is broken. We keep dash." The words of the garrison fell, and the head fell to the ground. Gao Zhongxiong yelled. His feet were soft, and he supported the four-wheeler and almost fell to the ground. Yao Wenyu watched the machete strike again, and his back was soaked, and he suddenly passed the car body and blocked in front of Kong Ling and Gao Zhongxiong. A light right across the crowd. It seemed like a stream of mercury in the night, and the long hum of the long sword flew into the cavalry's throat, and he rushed forward when the opponent fell down. Qiao Tianya pulls his horse, pulls out his sword, inserts the scabbard, gasps at Yao Wenyu, and yells at Ding Tao behind him, "Take the gentleman!" Yao Wenyu didn't move. He clenched his handles and turned his head to look over Qiao Tianya. When he turned around, he saw Feng Tashuangi hissing his hoof, and Shin Sichuan's white sleeves on his back rolled up. Yangshan's snow was like an angry dragon. When it passed the cavalry's throat, it was sharp and clear. The wind-stepping frost coat crossed the head and ran across the gate of the city. The genie behind him swept across the side sand cavalry and splattered in the squall wind. Qiao Tianya is also leaving, but Yao Wenyu looks at him, and there are faint blue tendons floating on the back of his hand, and he whispers to him, "Bring the prince." Shin Sichuan hugged his body and broke his right hand as early as in Danzhou. He is now the master of 6 states and accidentally died on the battlefield, and all the efforts of China will be lost. Qiao Tianya was expressionless. Yao Wenyu looked at Qiao Tianya beggingly, saying word by word, "The Prince of Wanqing is not at risk." Shin Sichuan shook off the blood beads on the snow blade of Yangshan Mountain, pulled his horse in the open space. His chest was undulating, facing the wind. His right fingers faintly twitched. He stood in front, looking at the gray world. He is not strong, but he will not fall. In the sky, he looks like misty gravel and a sharp steel knife nailed in front of Duanzhou City. He is insidious and deceitful, and he will report without any means. He was not expected to be emperor at all. But Qiao Tianya leaned over and stunned Yao Wenyu's forehead. When Yao Wenyu thought he would do the same, he turned the horse's head and drank. "Oath to death. Follow the palace king to kill the enemy." The sky was broken in a hurry, and there was a dim light in the dark. The blade of Shin Sichuan wiped the outside of the thigh, and the sharp blade shot out in the light. Like the owner, the wind-stepping frosty clothing only moved forward. Forward! Jin Ichi shouted in unison, "Follow him to kill the enemy." In these people's eyes, he is the monarch who opened the world. The Bayancha cavalry who came to assault Ximen did not expect that such a light horse was hidden in Duanzhou City. They rode on the same pony and moved forward and backward in the dark world. The Bayancha cavalry who came to assault Ximen did not expect that such a light horse was hidden in Duanzhou City. They rode on the same pony and moved forward and backward in the dark world. Shin Sichuan is a white bird among the crows. His clean blade cut through the dawn and said before the second round of charge, "Backward." Ding Tao guided the people to evacuate, and the gate of Ximen had been broken, and it would soon be reduced to a battlefield. Li Xiong erected Gao Zhongxiong and followed Kong Ling, and Yao Wenyu behind the people. Genie rides neatly in front of the door. They are few in number, but they are currently the absolute elite of Zhongbua. The surviving garrison of Simon did not dare to neglect, and pushed the car gable as a substitute at the foot of the city. This kind of movable wall filled with lime mortar is not as thick as the city gate, and a strong bough can be placed in the recessed place. The rainbow eagle flag hunted, and the cavalry of the Bayancha had already beaten. The small barrel drum was deafening, and the pony plowed its hooves. They did not give Simon a chance to repair it, and they launched a second round of charge ahead of Jinichi in the sound of the drum. The sound of horseshoes was like a shower. The ground moved slightly, the gravel bounced, and the dust suddenly hit his face. Beneath the cavalry of the Bayancha cavalry, it was as fast as a hungry panther. Xiao Tianya's horse is just behind the side of Feng Shuangyi. He tightened the reins and said, "Ready!" Jini rides like a set. The wind blows over their cheeks, but no sound is taken away. They seem to even breathe away. The headed cavalry crossed the distance and approached Xin Zichuan while galloping. Xin Zichuan smelled the heavy sweat of the cavalry and even saw the cavalry look on the cavalry. Time seems to stand still. The next moment, Xin Zichuan drew out his sword and said, "Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" Jinichi was like a storm of dark clouds, and the Biancha cavalry hit the gate of the city gate fiercely. The steel knife and the scimitar staggered. Shimin had no tactics at all. The only way was to kill the enemy. Only when the spirit of the cavalry was defeated head-on, the guarding of Duanzhou could continue. Xin Zichuan must rush to the forefront and unite the hearts of Duanzhou people in such a rude manner. The cavalry blocked the passage and blocked the light, and the two sides crowded here to kill the sky. The blood splashed around Xin Zichuan's sleeves. He waved the knife and turned over the enemy army in front of him, and the morning light leaked on his cheek, bleeding with sweat. The prince's eyes were dark, with an overwhelming momentum to shave the cavalry and rush forward. This side San cavalry was a sneak attack team behind, and lost to the high morale Jini riding, backed up in the passage. They suffered in both confrontations and eventually had to withdraw from the channel. The defensive forces acted when they saw the opportunity. They pushed the car gable together and blocked the broken city gate when Xin Zichuan retreated. The cymbal made a click sound, and the defensive forces pushing the wall shouted, "Not enough bows!" Xin Zichuan pulled his horse. Yang Shanchue drew to the side and shed blood all the way. "Put down the spare hanging door," he said. The defending army at the city's head dragged the rope, and the hanging door slammed to the ground under the rolling sound of gears, blocking the inside of the passage. This is the second-tier defense wall in Duanzhou, which is used to deal with this situation. Xin Zichuan's right hand could not hold the knife tightly. As long as he stopped, his would ache. He touched his sleeve pocket and found only Xiao Qiye's blue papa. He wrapped the handle of Yang Shanchue with the palm of his hand with a blue patch and pinched his fingers to ensure that the knife would not come off. "Now pass the north-south city gates," Xin Zichuan said. "Put down all the spare hanging gates." Amur had a military map of China Bo 7 years ago, and he has a lot of knowledge about Duan and Dun. From the tactics of Hassan's rapid raid and precise hitting, he must have seen the military map of China Bo. Since Duanzhou has become a lonely city, and it would be unwise to just keep the east gate. Put down the spare hanging door, and you can't go out anymore. Xiao Tianya watched the Chenmeng crossing the wall. Wolf Yantai has not been lit yet. Some people have to go to the Wolf Yantai in Dun and Luo. Xin Zichuan clenched his palms. The east gate is still open. As long as you light up the Wolf Yantai near Bian County, the reinforcements of Bian County will arrive. Hassan must have arrested Xiao Qiye by some means, but Xiao Qiye will definitely come, so Hassan will choose to attack. He wants to make a quick decision, rushing to Xiao Qiye to lead the reinforcements before breaking Duanzhou. He ran out of the granary and ran again. He didn't want to confront Xiao Qiye directly at China Bo. Yin Chang led the garrison to retreat to kill a group of infantry. As long as he blocked the infantry from erecting a pass, the east gate would not be immediately charged by the cavalry. "Retreat, retreat. Don't be desperate. We have to fight protracted battles with these bitches." Yin Chang wiped the blood on his face and kicked the slow-moving garrison ass. The 4 gates of Duanzhou must be guarded, which is a difficult problem for the 20,000 defensive forces. Yin Chang is going to drag his time. His garrison must be able to withstand the cavalry charge, and before the cavalry charge, he must be able to resist the infantry and save energy. The garrison pulled back into the city. Yin Chang was the last group. He heard the sound of horseshoes behind him when he was going to cross the trench. The old man rolled on the spot with his field-proven insight and shouted, "Draw a knife!" That crescent-like machete hooked straight over the position where Yin Chang's neck was just now. The old man touched his neck with anxiety and shouted at the comber, "You won't say hi!" Zhuo Li couldn't understand Yin Chang's words. His powerful horseshoe had stepped in front of Yin Chang, and Yin Chang rolled over and rolled the dust all over. Zhuo Li said happily, "Delicate prey." Yin Chang couldn't understand Zhuo Li's words either. He supported the ground with one hand, holding the knife in the back of the other hand, and confronted Zhuo Li strangely at the edge of the trench. Ferocious, Yin Chang wiped his red nose with his earthy thumb and defined Zhuo Li. His eyes were as quiet as the sky, and the noisy shells couldn't shake him. His title to the earth is very different from the noise of appearance, and he always has unparalleled calmness in times of crisis. "You," Yin Chang's deep voice was dumb, and the old man said with certainty, "I went to Zizhou 7 years ago." Zhuo Li understood the word Zizhou, and he gave a machete to Yin Chang and said in a lame Dazhou dialect, "I've been here, take this knife." Yin Chang's gray hair was disrupted by the blast, and the old man kicked off with both feet, then leaped out, then leaped, and drew his sword to Zhuo Li's head. Zhuo Li was blocked by a knife, and the warhorse under his seat was pushed back a few steps by Yin Chang's strength. Zhuo Li said keenly, "You know me?" Yin Chang shook his palms when he landed. He slipped away and laughed suddenly. "I know you, you don't recognize me. 7 years ago in Zizhou, I watched you burn houses and slaughter all over the city." He looked suddenly cold. "You took their heads away." Zhuo Li half-heard and guessed. After waiting for Yin Chang to finish speaking, he untied the twine on the side of the leg, where the head of the chashi whistle hung. He picked it up and threw it to Yin Chang, saying in Bayansha, "I don't want it any more, I want your head." His head rolled at Yin Chang's feet, all with young faces. Yin Chang looked at these faces, and then looked at Zhuo Li. He stared quietly at Zhuo Li. Zhuo Li felt that the beast in the old body was roaring. "You should give dignity to those who died," Yin Chang said. "You beasts." Fei Xing followed the garrison to disperse the people. He hesitated on the street for a moment, then turned around and ran back to the east gate. He heard the sound of horseshoes in the middle. Fei Xing turned back and saw Xin Zichuan was riding to the east gate with a genie. "Get on." Xiao Tianya threw the whip hanging on the side to Fei Xing. Fei Xing caught the whip, slowed down, and turned over when an empty horse ran past him. He grabbed the reins and asked Xiao Tianya, "How is Simon?" "Broken." Fei Xing's face changed. Xiao Tianya went on to say, "The prince blocked it again." Fei Xing could not help cursing. "Can you finish the fuck?" Xiao Tianya laughed. 2 people followed Shinzichuan and continued to gallop eastward, staying in front of the city gate, watching the city gate wide open, and the garrison had not yet withdrawn. Xin Zichuan dismounts, strides the meteor to the city head, walks to the middle of the center, and is slammed to a halt by intensive shelling. He pulled away the floating dust and said, "Is there a female wall?" "Not much," Fei Xing said, covering his ears. "The cavalry has been replaced with a single-shot cannon." Xin Zichuan's heart sank slightly, and Hassan was going to blast the east defense wall in Duanzhou with continuous shelling. He looked down the wall and saw that the cavalry had been forced not far from the trench. "Open the gate and let the water go," said Xin Zichuan, "and the cavalry is about to charge." Opening the gate, Fei Xing ran to the south, shouting that he was half caught in the dust. He covered his mouth and nose, and immediately remembered something. He grabbed the garrison on the side and asked, "Why don't you close the gate? The cavalry is about to charge." The garrison responded with a cough. The commander has not yet withdrawn." Fei Xing was startled. He could not care about the heavy stones flying around, grabbed the wall, and looked down. There are too many mixed soldiers and horses underneath, and he found Yin Chang with great effort. Back to the city. Yin Chang's knife caught Zhuo Li's machete. The 2 sides saw on the flat ground, and the old man slid under his feet. He drank backwards and saw the cavalry that ran over with his light. Can't fight long. Yin Chang immediately relaxed, and the knife fell along the gap of the machete. He stretched out his arms and copied the handle and ran his legs toward the trench. The water storage sluices on both sides of the city wall have not been opened, waiting for the garrison to return to the city before releasing. However, Yin Chang felt hot behind his back when he was running wildly, and he shouted, "Close the door!" The cavalrymen running behind didn't come to charge at all. They took out with their tails in their pockets before the gates were closed. The birds were panicking in panic, and their pockets were burning, followed by swarming across the trench and crashing into the gate. The hanging door in the gate of the city gate is wooden. Once it ignites, the defense of the east gate is gone. Yin Chang stopped in front of the ditch and jumped suddenly, but Zhuoli behind him flew, hooking Yin Chang's robe, and dragged Yin Chang to the ground in the sound of stabbing. Yin Chang stuck in the ground with a knife, stabilized the body pulled by the horse, and hissed toward the gate, exhausted. "Close the door, let the water go!" Fuck. Fei Sheng leaped to the next step, pushing the crowd towards the passage. "Wait a minute, I am the ancestor." The fire sparrow hit the city gate, and the clothing of the garrison had already burned. The crowd rolled over to extinguish the fire and ran towards the inside of the passage. There are spare water bags for fire fighting at the foot of the inner city, but there are too many fire sparrows. If you do not close the door, the hanging door will be closed. Shen Zichuan was in the shelling, and his throat was dry. He was stabbed in the dust by the sunrise from the east and said, "Close the door." The city gate moved silently, and Fei Sheng was still crowded in the crowd behind him. Like a duckweed against the current, he couldn't catch the life-saving straw he could support. The light in the passage began to converge, and the garrison that crowded in blocked Fei Sheng's eyes. He couldn't see outside, let alone the opposite side of the trench. "Don't close the door." Fei Sheng pushed the defense out of desperation, using the fastest speed in his life, and said, "Don't close the door." The gate was slammed tightly, and the passageway was completely darkened. The sluice gates on both sides suddenly rose, and the trenches that had not been repaired barely filled the water, drawing a line in front of the gate and the cavalry. Shen Zichuan suddenly raised his voice. "Fire!" Yin Chang couldn't bear it and was dragged backwards by the war horse. He dragged his knife, drew it to the ground, and tore off the wine pouch on the waist in the sound of horseshoes. After biting it, his face filled with water. Yin Chang tossed away the wine pouch, wiped his face, and smiled to the sky. "Go ahead!" Fei Sheng knelt down in front of the city gate. He cut his hands between the gaps, gritted his teeth, and said, "Open the door!" Shen Zichuan's lip line was tight. He looked at Yin Chang, his eyes flushed. Fei Sheng caught blood in his hands in the gap covered by the iron sheet. He smashed the door, hit it, and said, "Open the door, open it for me." Zhuoli covered Yin Chang's neck with a whip and pulled the old man with his arm. Yin Chang was still holding the knife. He was stuck on the ground and looked at Zhuoli. He said, give it a pleasure." Zhuoli's scimitar rested on Yin Chang's neck. When he hooked forward, Yin Chang flew forward. The old man gave up his arm with Zhuoli's arms and gave up cutting the whip between his neck. The steel knife he copied was sharp, almost twisting his body, leaning on the forearm with the blade in the roar. And Zhuoli scratched Zhuoli's head before hooking off his head. Yin Chang fell to the ground with a tightly tied whip in front of his neck. He breathed heavily from his nose, supported the ground with his elbow, and climbed a little in the direction of Duanzhou. The tide-like iron hoof was behind him. Anonymous. Yin Chang laughed and cried again, "Shaosheng." Yin Chang gasped and shouted to the city gate, his voice uttering through the sky, "Fu Jun, I think this day is a great victory." The old man was buried in a horseshoe. Fei Sheng was across the city gate, and after a brief silence he grabbed the iron sheet and slid down the tiny light, propping up the gate. The author has something to say. I made the gable car gable, and it may indeed have the role of a defensive device, but I did not see the exact name when I made the data. The chaffing firebirds were blocked outside the door. The garrison did not stop. They ran in the passage, dragging a spare water bag, and splashed water on the gate in case. The chaffing firebirds were blocked outside the door. The garrison did not stop. They ran in the passage, dragging a spare water bag, and splashed water on the gate in case. The edge sand cavalry across the trench was smashed against Zhuo Li's body. Zhuo Li was a four-legged snake that followed Amur to go to Zhongguo 7 years ago, or was a gift from Amur to Hassan. In a few days, the ties with Duanzhou were cut off. Take him away. The cavalry looked at the gate of Duanzhou city. This reckless and stupid waste. Get up. We must find a way to cross this ditch before Hassan arrives. Yin Chong withdrew the passboard and killed the infantry of the pusher, allowing the Bayancha cavalry to face the trenches for a brief period of anxiety, leaving the guards in the city a chance to breathe. However, the ditch in Duanzhou is not yet a moat. The square bricks at both ends are not embedded in order to connect with the ditch on the north and south sides. This ditch cannot be filled for a long time. The water storage sluices were all open, the water had been emptied, and even if the trenches could persist, the edge sand cavalry would find a way to the trenches shortly after. Before dark, the east gate will surely usher in the onslaught of the edge cavalry. Preparing for the heavy stone, Xin Zichuan bowed his head and said to Qiao Tianya, "Push the crossbow to the wall." The garrison troops below the city pushed the bed crossbow together and moved upwards along the wide passage. The cavalry's single-tip artillery continued to attack, and heavy stones flew against the city wall. The eastern city wall had been thrown out of the gap. The broken masonry was mixed with mud blocks, and the wall stack collapsed a few. The garrison had to hold his head to dodge, using his body against the falling crossbow. The garrison was unable to carry the gravity, and a group of people were pressed by the bed crossbow with their heels on the ground, and they also descended, only shouting, "It's too heavy!" Qiao Tianya jumped over the steps to get a handle, but watched a commoner sank slightly and raised his arms to support the bed where the crossbow slid. Ji Gang's white hair was stained with gray, and Xin Sheng yelled, "From!" The garrison only felt that his back was light, and Ji Gang's forehead and blue tendon jumped slightly. He took a step and let the bed crossbow slowly move up the slope. When the bed crossbow was in place, Ji Gang's arms were shaking and his back was soaked with sweat. At this moment, when the sun was shining, the sweat was mixed with the dust and covered the face, and there were running soldiers everywhere. The bows and arrows on the wall stacks are not daring to shoot. The enemy forces will likely induce consumption. They will stay until the cavalry charge. The bed crossbow is the same. This killer can't be moved easily. It must be fatal in one hit. Just like Yin Chong killed Zhuo Li, it must hurt the cavalry. The garrison is divided. The 3 teams are guarded by the 3 gates, and the genie rides on the east gate to stand by, said Xin Zichuan, raising his hand, holding the knife, and wiping the sweat from his cheek with his back. The other 3 gates must be blocked before dark. The Duanzhou granary is full. To fight Duanzhou, the cavalry can consume the Duanzhou granary for a long time, leaving Duanzhou trapped for months and consuming it. However, Hassan wanted to fight fast, so he would not take a long-time siege. The cavalry has been onslaught from last night to now. If the east gate stalemates, the cavalry is likely to go around the other 3 gates and make side attacks like they attacked Ximen. Xin Zichuan lowered the hanging door for defense in the other 3 doors. But this was not a long-term solution, because the cavalry had siege equipment and a collision with heavy could directly break the city gate, and then broke the hanging door, allowing the cavalry to enter smoothly. City. Fire oil, stones, Xin Zichuan said. Then demolish the watchtower in the city and let the garrison soldiers who guarded the 3 gates bring the things that can be used to defend against the wall. Whenever they see the cavalry, they blow their horns. Prompt, throwing away debris to stop them from charging. You have to find a way out of town as soon as possible. Shin Zichuan looked to the horizon to the southeast, where Wolf Yentai was silent. The gentlemen were gathered on the horse farm. The location was empty enough to accommodate several people in the city. Gao Zhongxiong was relieved at this moment, leaned over and rubbed his calf and said to Kongling, "The situation is just right. Right situation." As soon as he was anxious, he stuttered again. Kongling appeased. No matter. Shinwei had to take Yuanzhou back then. It was already courageous. I was in Danzhou in the early years and learned that the cavalry entered the city. It was really nothing to care about. Yao Wenyu clasped his sleeves and was interrupted by only one hand in silence. He looked over and saw the proper woman asking the child to pay back the child. Yao Wenyu raised his hand, but did not pick up the parcel. His dusty fingers slightly stretched out and touched the child's cheek gently. Live. Yao Wenyu's chest fluctuated slightly. The footsteps on the race course were dense, and the garrison rushed across the wall to get on the wall. Bows and arrows supply Simon. The teenager headed back, inserted the knife, carrying the debris with his bare hands. "Leave us for the collapsed watchtower." "Not enough," the soldier at the wall replied. "It just collapsed. Not enough." Duanzhou has a lot of defensive equipment. The armament has been evacuated, mainly to support the east gate. The remaining 3 gates can only pick up the remaining points. Bows and arrows were consumed by a wave of infantry soldiers in the morning, and they had to replenish the west gate blocked by the gable. What can I do? Suddenly a man stood on the racecourse. He looked at the old and asked, "Can this be thrown?" The teenager said, "If you throw it, you won't pay it back." "Then you take it away." The man tried his best to speak Mandarin. He said, "The city is surrounded and the cavalry is not killed. It is useless to keep the hoe. Are you short of people?" The garrison did not answer, and they just clashed with the people at Simon. Several individuals stood on the racetrack. All of them are young people with their own farming tools and rushed to the defensive army and shouted, If there is no shortage, we are all human." The cavalry's bombardment progressed till the skies reached dusk. The eastern city wall was replenished, and the spare female wall was smashed. The cavalry had not stopped. This was a real bombardment. Single-shot cannons are all stones. Qiao Tianya crouched behind the wall pile, facing the sound of guns, and said to Shin Zichuan, "There in the wild, they do lack stones, and they fight like this for 2 more days. Unbearable. Hassan can't wait for 2 days." Shin Zichuan's cheeks were dirty. The cavalry must be charging before night. The garrison has lost Yinchang. The cavalry wants to explore the current depth of the garrison. The garrison has been exhausted after a day of shelling. This is a good opportunity for the cavalry at this moment. "They cross the trench, and we open the gate," said Shin Zichuan. The garrison continued to guard the city and let Genie ride against the charge. "I and Fei Sheng." "You and me." Shin Zichuan raised his eyes. "You alternate with me. As long as you repel the charge of the cavalry, you will immediately return to the city. Don't fall in love." The number of cavalry is far more than that of Genie. Steel needles cannot face the axe. As long as Shin Zichuan breaks their impetus, he can maintain his stance. Qiao Tianya licked his lips and said, "You are the monarch, not the general." Shin Zichuan didn't answer. He stood up against the wall, crossed the black cavalry under the dim sky, and looked at Chashi. Chashi is like a jade belt immersed in the sunset, reflecting the magnificent thick clouds and the hunting sores in it. Shin Zichuan's eyes gradually gathered his edge. He said, "I am the governor of Zhongbua." The rose-colored clouds above the Chasher River had not yet spread, and the wall at Shin Zichuan's hand was shocked. The trebuchet. The garrison at the watchtower sounded aloud. "The cavalry's trebuchet is here!" The trebuchet, which kicked off last night, rested for a whole day after the single-shot cannon and played again. The cavalry began to split the team. They drummed drums and quickly passed information on the battlefield. Xin Zichuan immediately ripped off the tedious robe, tightened the single arm restraint, and walked down the steps to the bottom of the city. Feng Ta Shuangyi waited in awe, and he turned over and said to Qiao Tianya, "Be alert to the other 3 doors." Qiao Tianya saluted, saying aloud, "Prince, big victory!" Xin Zichuan turned his head and faced the passage. His beautiful face was covered with blood and sweat, and only those eyes remained bright. The genie riders behind were breathing smoothly, and they had to make quick decisions. The war horse on the side suddenly sinked. Fei Xing got on the horse, dragged the embroidered spring sword in front of his waist, and his red eyes looked at Xin Zichuan. "I am the guard of the prince." He paused for a moment, raised a sword. "We are the prince's shield." Xin Zichuan nodded slightly, and Feng Ta Shuangyi began to move forward. His figure gradually entered the passage, and in the silence facing the city gate, Xin Zichuan said, "I will live and die with you." The gate opened again, and the dull noise ushered in the last daylight, shuttled between countless horseshoes. The rainbow eagle flag was suddenly raised in the afterglow. The cavalry erected a flagpole and swooped down after the infantry after the rectification, and shouted in a flank, "Front dash!" Fei Sheng's scattered hair was blown by the wind, his shaved fingers clenched the handle, and when Xin Zichuan drove his horse forward, he shouted, "Great victory!" The wind stepped on the frost and stepped on the dust. The infantry gave up the shield, knelt neatly with the passboard, and set up a narrow bridge when the cavalry was about to pass over itself. The scimitars stepped over the ditch and collided with Jin Ichi under the city. The Bianchi cavalry, who had rested all day outside the city, was full of energy. They drank enough milk tea and were full of jerky. They thought that they were facing the exhausted garrison, who knew that Jiniki also rested properly and leaned on dry food after being full. There is no time to take advantage of it. The 2 sides were like the blades hitting the blades, brutally colliding in the chaotic horseshoe. Yang Shanchua never slammed into the machete, and Xin Zichuan straightened his throat straight. The arm restraint became heavy, and the dripping blood slid down the arm, staining Xin Zichuan's half-body red. The number of cavalry charge was not enough for the first time, and the hurried bridge was too narrow. They could not stand the killing of genie riding, and could only back off temporarily. Xin Zichuan immediately dropped off his horse and returned to the city. When he entered the passage, the gate was closed again. A torch was lit in the passage, and it was almost half an hour. Xin Zichuan's right arm was dull. He didn't have such a long time in Jinyui's strength. After he got to Zhongbua, he was aware of his body's insensitivity at the moment because of poor physical practice. 2 fingers are unconscious. Xin Zichuan raised his left hand, wiped the blood on his face with no expression, and changed position with Qiao Tianya. Jin Iwei rested for less than an hour, and the drum outside rang again, and the cavalry charged twice. This time, Qiao Tianya led his troops to fight back, and did not return until he was ugly. "We'll battle!" Fei Xing watched the cavalry's moving torches on the wall stack. The cavalry they charge each round is different, so they won't stop until dawn. Hassan hit a part of his troops. Xin Zichuan rested against the wall and stuffed a few hoes. Otherwise, Sun wouldn't be left without news. Xiao Jia went south and did a deduction with Lu Guangbai. The purpose of his south trip was to lure Hassan into the army, but this precursor was that the edge sand cavalry at the gate of the battlefield would be reduced. Lu Guangbai's delay in coming to support shows that the onslaught in the warring place has not stopped. Hassan has long disguised himself for the attack on Duanzhou. It is likely that there are more than 6 behind Amur. Fei Sheng looked at the cavalry and said, "I have to bring the old man back." Xin Zichuan barely finished eating the buns and stood up with Yang Shanchua. He had not slept all day and all night. This is to find a way. Xin Zichuan looked up slightly. The next round of charge, Qiao Tianya does not have to retreat, we will leave the city together." Fei Sheng turned his head. Xin Zichuan's eyes were gloomy, and he said clearly, "Fuck." Fei Sheng's stiff facial muscles gradually moved, and he didn't know why. He suddenly laughed, smiled, raised his hands to wipe his tears, and said, "Fuck." When it was ugly, the dark clouds covered the moon. When it was ugly, the dark clouds covered the moon. After the reorganization, the cavalry withdrew the front team and replaced it with the elite of the first charge. The torches they raised suddenly went out, and the drums that had been ringing all night stopped, and suddenly the Duanzhou city fell into a dim light. Without torch lighting, the archer at the wall could not see the opposite side of the trench. The sentry climbed to the last watchtower, bravely stepped on the railing, and surveyed its neck from a high altitude. "I can't see clearly," the sweat dripping from the whistle, and he gestured to the wall. "It's too dark." The onslaught of single-shot cannons and trebuchets also stopped, and apart from the scattered sound of horseshoes, there was no news in the city. The garrison relaxed in this rare silence, as if they were afraid of being alarmed, and they stood up in their respective positions, feeling a little foretaste of the coming storm. The garrison in the passage began to withdraw, and they dragged the cleaned-up corpses to make way for Jin-ichi. The clear water was splashed on the bluestone slab, poured over the horseshoe, and washed off the strong smell. The cavalry's cross moved, and they had to pass a stable pass to form a wall in front of the gate. They figured out the way of genie riding in many trials. For steel needles, they must build thick bricks and pat it. The garrison on the wall did not dare to wipe their sweat. They rolled their knots and listened to the sound of horseshoes, counting down in unison in their hearts. The cavalry ran towards the trench. The cavalry's horseshoes stepped on the access board, and the sound of thunder rang through the trench. "It's now." The garrison waved the flag and shouted mutely, "Push!" The heavy stone at the wall tumbled along the small wooden passageway, grumbling around a short place, leaping out from the edge, hitting the trench like raindrops. Hidden in the dim cavalry, they couldn't stop the assault from above. They were smashed by heavy stones and turned over. The traffic board was broken most of the time. Countless cavalry fell into the trench. The city gate is already wide open, with Shen Zichuan as the center, Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng as the two wings, and the three teams are in a row. The cavalry's scattered formations had numerous gaps. Genie riding saw the seams and attacked, starting from the ditch, tearing the cavalry's charge team to pieces. The rock pusher on the wall was replaced by an archer. The hot oil poured on the arrow, wrapped in flakes, and shot down while igniting. The cavalry did not have the infantry's lead car cover, nor the armor body. The rocket could burn when it rubbed through the clothing, and the whole trench suddenly lit up. Fei Sheng's right wing has stepped across the trench to the opposite side of the trench. He was half-length in the blast, whipped forward with a whip, and slid forward when passing Yin Cheng's position, pulling out with one arm. Old man's knife. As soon as he grasped Yin Cheng's handle, he tilted his head and rubbed his cheek on his shoulder and arm, and flipped the knife into the scabbard vacated on his back. Fei Sheng leaned his head in the wind and continued to gallop towards Lanjiantai in the southeast direction. The cavalry realized that a light horse was breaking through in the dark. The cavalry they mobilized had not blocked the gap and was dragged by Shin Zichuan, who also crossed the trench. Jin-ichi's center and left wing came to cover, facing away from the burning trench, struggling to fight in the arrow rain. The scattered cavalry quickly reorganized, but the speed of the genie horse was also very fast. Everyone had no advantage over each other on the horse, which was faster than whose sword. Qiao Tianya was splashed with blood so that he could hardly see his original appearance. He wiped the knife with his sleeve, whistled, and followed Shin Zichuan. "Fun." Qiao Tianya wiped the knife. "Is this knife good enough?" "As fast as Yang Shanxue," Shin Zichuan said in the dark night on Mars. Qiao Tianya's rotten sleeve revealed his arms, and he didn't even wear his arm restraints like a sheathless knife. He suddenly leaned over, not knowing the truth, and said, "Don't talk to Yuan Jua. The misunderstanding is big. I'm not happy." "Then I really are." Shin Zechuan's backhandled Yang Shanshue slammed up, blocking Qiao Tianya from behind the machete, pouring Qiao Tianya's blood on the blade's swiping sound, calmly saying, "Tidy Yuan Jua is happy." The genie riding behind returned to his position, and Shin Zichuan stopped talking. He dragged Yang Shanshue, dropped the horse's head, turned his horseshoe in the direction of the cavalry's single-ended cannon, and ran. The man of the military sent by the cavalry galloped in the team, waving a flag, pointing at a single-shot cannon, saying, "Withdraw the gun!" But Genie was riding too fast, and the scorpion guarding the side of the single-ended cannon slammed the hammer against Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan was holding back to Yang Shanshue, and when he was about to confront the scorpion, he suddenly rolled off the horse, and Fengta Shuangyi immediately lifted his feet away. The scorpion's intention of breaking the wind and stepping on the knees of the frosty coat failed, and he swore in a whisper when he turned his body, "Cunning!" Shin Zichuan stomped on the ground, and the scorpion was tall and powerful. Shin Zichuan climbed his shoulders and crooked the scorpion's head with one hand, so that his neck was exposed. Yang Shanshue was holding the cut of flesh and cutting past. The right hand was weak, and this time he missed without cutting the scorpion's throat. The scorpion's neck spurted blood, and the sledgehammer didn't stop. He issued a rough pant unlike humans and pulled Shin Zichuan back with his free hand. The blood on Shin Zichuan's brow bone was dripping down. He resisted gravity, and the blade that had been scratched was swept back again, just like slaughtering cattle and sheep and thoroughly slashing each other's throat with the force of a saw. This endless numbness caused the genie riding behind to scalp. The scorpion fell to the ground, and both the hammer and Shin Zichuan fell out. Fengta Shuangyi had already come back, and Shin Zichuan got up and started again. Qiao Tianya lifted the hammer with his toe, held it in his hand, and swung it down vigorously according to one leg of the single-shot cannon. The foot immediately cracked and broke, and the entire single-shot cannon tilted to this side. The sound of it would burst exploded in my ears, and the fire ignited immediately. Fei Sheng was holding the torch, and his right wing had approached Lanjiantai. He breathed a sigh of breath, and when he got off the horse, he took a moment to chop the edge of the step with his other arm and ran towards the stage with his hands and feet. The chasing cavalry rushed to drink and came, and Genie rode on the stage to kill them again. Fei Sheng sprinted down the steps and threw the torch into the incineration table. The dry Taiwan nest burned up. He stepped back and said, The garrison on the city wall burst into tears and shouted, "Here it is!" Fengta Shuangyi retreated, and Shen Zichuan said, "Withdraw!" The fire in Lanjiantai was soaring, and after a while, the eastward Lanjiantai would burn in turn. Fei Sheng covered his heart and wanted to wipe his eyes, who knew that the gust of wind was blowing soot, and the sky began to burst after a half-night. A few drops of rain was a precursor, and the rainstorm in Duanzhou City was like a cold rain. Splashed down on Fei Sheng's face. "It's raining." The fire in Lanjiantai was like a swaying tender flower in the heavy rain. It was unable to lift its head with water drops, and the fire gradually became smaller. Fei Sheng rushed to the stage, blocking the rain with his hands, and said furiously, "God!" A few days of clear sky in Duanzhou is bound to usher in a torrential rain. The rain is pouring down. The ditch in Dongmen will not be short of water for the time being, but Lanjiantai will no longer be able to ignite. "Here, hey, your ancestor." Fei Sheng rubbed his flintstone, but the sudden rain was so wet that he wet his hands. "Ignite it." The rain was a shower. It came fiercely, but it stopped fast. As long as you returned to the city, temporarily, you still had a chance. Shin Zichuan swung his heart and waved his knife toward the southeast, saying, "Retreat!" Fei Sheng's eyes were blurry. He thought it was washed by the heavy rain. He rubbed the flintstone madly to see that Mars was extinguished. "Old man." Fei Sheng's nails were stained with blood when he scratched the door, and he shook his hand, so he went to pick up the hay in the nest. It's too difficult to be a hero. Fei Sheng opened his eyes red, pulled out the notebook for listening, and stuffed it into the nest. He leaned over, blowing in his mouth, and was choked by the smoke. I'm in this life. Fei Sheng was blowing a small fire, letting the tongue of the fire lick the listening notebook, the fire stunned, almost burning Fei Sheng's hair. He fell to the ground and spit. Self-denial just once. The two-flame Wolfyantai was not high in the heavy rain, but it was enough. The first ignition star in the southeast was slightly bright. Then, countless firelights lit up in turn, spreading out along the Wolfyantai, and pulled into a meandering, long dragon, extinguished in the heavy rain. Fei Sheng came to the stage a few steps and was about to jump down. The voice he was about to shout was stuck in his throat and backed away. The cavalry in front of Lanjiantai was so overwhelming that there was no space to find. Jin Iwei's right wing is as thin as my Mang in front of such a large force. Fei Sheng was soaked. He looked at the embroidered spring knife he had cut out of the gap and said to you, I told you long ago that being a hero didn't end well. The rain slapped Fei Sheng, and the noisy voice seemed to be arguing with him. The blood and water on Fei Sheng's face was washed away. He threw away the embroidery spring knife, kicked the edge of Lanjiantai, suddenly pulled out Yin Cheng's knife, and shouted to Duanzhou, Fu Jun! Make a monument, and it will be carved with the words loyal liver, righteousness, courage, and feet. I will face the old man at Chashi with the old man and keep you for 10,000 years. Xin Zichuan spurred his horse, and rain splashed over his eyebrows. Duanzhou, Zhongbua, he has not been a cold wind for transit, and there are countless figures behind him. The heavy weight was superimposed on his shoulders, pushing Xin Zichuan, who was once wandering in the world, back to the ground. He stepped on this land, and he couldn't. The monarch raised his face in the heavy rain and shouted, Break out! Fei Sheng jumped out of Lanjiantai, rolled off the ground, turned over, waved his knife to cut off the pony's front knee, and smashed into it with muddy water. An ant colony of cavalry rushed here, and the right wing was scattered in the cavalry's charge. Yangshan Zuadogang broke the rein, and the horseshoe stepped on the corpse to break southeast. Fei Sheng set his scimitar and was pushed backwards. He was in the midst of a burst of rain and heard a blast through heavy rain. He slumped back into the mud, rolled around, wiped his face ecstatically. Reinforcement! The explosive sound on the south side of Duanzhou exploded again. Hua Lingyun braved the of the cavalry and blew up the road with the flames of this team. He loaded his mouth hard, wiped the rain, and burst into the cavalry while galloping. The Huantai tiger behind was already unable to hold back, and drew his sword and shouted, Big Dog Bald in Dog's Day, Grandpa Tiger is here! The advance team of the Dunzhou Defense Forces has arrived. The sky was covered with thick clouds, and the gate closed again when the rain stopped. Shen Zichuan was panting and his fingers were white. When he got off the horse, the water in his boots squeezed out, and the sound of squeak on the ground, he said, Unload the knife and rest. The genie riders dismounted one after another, stuffed with the food from the garrison, replaced the knife with a curling blade, and rested in the shed at the foot of the city. Time was precious. They didn't have time to change clothes, wrapped in a thin blanket, and drank a few sips of hot tea, and slanted against the wall and slept. Huantai Tiger took off his helmet and went to the wall with Xin Zichuan. Hua Lingyun followed closely, saying, I walked along Chashir Hebei and found that the Luosha post station was slaughtered midway. I originally wanted to return to Duanzhou to report to the Fujian, but there were too many cavalrymen, and I went west. Go and set off Lanjiantai in Danzhou. Xin Zichuan posted a wet post on his cheek and said, How is the battlefield? The road is cut off, said Hutehu. From the current situation, the battlefield is not easy. Several people reached the wall and sat on the ground behind the preserved wall stack. The shabby shed was dry here. Shen Zichuan pushed away the military map and took off the agate with mud on his right ear and put it in his arms. He looked at it for a while and said, "It's raining and the doorway is muddy. The cavalry's puppets are trapped and will not attack easily until the sun comes out. But it won't stop too long." Qiao, Tinya nodded to Dunzhou. "They already know that Duanzhou's reinforcements are coming. The garrison troops are all infantry soldiers and their footwork is slow. It will take an entire night for the large troops to reach Duanzhou," said Hu Taitai, touching the scar on his eyes. "My advance team has only 2,000 people." Fei Sheng lay down quickly. He was holding Yin Chang's knife, and he didn't have the strength to choke again. His throat was hoarse. "The wolf Yantai in the southeast is lit. We just have to stay tonight." "The cavalry is fast," Hua Lingyun interrupted Fei Sheng. "If Hasten wants to stop Dunzhou reinforcements, it is still too time to move to the south, and you can't really gamble time tonight. Hassan's advantage is his understanding of the topography of China and Bo. The Dunzhou garrison is not a genie. They have to run on both feet. As long as they are blocked by the cavalry, they may stagnate behind Duanzhou and delay the rescue. We have to keep guarding until Bianjuan comes in." Hua Lingyun fingered down the sidewalk of Bianjuan toward Duanzhou. "Eri said when he went south, as long as Hassan moved, the commander would go back to Gadail and attack Hassan. No matter what, Hassan won't be able to stay in Duanzhou for too long. Duanzhou's walls are strong, and we don't have to worry about food. At least we can keep it for another 2 days." Keep it for 2 more days. This sentence made everyone present at heart. Qiao, Tinya turned his head, looked at the wall pile and said, "A battle against the water." The haze hangs over the sky, and the majestic Chashi was reduced to a pale white tack last night. After the city wall is rained, it will become black. The garrison continues to clean up the gate battlefield. No matter which soldier is on the side, as long as it becomes a corpse, it will be stacked together. Those faces were equally pale and hung in the quagmire, like dry weeds with no water. Shin Zichuan walked down the steps alone and washed his face next to the water tank. He held one arm and looked at his right hand. He soaked his hands in clean water, and the blood on the paraffin swung away instantly. "Ayez papa is dirty." Shin Zichuan unwrapped the papa. His fingers were swollen. He turned and sat down, wringed the blue parcel, dried it on his knees, raised his head, his eyes fixed on it. The wind was blowing over the trees next to it, and the leaves fell to the ground. Shin Zichuan leaned on the water tank and fell asleep. Hassan lifted the river with his hand and buried his face in it, heading east, and said goodbye. The head at his feet was woven into strands. The machete was stained with blood. The newly cut leather revealed his wrists, and the cichlids for him were hidden in the sleeves. The aged, wise man lifted up the river and poured it over Hassan's head, saying, "God blesses the eagle of the serpent division." Hassan raised his wet face. He looked at the wise man and asked, "Will I win?" The wise man leaned down and stroked Hassan's forehead. The muddy eyes carried the river. He seemed to be older than Chashi, and his wisdom was by no means comparable to Bayan. He knelt down, holding Hassan's cheek, and slowly said, "You're standing where we've never been." "There are wolves ahead," Hassan said. "I killed his father." "The Wolf King killed your brothers and sisters." The wise man's old face looked like a desert dune in the desert. "The compassion given by the God of heaven is accompanied by pain. He has taken away the grassland and the blue sky, and we have been dead." Hassan's chin was dripping with water drops. He was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I will win." Shin Zichuan was awakened by the sound of shelling. At the moment he opened his eyes, he felt cold, and in the messy footsteps he quickly wrapped around the parcel and stood up. "Ignition!" The surrounding torches lighted for a while, and Shin Zichuan stepped on the steps and stepped on the wall. "And the cavalry is crossing the river." Fei Sheng looked into the distance. They are gathering towards Duanzhou. Shen Zichuan drank the soup from Qiao Tinya and said, Hassan is here. The cavalry has split its wings. Fei Xing sweated from behind. No, they are going to charge on 3 sides. The cavalry was like an eagle that was only opening its wings. The center was condensed into strands, and its number was far more than daylight. Notify the north and south gates. Shin Zichuan smashed the bowl and raised his voice. Strictly guard against death. Before his words were settled, the wall stack in front of him collapsed in half. The genie rider and the garrison at the wall all ran, and the archer stood a ragged wall stack and opened the bow. Hassan's center didn't move like 2 wings. He used all the trebuchets and single-shot cannons. Heavy stones poured over the Duanzhou city wall, smashing the wall and splashing, and the archer couldn't pull the bow at all. The cavalry next to Hassan erected a banner, and the cavalry behind gave up the drum and blew a horn. The 2 wings have reached the north and south gates, and the arrows at the north gate have been placed in a batch. The gentlemen on the race course were taking a nap and suddenly heard the door slamming loudly. The women and children on the field burst into tears and huddled together. Siege! Gao Zhongxiong shuddered and hugged his pen and paper. The collision was unsuccessful at one time. Within a moment, I heard only a heavier crash, and the outermost gate immediately opened. The cries of the Bayancha cavalry passed through the hanging door, and the people on the field panicked, cramping backwards. The garrison at the wall jumped down, pulled out the knife, and shouted at the court, "Run into the alley!" Before he finished speaking, the hanging door burst into the ground and saw the car crash out of the hole. The garrison raised its hand, and in a fierce pant, tears flowed. At the moment when the underside of the hanging door was directly hit by a crash, he took the lead and ran out with a knife and shouted, "Kill the enemy!" Kong Ling was pushing a 4-wheeler, and the gentlemen followed the people and flocked to the civilian area. The garrison could not hold the cavalry's charge, and the machete reeled past the head of the garrison. The horseshoe sound didn't stop, and it rushed towards the running crowd. The gentlemen have rushed to the alley, and the people are blocked inside. A woman has to pull a few children, and she has to bear the old man. All the young and strong people are in front of the hanging door. Gao Zhongxiong's paper fell down his arm. His legs were shaking, and his body was shaking. Before he squeezed in, the back collar was hooked, and the entire body was dragged by the cavalry. He screamed in horror and rushed across the river. What the cavalry said took a sip towards Gao Zhongxiong. Gao Zhongxiong was at the end of his journey. I didn't know where the strength came from. He also took a sip towards the cavalry and shouted, "You can kill, you can't shame." The cavalry pounced off the horse's back, and Kong Ling held the door latch he picked up, urging, "Hurry, run with power!" The cavalry covered his back and climbed up, touching his machete. Gao Zhongxiong originally took a few steps backwards. Seeing that Kong Ling was going to fall behind, he thought about it, dragged the bag under his arm, and contained a pen holder inside. He aimed at the cavalry's head and smashed it, back on the ground. Kong Ling did not lose the door latch, pushed Gao Zhongxiong in his robe, and the 2 ran to the alley. Gao Zhongxiong also turned his head and looked at Bao Yan while crying, "Ay, that penny is expensive." Qiao Tinya galloped past and ran into a cavalry head-on with a longitudinal brocade, and the 2 sides killed in such a blind light. The people in the alley covered their noses and mouths and dared to sob, not to scream. Hearing the mournful sounds, the garrison kept running. Yao Wenyu turned the 4-wheeler. He was on the edge, but he couldn't hear any sound from Qiao Tinya. After half an hour, the torch suddenly lighted. Qiao Tinya wiped his chin, looked up slightly, glanced over Yao Wenyu, looked at Kong Ling and said, "Mr. Cheng Qingfeng, take everyone to the house." Kong Ling responded, and then threw off the latch in it, hurried forward, greeted the people to follow, and Gao Zhongxiong hurried to pick up his own paper. Between the flames, Qiao Tinya staggered a few steps to approach Yao Wenyu. Yao Wenyu said, Fu Jun dash, the four-wheeler tapped against the wall. Yuan Jua held his handle with one hand, and Qiao Tianya held his cheek in his dark corner to kiss. The kiss was not tender at all, and the smell was filled with amazing. Qiao Tianya let go of Yao Wenyu. He wiped his chin to Yuan Jua, stepped back quickly, left when he got on the horse, leaving Yao Wenyu to cover his chin in shock. Hassan whipped his whip. He led the elite to break through the trench, rushed to the east gate with mud, and the collision followed him. Huantai Tiger waved, ready. The crossbow on the wall moved click, and more than a dozen garrison troops set up long arrows. This lethal bed crossbow can only be used to deal with Hassan, but the timing is difficult to find. You must first let Hassan back. The water in the ditch shook, and Hassan's horse landed. He scrambled with a scimitar, blocked it steadily, and saw Shin Zichuan across the fire and dust. In the first confrontation, the two failed to please, and at the moment of staggering, they weighed each other's weight. Hassan's red hair was slightly off. He turned his machete and pointed his blade at Shen Zichuan as if aiming. To be precise, Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan gently brushed the blade, and Feng Shuangyi lifted his hoof away from Hassan, and he sharply scraped off the head of Hassan's accompanying cavalry. Hassan thought of Xiao Qiye, and Xiao Qiye sent Aqi's head back. This was a shame, just like he took Xiao Fengshu's head away. Both sides had no way back, and the steel blades collided several times. The cavalry pushed Genie back, and Genie stubbornly pushed back. Their horseshoes were staggered in the mud, and someone kept falling and turned into mud. The garrison at the wall pushed all the remaining heavy stones down, and the cavalry and the bench that fell over seemed to never finish. Shin Zichuan and Hassan met different opponents. He still has reason in the face of such a critical attack. He may not be as strong as Hassan, but he is cunning enough. Hassan's assaults plunged into the water. It was a sense of powerlessness that could not be caught. This was the trickiest opponent. Hassan retracted his machete on his back and turned out of the thorn. The oil on the wall splattered and burned everywhere. Hassan took the lead. His ridges blocked the necessary path of Yang Shanchue's oblique cutting. The war horse slammed forward, stepping on the frost coat, and forced Shin Zichuan against the gate by brute force. Break in! Yang Shanchue almost took off his hand, and the handle of the knife held up Shin Zichuan's 2 fingers. However, Shin Zichuan didn't realize it. He just stiffly passed the handle and clenched the handle with the remaining 3 fingers, so that the back of the knife rested on the forearm, just like Yin Cheng's trick. The blade cut to Hassan's throat. Hassan ducked and dodged, followed by a backstab, and slammed into the chest of Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan grabbed Hassan's wrist with a split hand, but he was not strong enough. In the blink of life and death, he slammed Hassan's ridge down so that Hassan's advance could only pierce the side waist, avoiding his own vitals. Fujian. Yen Taihu watched Hassan attack on the wall. His spirits disappeared. Hassan stabbed Shin Zichuan's waist and wanted to retreat, but found his fingers were like nails. Shin Zichuan's eyes were cold, and he said, "Push!" Behind the seemingly chaotic Jin Yi riding time reorganization, followed by Shin Zichuan withdrew the center, swarming towards Hassan. It's a trick. Hassan stabbed, and the warrior riding in Genie had hit him. The striker was immediately knocked back, and the rear horse fell into the trench. The crossbow was pulled up, but it was not enough. Shin Zichuan snapped, "Push it!" The pass boards in the trench were almost broken. The river was splashing, and the fire and rain on the wall was still falling. Hassan's charge had dissipated, and he rolled back with Shin Zichuan's force on his back. Shin Zichuan fell into the mud, too late to wipe his face, first a tumbling, separated from Hassan. He was so dirty that he couldn't see where the blood was bleeding. The blood beads were all mixed in the muddy water, covered by the sound of the hoisting horseshoe. Hassan knows how to seize the opportunity. He has seen Shin Zichuan in shirt size several fights. This man's physical exhaustion is not his opponent at all. He rushed up, and by the splashing mud water immediately flashed in front of Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan blocked his knife and was repelled half a step by the impact of Hassan's gravity. He protruded before Hassan stood still, sweeping Hassan. Hassan supported the ground with one hand and immediately jumped up, his thorns turning extremely smart between his fingers. Shin Zichuan ducked. Yang Shanshue collided with the thorns crackly. Huantai Tiger was anxious and raised his hand and shouted, "Fire attack! Cover the prince!" The garrison on the wall opened the bow and arrow with shelling. Hassan actually backed up a little. After looking at the wall, he knew that he was doing it again. Before he looked away, his chest sank suddenly, and Shin Zichuan was turned to the rear. Hassan held Shin Zichuan's ankle as he fell to the rear and dragged Shin Zichuan to the ground. The mud splattered and the slackened, and the 3 fingers of perception failed to hold Yangshan's snow tightly, and Yangshan's snow fell aside. Shin Zichuan's mammoth bleeding remembered to get up but did not get up. Hassan stood up sharply, watching Shin Zichuan want to hold a knife, dragging Shin Zichuan's ankle, dragging people to the rear. Shin Zichuan grabbed a hole in the mud. He gave up Yang Shanshue decisively, holding the injured part of his waist with one hand, and turned it up against his waist. These few times are terrible. Shin Zichuan was panting heavily, and his elbow thumped against Hassan's facade. Jiachuan's stiffness fell sharply, and Hassan released his hand. But Hassan responded quickly, and the right-handed spine was released, then fell to his left hand, accidentally inserted into Shin Zichuan's throat. Shin Zichuan couldn't stop with one arm. He gripped Hassan's left hand with his arms arrogantly. Shin Zichuan had blood between his teeth, and he had the salty smell, twisted over Hassan's left hand, raised his knee, and hit Hassan's chest when Hassan leaned towards himself. Hassan immediately fell to the ground. Shin Zichuan tilted his head to shed his blood, and when Hassan looked up, he smashed Hassan's head. Hassan kept his face away, holding Shin Zichuan's forearm empty-handed, and while Shin Zichuan pulled back, he turned away and took Shin Zichuan's whole body into the mud again. Shin Zichuan's right arm was misaligned. When he fell to the ground, he grabbed Hassan's side neckline and said, "Huantai Hu roared, 'Go ahead.'" Mars bounced around the crossbow of the bed, and at the moment when the long arrow suddenly burst out, he brought a strong wind, and then went straight to Hassan. Hassan tugged at Shin Zichuan, rolled back, and rushed into the trench. The long arrow of the bed crossbow smashed into the trench and stirred up the waves. Shin Zichuan was dizzy after taking a few mouthfuls of dirty water. Hassan never let go of him, dragging him across the trench. "Your head!" Hassan pulled out his machete again. "I want to give it to Xiaoqia." Shin Zichuan raised his neck and spit out the sand in his breath, laughing out loud. He was half condensed with affection and looked particularly evil, saying, "The wind is here." Hassan hooked out his machete, but Shin Zichuan immediately raised his legs and slammed on Hassan's chest. At the moment when he stepped on him, he clamped his left side dagger with his left hand and twisted his machete. The scimitar stuttered, and Hassan struggled backwards. Shin Zichuan had landed, he had a machete, and hit another in the face of Hassan when he stepped back. Hassan leaned forward, learning Shin Zichuan's previous movements, squatting down and sweeping his legs. Shin Zichuan did not fall. Hassan stood up, and at this moment a tear-like wind broke out again in the air, with sharp arrows accompanied by the exploding sullen thunder, nailed to Hassan by the storm. Overlord bow raining. That's not the stuffy thunder in the sky, but the thunder clusters on the ground. The heavy riding roared, and even the rain could hit and fly when charging, just like a brutal beast flew out of the dark night. Lang Tao Shuala broke through the rain curtain, and Xiaoqia, who was covered in blood, was like a black lightning, killing him from the sky to the battlefield. Yen Frost Transit. Here comes the wolf. Hassan stood up in the shock. He turned around and watched Lei Yun gallop towards here. Hassan stood up in the shock. He turned around and watched Lei Yun gallop towards here. The heavy rain washed the iron rider, and the mud splashed between the horseshoes. The wolves screamed and ran, and the long-lost sense of oppression swept the battlefield. This is the edge of the North Rail riding. When Shao Jie appeared in the Zhongbo battlefield, Hassan's attack failed. He failed to break into Duanzhou city. Instead, he lost the Titans and elite here, and if he stays behind, he will consume. He should withdraw his troops at this moment. The gate striker had turned his head, and the messenger behind the trench was waving the hanging flag while flying. The North Rail rider who had grown into a dragon intercepted the southeast, and the Scorpions pushed the siege equipment and began to retreat to the Chasha River in the east. The gate of the city opened immediately, and Hutaitai rushed out with the knife of the defending army, who had been deflated for 2 days, and shouted, "Eri is here!" Hassan turned over the empty horse with a machete, and used the edge sand to let the elite out of the line, divided into 2 barriers behind the palace, blocking the Genie Ride and the North Iron Ride on the west and southeast, and fighting for the retreating heavy team time. Fu Jun! Huo Lingyun ran a horse with one hand and rushed to Shen Zichuan with the wind stepping on the frost coat. Shen Zichuan picked up Yang Shanchue with his left hand. He didn't get on the horse, but watched Hassan lead the elite gallop south to face Shaoqi. The monarch said, "Ready." Huo Lingyun responded quickly. He immediately raised his arm and shouted toward the city wall, "Ready!" Hassan's back was about to sink into the heavy rain, but his red hair was too dazzling, like a living target lit in the rain. Shen Zichuan stared at him as if staring at a moving rabbit. Hassan seemed to perceive what was happening in the rain. He turned back after a while and saw what Shen Zichuan said through the heavy rain. The bed crossbow at the wall suddenly shot, and the giant arrow burst into the rear of Hassan in a blink of an eye. Hassan was forced to dismount at the critical moment of heavy rain, and at the moment he rolled away, the huge arrow had crashed into the elite cavalry, and the cavalry was knocked over to the ground. "We'll die on the spot." The war horse screamed, crooked, and fell in the mud. Blood splattered immediately, and the team was broken up. The bed crossbow made the cavalry horrified. Its super lethality is by no means single-handed, and every time it appears on the battlefield, it will cause countless deaths and injuries. Hassan climbed up, waved his machete forward, holding Shao Qiye's wolf knife. However, Shao Qiye was not Shen Zichuan, and Hassan's machete stopped for a moment, and then Shao Qiye hit the ground directly and almost let go. This force is too scary. Hassan sank with his entire body. He held his machete in both hands and tried to lift it up in a rush. Shao Qiye didn't wear a helmet. The rain flowed down his horns, and the unclean blood slid across his eyebrows. He slowly dragged his wolf knife, and at this moment overlooking Hassan, he smiled and made him hair dense. "I'm looking for you." The sound of rain was violent, and the dark clouds covered the sky almost to the battlefield. Thunder burst against the scalp, and Hassan saw the wolf's fangs in the vulva. The machete slanted over, letting the wolf knife slip away. When Hassan retreated, Lang Tao Shualai's forefoot stepped in the footprints left by him, splashing with dirty dirt. The cavalry around was mixed with Li Beitai ride. The Iron Sword's new sword drank blood in Bian County, sharp as if roaring open. Hassan mounts again in the retreat, and Wolverine slams into the facade, and his horse follows a few steps. Shao Qiye seemed to keep up his spirit and pressed hard. Huantai jumped up and jumped into the cavalry who intended to retreat. The sword cut the horse's leg first, and then led the man to chase the scorpion who transferred the equipment. He squeezed out a sneer and said, "Go to your mother. The bald lives." Duanzhou finally began to counterattack, Genie riding across the trench, pushing the cavalry tide to the east. Chechi's team near the Chasha River intercepted along Hebei. On the river, the route of the cavalry's return was interrupted, forming a 3-sided encirclement with the garrison and Genie. forcing the cavalry to gather in the central open space. Now the only gap left is the north, but Hassan has been hesitant to order a retreat north because the north is close to the Sassanid camp. He is worried that this is a trap that Shao Jie deliberately left out, and he is more worried that Lu Guangbai is lying in the north. The Jedi on all sides. Wolverine knife cut to the throat knot. Hassan leaned down and dodged quickly. While slicing the knife, he said in a whisper, "Replace the striker!" Facing the elite of the North Rail riding, he immediately retreated, and the scorpions saw stitches and stitches, forming a beveled wall in the southeast. When the horse was galloping, the hammer was raised. Wolverine's sword lifted sharply, and the blade's face was followed by a rapid rain hit across the air, like the last chain that tied Tiechi. Shao Jie didn't move, nor did the North Rail ride behind. Hassan said, "Charge!" The scorpion's horseshoes rushed into the mud, shouting, whispering, while muddy water and rain mixed with the water. Shao Jie lowered his arm, and the defending army, watching from the wall, hadn't seen it clearly. He heard the neat cladding sound from Tiechi. Tiechi even stole the knife at this moment. Shao Jie hurriedly turned out the new long sword in front of him, and Tiechi opened the cover of the iron sheet, and only heard the sound of "wow," and the long knife was exposed on the side of the horse's belly. The long knives did not see blood in Bian County. They only exposed their sharp edges in the Chaucer Tinking. It was now raining, and the sharp blades were still raining. The scorpion's hammer slammed into the front, and the North Rail riding Hua ran opened. They disconnected the striker team and quickly moved to the sides to let the scorpion run unimpeded. Halfway into the scorpion, Hassan felt bad, but his retraction order could not be passed here at all, because the strikers on both sides of Tiechi began to return. Shao Jie ran forward, facing the scorpion. The sky thunder rolled, the sound of the rain intensified, and before the scorpion's hammer hit the heavy armor, it was cut off by a long knife. The northeastern iron ride from the northeast is like a reinforced iron cage. They eaten the scorpion, engulfing the scorpion in a deeper siege, and then, like Shao Jie, strangling the scorpion with a knife on the spot. Tai Chi brushed his bright knife, followed by the sound of his head rolling down. Hassan immediately ordered, "East // sudden." Can't fight anymore. The cavalry's advantage disappeared here, and the scorpion rushed into the iron ride to surround it only to be killed. Hassan ventured into Duanzhou. He has lost too much here and must stop the loss immediately to cross the river as soon as possible. The scorpions in the rear gave up fighting, and they started to urge the infantry, pulling the equipment, all rushing east. Hassan walked in the rain. The cold rain hit his cheek, and he stared forward, killing a blood path at high speed. But suddenly a horseshoe sounded from the side. Lang Tao Shui Jin gave no hesitation. Hassan's machete was knocked out of the gap in the block. Shao Jie was faster. Both men were galloping. They rushed into the storm like shells. Hassan rushed to the edge. The Gobi on the Chaucer River was ahead, and the launching cavalry was inseparable from the barracks ambushing here, and the shoal was red. Hassan rushed into the river, and Lang Tao Shuejin rammed the warhorse's side neck and smashed Hassan's warhorse. He had to hold the reins to control the horse. Shao Jie waved his knife and cut Hassan's reins. The warhorse was unable to turn around and took Hassan into the shallows. Hassan rolled off when he landed, and his thorn was dropped beside the trench when he was fighting with Shin Zichuan. At the moment, he only had a machete and a dagger. The killing sound around him was deafening. He raised his hands with his free hands and wiped the eyes covered with dirty blood. Shao Jie also fell to the ground. His tall body blocked Hassan's eyes and became a mountain between Hassan and the desert. Hassan raised the scimitar blade to his chest, adjusted his breathing, and rushed while Shao Jie came in fiercely. The sound of the blades was harsh when they collided. Shao Jie resisted Hassan and pushed him backward. Hassan reluctantly stabilized his body. The rain hit the blade, splashed away that moment. He withdrew the knife suddenly and evaded in the gap, swept by the wolf-howling sword. The river splashed with the footsteps of the two people. There was blood remaining on Xiao Qia's cheek, and his unrelenting style of play was like an outlaw, revealing a strong offensive. Each slash made Hassan's arm numb, and the machete almost turned into scrap iron in the intensive offensive of the wolf and sword. Hassan suddenly fell over in Xiao Qia's chopping. When he was about to fall into the water, he just lifted up his arms, then squatted up and raised the knife and blocked again. Xiao Qia didn't change his posture, so he pressed down with all his strength. Hassan's blocked machete was pressed down slowly, close to his shoulders, and he could even feel the sharpness of the wolf knife. A heavy gasp escaped from Hassan's throat. He was hurt by Xiao Qia's legs and had already bent down. Hassan will not kneel to Xiao Qia. 12 knelt before Dezhou, starving countless people. He came to this day just to find the way out. Hassan loved Chidi Lake, but slept in the sword for several years. He never bowed his head to Chechi. He was an eagle soaring in the sky. Hassan tried his best, carrying Xiao Qia's strength, and set up a wolf knife in the roar. He leaped forward, almost cutting Xiao Qia's neck. Xiao Qia stepped back sharply, then bent his elbow and knocked down Hassan's machete. The horse on his side hissed and fell, and Hassan flipped out his dagger and protruded again before Xiao Qia attacked. Wolverine's sword fell behind. Xiao Qia loosened the handle, leaning against the arm of his right arm to block the dagger, and smashed Hassan into the water with a fist in his left hand. Hassan, through the waves, he coughed the water, and threw himself before Xiao Qia's next arrival, hugged Xiao Qia's waist, tripped under his feet, and put Xiao Qia into the water. The water splashed. Xiao Qia twisted Hassan's back collar and jammed Hassan's neck from the back. Hassan couldn't breathe. When the dagger came out, he bumped into heavy armor. He immediately gave up and tried Xiao Qia's eyes with the dagger. Xiao Qia could only let go and evade. Hassan embraced Xiao Qia's arm instead, followed him, and dropped Xiao Qia over his shoulder. Hassan grabbed Xiao Qia's face, making Xiao Qia unable to breathe in the rapid river. He clamped the dagger to cut off Xiao Qia's head. Xiao Qia held the dagger with his backhand, and when the blade fell into the flesh, he stood up sideways and hit Hassan's chin. Hassan's eyes were astringent. It was such an instant flaw. His chest had been hit by Xiao Qia's elbow. He didn't bite the blood between his teeth. Xiao Qia loosened his dagger and smashed Hassan again with blood. This is too hard. Hassan was bleeding from his nose, and he even got dizzy. The killing sound was near and far away. The heavy rain obscured all the scenes. While supporting his arms, he noticed that his leather sleeve was cracked, and the red jasmine flowers in the sleeves drifted out with the water. Hassan didn't catch the flower, and the flower was smashed by the horse's hoof in an instant. Xiao Qia pulled up his wolf sword again. His eyes were wet. Hassan has seen such a wolf, and Xiao Qia used this look to chase him dozens of miles in that heavy snow. From the North Rail cavalry, the cavalry was dispersed, and they walked along the Chasha River, leaving the cavalry nowhere to run. The river in the shoal turned red, and floating bodies piled up around the corner. The heavy rain sobbed everyone's face. Hassan didn't wait for his reinforcements to stay in Gidal. In his breath, Hassan lifted his head up to the rain. He couldn't get past Xiao Qia's shoulders, and he couldn't see the other side of the Chasha River. He silently meditated. God bless! The wolf howled sharply in the shallows, and the blood was scattered along the edge of the blade in the river. Hassan's body knelt in the rapids, then planted it. Xiao Qia's chest was undulating with the torrential rain. The sound of the horse's hoof behind stopped. In the vast world, Chechi looked at him. Xiao Qia faced Chashurha and raised his red-haired arm. The long silence, only the sound of rapids. Huantai Tiger took 2 steps in the water. He threw away his knife and cried forward, "Win!" "We." The Iron Riders gave a choked choke in their throats, and then a loud roar broke out. "We are wolves!" The haze that had lasted for half a year finally subsided, and the Chasha River running through the north and the south shed the blood of countless people, leaving the north to return to its dignity in the storm. Xiao Qiye clenched his fists, his eyes red in silence. The rain turned down, and Xiao Qiye retreated to the gate of Duanzhou. The garrison horses began to clean the battlefield nonstop. The water in the urn overflowed. The road in front of the door was soaked, the horseshoes were all mud inside, and everyone was dirty. The rain turned down, and Xiao Qiye retreated to the gate of Duanzhou. The garrison horses began to clean the battlefield nonstop. The water in the urn overflowed. The road in front of the door was soaked, the horseshoes were all mud inside, and everyone was dirty. Shen Zichuan stood in front of the city gate and watched Lang Taoshui pull closer. Xiao Qiye leaned over his horse, and Shen Zichuan raised his right arm and touched him slightly. Xiao Qi wildly looked at Shen Zichuan, but did not retract his arm. He flipped his hands up to Shen Zichuan's chin, and in the rain squinted his eyes against Shen Zichuan's forehead. Two people were caught in the rain. Shen Zichuan narrowed his eyes, and the rain dripped along Xiao Yanya's nose along his eyelashes. He slowly laughed and gradually laughed out. Xiao Tinya came to the horse, stopped at halfway, looked at Ji Gang crookedly and said, "Where is the master?" Ji Gang stood for a long while at the door of the passage, and threw his coat of clothing to Xiao Tinya, looking at the rain curtain. Xiao Tinya put his robe on himself and said, "Master, Ji Jiachuan is famous again after this war, and Ji Dad knows it, and he should be stunned." Ji Gang looked up at the sky, and rain splashed into his eyes. After a long time, he said, "Duanzhou will have a bumper harvest this year." Xiao Tinya smiled. Ji Gang folded his hands, turned inside, stopped looking at Shen Zichuan, and said, "Hurry up and call the doctor." The rain stopped until the next day, and the bamboo tube in the courtyard banged on the moss rock. Ding Tao was wrapped in a small cricket, and Li Xiong kept under the corridor to watch the doctor come in and out. Li Xiong said, "I'm thirsty." Ding Tao clutched the book and whispered, "Then you go and pour water to drink. I want to stay here." Li Bear was indifferent. He blocked the corridor, shook his head hard, and refused to go alone. Kong Ling in the curtain lifted the doctor, looking dignified. Fei Xing just woke up, came to take turns, watched people come out, and immediately picked up, let his subordinates take the doctor to the side hall, and asked Kong Ling, "Sir, how is the master?" Kong Ling shook his head and walked into the room with him again, and whispered, "Go in a while. Don't make a noise with the governor. The second grandfather is hanging his heart and staying all night without sleep." Fei Shang didn't dare to say more, followed Kong Ling into the house, and saw bamboo curtains hanging from the inside. Xiao Qiye, who had taken off the armor, was looking at the prescription, saying, "It will be inconvenient to hold the knife in the future. The fingers—" Fei Sheng felt bad after hearing these two sentences. He sank down and saw Xiao Qiye's grim look, making everyone in the room look cold. Waist, calf. There was also the right arm that was almost removed by Hassan. Shen Zichuan just came back yesterday and people still look good. After washing his face, he can see that his complexion is pale. The right fingers were swollen, and they fell into the slugs when they fought against Hassan. They scratched and soaked in dirty water. Finally, Yang Shanxue leaned on his left hand, and his right hand couldn't move at all. He didn't go back to the city, pretending to be light and light. In fact, the wound on his waist was torn when he stood up. It was too difficult for him to mount, so he could only stand up and let Huo Lingyun pull the horse. As soon as Shen Zichuan's tense nerves were relaxed, the rain would also start. He thought he was asleep, but he was in a semi-coma. The burning last night was fierce, and I have not retreated so far. What I spit is what I eat. All the stuffing in the stomach is hard buns. After I spit it clean, I spit sour water. The drape was opaque. Xiao Qiye waited for the doctor to leave, and opened a slit to see Lanzhao. Lan Zhou's hair was spread in the quilt, and the whole person couldn't hold it, lying half-pressed on the uninjured side. There was a little bit on the side of the face, and there was no usual temptation in the corners of the raised eyes, as if sleeping normally. Xiao Qie touched the corner of his eyes. He did not move. As long as Xiao Qie was around, he dared not to defend. He looked very small, completely covered by Xiao Qie's figure. Xiao Qie had trouble breathing, and it hurt everywhere in his chest. He leaned over and kissed the orchid's cricket. His fingertips were as light as touching a fluffy cub. The doctor in the courtyard came and went, and fed a cup of Fu Jun's medicine, and Xin Zichuan vomited again in a hurry. Ji Gang couldn't see it, and he looked at the doctor. The side hall was full of people. The joy of the rest of the life after the calamity was over. The house was covered by dark clouds. Xiao Shirye's military report arrived, and piled up with the military report of Bian County. All urged Xiao Qie to watch. Xiao Qie did not dare to leave Xin Zichuan, and all gave way to the side hall. While he was drooling, he stood in the side hall while listening to the doctors talking eloquently while reading the military newspaper. Ding Tao did not dare to make trouble here, holding Li Xiong's sleeve, and said, "There is a kettle under the porch. I'll give you a drink." Li Bear's feet didn't move. He rubbed his nose and nodded in dismay. Ding Tao pulled the calendar bear and wondered, "Why don't you go?" Li Xiong didn't say a word. He saw someone coming from the door. Fei Sheng was taking the newly arrived doctor to walk in. He blinked past the porch and lifted the curtain to enter the room. There was Mr. Kongling and others in the room, watching. The new doctor is Zhou Zhang, with a Fanzhou accent, saying, "The body of the prince must not be exposed to rain. If you spit it like this, the medicine must not be used." The box opened, took out the needle pouch, and showed Gao Zhongxiong on the side. "I'll put some needles." Kongling stood up and said, "Not busy at first. Wait for the second grandfather to come over before making a decision." The doctor spread his hand and then said, "Time saving is like saving fire. Otherwise, you must send someone to urge the second grandfather to come over, and I will prepare everything." Gao Zhongxiong responded in a continuous voice, went out, and walked to the door to find Li Xiong blocking the door. The doctor turned his back, raised some curtains, and walked in, with his mouth still telling the medicine boy, "Put the box in." Fei Xing noticed something when Yao Tong closed the needle pouch. He grasped the handle of the knife sharply and drank. "Stay!" However, the medicine boy immediately shook his hands, and the coldness of the needle capsule suddenly appeared. Fei Sheng could hide, but the gentleman couldn't hide. He could only pull his sword to block. A burst of ding-dang-dang, hidden weapon, crashed into Kongling. The outer table and chair dang-dang overturned, and Kongling did not stand firmly. When he fell on the coffin, he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come, come!" The doctor had stepped into the room, and the bamboo curtain fell down, blocking everyone's sight. Fei Sheng was so frightened that he jumped out of his sweat before he stepped out and was stopped by Yao Tong holding his chair. "Oops!" Fei Sheng lost his voice. "Protect the prince!" The guards under the porch had no time to break into the window. Gao Zhongxiong was suddenly knocked to the ground and saw that Xiong Jianbu was flying, yelling and rushing into the room, and a fierce man threw the doctor to the ground. The two bumped into the bed and stunned. The doctor pinned Li Xiong's eyes straight with the steel pin clamped at his fingertips. Li Xiong's hand twisted, and he pulled the doctor's head back to the ground. The doctor was dizzy and held Li Li's neck with his backhand, twisted and turned the Li Bear to the ground and caught Li Bear's neck. Two people tumbling down the low table in the middle, the teapot fell, and the hot tea splashed on Li Xiong's face. Li Bear panting, throwing a punch in the face of the opponent, and finally emptied. The doctor held the Li Xiong. Li Shi's face slammed in the broken pieces of porcelain, covered with bloodstains, and he shouted, "Snake! Snake!" The doctor held up the steel needle, but suddenly his back sank and the whole person was knocked over and rolled to the ground. He covered his face, whispered something in a whisper, and quickly touched the fallen steel needle. Xiao Qi wildly dragged the collar of the four-legged snake and hit the ground. I only heard a few muffled sounds outside and no more sound. The guards held the medicine boy, and before Fei Xingqi was out of breath, the bamboo curtain was smashed, and the doctor with blood on his back rolled on the outer symbol and was out of breath. Xiao Qia's face was cold and fierce, and he was crying. From the courtyard to the gate, one person blocked me in 10 steps. Who screamed, "Get out!" He suddenly fell on his knees inside and outside the courtyard. The guards of Manchuria even let the other party enter the inner room in a grand manner. Fei Sheng didn't stop cold sweat, slamming his head on the ground. Dare not say a word. As soon as Qinshi arrived, the atmosphere inside Duanzhou changed suddenly. The streets were full of soldiers, the garrison and the band army alternated patrolling. The 4 doors closed tightly, and the snoring of military boots and sabers was everywhere. The atmosphere in the house is heavy, and the guards are waiting for their heart, and they dare not relax any more. As soon as Qinshi arrived, the atmosphere inside Duanzhou changed suddenly. The streets were full of soldiers, the garrison and the band army alternated patrolling. The 4 doors closed tightly, and the snoring of military boots and sabers was everywhere. The atmosphere in the house is heavy, and the guards are waiting for their heart, and they dare not relax any more. Xiao Qia crouched in front of Li Xiong and asked, "Do you recognize it?" Li Bear suffered a facial injury, applied medicine, and replied, "I know it is a 4-legged snake. They drink Goodle's milk, and they smell bad." Xiao Qia frowned and said, "Not a scorpion?" "Before it was a scorpion," Li Xiong said anxiously, a little stubborn. "Later it became a snake." Ding Tao was confused and said, "What was before, and what was not?" "They are 4-legged snakes." Li Xiong patted his arm. "My elder brother talked to them. They talked to the sea, the sea." He didn't remember Hai Riga's name. It's not the same as the sea, not cattle and sheep. In the eyes of the 12, the scorpion was a sheep and goat of Goodle with a low status. Xiao Qia remembered Zhuo Li. Zhuo Li is also a 4-legged snake, but Zhuo Li has obvious edge sand characteristics, so it seems that the 4-legged snake is still a scorpion, just changed its name. 4-legged snake. Xiao Qia looked up at Li Xiong, guessing. 4-legged snakes are Amur scorpions, so they have a higher status than Achi and Harigo. Li Xiong raised his thumb and said happily, "Yes, they have land, they can run horses," he said, unhappy. "They are all bad, they beat people, don't play with scorpions, they're more expensive than scorpions." Xiao Qia turned his fingers against the bone and turned gently. Less than 3 days after Hassan died, Amur's 4-footed snake appeared in the courtyard. "Are they following the team from Zhuili, or are they here?" "You did a good job." Xiao Qia raised his hand and patted the bear's head. "Here is guarding the Fuju in here, and the second grandfather gives sugar. You have always been rigorous in this kind of thing." Xiao Tianya went to prison without even getting through. How can there be such negligence today? Fei Sheng looked at the corpse, heard the words, shook his head, and said, "The assassin has a big face and speaks the local dialect more smoothly than you and me." He turned his head. "They still have their household registration certificate." Xiao Tianya glanced at the body. Xin Zichuan established the China Bow Yellow Book, and every household has a registered household. If these assassins have even their household registration, it means that they are likely to ambush in China Bow earlier than Xin Zichuan. "It's difficult," Xiao Tinya said in a deep voice. "It's hard to tell from hiding in the crowd. If there is a flaw, there is only one." Fei Xing nodded corpse's arm. "Tattoo." Xiao Tinya's eyes moved down, and she saw a 4-legged snake tattoo on the arm side of the body. In order to investigate the scorpions, the masters and princes recorded the names of tattooed people. Fei Xing said, "I have passed the book to Yu Xiaozai in Danzhou. If there are no names of these 2 people, then they are the city break. It's always mixed in." Xiao Tinya nodded, looking at Fei Xing when he closed his hand, without a smile on his face, and said, "Have you ever thought about what they, as sneaking assassins, carry such obvious marks on their bodies? They are all Genie Wei and understand the need for camouflage. A scorpion has a reason to wear a tattoo, so why a four-legged snake with a higher status than a scorpion? Fei Xing's eyes were dignified and he gave a soft sigh. Shen Zichuan woke up for a while, and Xiao Qie fed the medicine. Shen Zichuan's head burned so deep that he could hear Xiao Qie talking, but his voice flickered away. Lan's Hao. Xiao Qie said something and pulled Shen Zichuan's hair off his cheek. Shen Zichuan breathed breathlessly with a spoon and swallowed the last bite. Xiao Qie wiped his sweat with a soaked pad. He tilted his head. His nose tipped to Xiao Qie's palm wrapped with gauze, and his lips moved. Xiao Qie came to listen. Patsy, Shen Zichuan's words were reversed. Mine. Here I am. Xiao Qie's empty hand covered his soaked palm. I'll give it to you when I'm done. Shen Zichuan was unconscious and sobbed vaguely in pain. Xiao Qie lay down on his pillow and coaxed. Here it is for you. Shen Zichuan didn't believe it. He frowned as he struggled, his eyes closed with sadness and buried in Xiao Qie's palm. Xiao Qie's heart was kneaded like this, and he bowed his head against his puppet and pressed to sweat. Shen Zichuan's tongue was full of bitterness, and half-opened eyes saw strange scenes. Only Xiao Qie's taste surrounded him, making him float in the grass. He shouted in a small voice, Xiao air. Xiao Qie kissed him and returned with a deep nasal voice. Shen Zichuan frowned several times and said intermittently, I want to eat sugar. Xiao Qie's dangling heart put down a little, got up and gave him honey water. Shen Zichuan drank only 2 spoons, and the tip of his tongue was sweet. Xiao Qie panned the potsie again, wiped the sweat from his neck, and seemed to recede when he felt it. The gentlemen in the side hall were restless. The rifle was full of taste, and no one got up when he reached the sea, and he forgot to eat even his meal. All his heart was on the monarch. These doctors don't work, Hu Taihu sat on a chair and said to Kong Ling, Sir, or I'll go out of town right away and go to Denzhou to look for it. Gao Zhongxiong talked about the tiger's discoloration and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, today the assassin has a clear history. There are really detailed works. No one knows which. Kong Ling frowned. The people in the room fell into silence again, not long after listening to the rain outside. The guards took turns taking the rain, and the lanterns lit at night illuminated all the roads in the house, not giving anyone an opportunity. After the war, everyone didn't take much rest. When they were ugly, they were weak and couldn't stand it. They slept in a chair and slept. They didn't dare to fall asleep, so they hung. Yao, when you took off the wind collar when he entered the house, and the sound of the four-wheeler woke up several people. He put the wind collar on his lap and said in a warm voice, The second lord is here. The governor will be unharmed. I know you are anxious, but now the battle is over. It's not appropriate to do it again. Qing Feng and Shen Wei can just wait here. The rest go back to rest first. The case should be handled normally in the morning. Small things should be done cheaply. Kong Ling also got up and said, Fu Zhen is now sick. It is really not appropriate to rush the case. Everyone should go back first. Everyone got up and said yes, and then went out in turn. Gao Zhongxiong poured tea for Yao Wenyu and said, Yuan Zhua is afraid of cold. Yao Wenyu took the tea, thank you, and said, I have wind collars and jackets, don't worry. In the past few days, the rain has been nonstop, and I can see that the official ditch in the city is flowing smoothly, and nothing has happened. Well, at the beginning of the year, Yantai Tiger lifted his spirits and rubbed his scarred eyes. Everyone is here at the beginning of the year, and I am afraid that the snow will be blocked, and I will pass it once. Dengzhou was blocked, but the problem was not big. Master, you looked and cleared up during the inspection. Gao Zhongxiong said, In the past 2 days, the news of Cizhou has come a lot. In addition to Master Zhou's letter to the governor, he also talked about it. 8 cities. Pan's copied it. Dancheng missed the spring plowing. It's all June. Immediately after the autumn harvest, people in Dancheng should worry about eating. We are fighting here, and I am also fighting, Kongling said. After hearing the news, the cabinet has instructed the ceremony to start preparing for the ceremony. Han Yen died, and the Queen Mother left her life by the relationship of Hua Xiangyi, but was completely imprisoned in the harem. The order of the 8th Battalion of the Capital Army returned to Chujun. Li Jianting also had Qidong's garrison as a guarantee. Where could the family of self-care be able to stop it? We are foreign enemies. Everyone is working together to assist the monarch. Biancha is not a problem, but today's capital is torn apart. Shui Yanqing copied pans has caused the impetuousness of the 8 cities, Yao Wenyu said softly. Aggressive. Speaking, Kongling looked at Qinyang. We don't know what happened in Bian County yet. Have the bears agreed? Qinyang sorted out the military affairs and said, if it is negotiated, the second grandfather will not be late. Dallin Tai with the bear department agreed to our request and promised not to block the marshal's northward advance. He took Hassan to him. Xia Li said that he did not stop the commander from sending troops to Gadale, but he violated the covenant and raided Bianjuan when the second grandpa was preparing to dispatch troops to Duanzhou. As Qi Juin expected, Dallin Tai did not depend on anyone. He did not want to surrender to Amur, nor was he driven by Shen Zichuan. The request of Hassan and Shen Zichuan made him see the opportunity. He wanted to pass the border county to occupy the Suwa Tingguan on the south side, where there was no strong garrison after losing Feng Yisheng. Some bears live in the pastures in the south. When Dallin Tai wandered in the desert, he knew that there was no place for bears. They trekked back to the place near their hometown. In order to find a new place to live, they would like to work the blade. Strike. Xiao Qi's iron ride met bear and horse in Huangsha. Bianjun fought for 2 days. Dallin Tai died there. Some bears seemed to never pass the threshold. They could only retreat to the desert again. Hassan's reinforcements left in Gidal were handed over to the commander. Qinyang raised the military newspaper with his hand raised. Last night, the commander found that Amur was moving his troops on the way back. As soon as this remark was made, the whole house suddenly became tense. Gao Zhongxiong stammered that then this is again to fight. Qinyang signaled him to relax and said, it's just a troop transfer. After all, the master of the battlefield will be gone. Amur must send someone who can replace Hassan. I think this person may be himself. Because Xiao Qie did not return Hassan's head. The specific arrangements for military affairs depend on how the second elder orders it. Hu Taitai reassured gentlemen, they will never hit the city, no matter how they are. At this moment, we have the advantage. Even if Amur goes on his own, it may not be better than Hassan. Besides, he has to cross the Chasha River and must ask the second grandpa to agree. The atmosphere in the side hall only eased a little. They were talking, and suddenly they heard the movement under the corridor grow louder. Chanyang lifted the curtain and looked at the probe. Ding Tao burst into tears and cried, dragging Chen Yang and shouting, "Brother, let the doctor come in, and the governor will burn again." The doctors trembled, gathered under the porch, and whispered to discuss the prescription. The rain washed the 9-foot incense in the court, flushing the petals all over the floor. Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng returned from the rain, stepped on the petals, and quickly wiped the water under the eaves. The doctor who had watched Yuan Zhua before was here. Qiao Tianya threw back the papa. There is also a doctor from Jexiking who transferred from Jueshi. Can there be any cure? It's burning again and again. Qinyang didn't dare to speak into the window, leaned over and whispered. It is said that the vitality is broken, just like porcelain, and few dare to prescribe medicine. The same thing was said about Yuan Zhua last time. Xiao Tina didn't say anything to the doctor and paused. Fu Jun broke his body with medicine in his early years, but these days he adjusted it carefully at home and shouldn't. The master also wanted to go to the heart, and the medicine was being taken on time. Fei Xing said, holding the wipes wiped, worried. I was too hurt that day. There was a smell of medicine in the room. No one wanted to mess with the second grandfather at this moment, and stood under the eaves, waiting to be summoned. But the servant who took the medicine entered, and within a short while heard the voice of Shin Sichuan vomiting. Xiao Qia half held Shin Sichuan and touched Lancao's back, soaking sweat. The medicine was spilled on the ground, and Shin Sichuan couldn't vomit anything. He had his stomach twisted at the moment, and he was sober. There was fog in the middle of the night, and the pale shadows of the lights were dangling in the rain, and the footsteps in the courtyard never stopped. The rain soaked the courtyard, and the mattress changed. Fei Sheng shouted, "Put a charcoal basin on and dry it." Looking at the gauze soaked in blood, Qingyang did not know whether it was Xiao Qia's or Shin Sichuan's. Li Xiu sat cross-legged by the door, slept for a while, and woke up when Yin arrived. Fei Sheng asked the kitchen to serve him a meal. He buried his head in a large bowl, sat full, and stared at the in and out. People. When I persuaded the second grandfather to sleep, Xiao Tianya crouched next to the pillar and lit his cigarette with a fire. I can't stand such a person who beats iron, so we keep the door. His voice didn't fall, and a hand was stretched out from the side, and he slightly lifted his cigarette. Xiao Tianya turned around and looked at Yao Wenyu. Strange. Yao Wenyu turned the four-wheeler and faced the main house. Sona's smoke blew, turning into an invisible tenderness in the violent rainy night. Xiao Tianya stood on his knees and extinguished the cigarette. When the courtyard was quiet, it was dark and bright, and the guards who were continuously vigil were exhausting. Fei Sheng leaned on the pillar and closed his eyes to relax his spirit. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly and his eyes opened. Only a moment later, there was movement at the door. "Come back!" Fei Xing jumped down the stairs. "Gujin is back!" One lantern under the eaves went out. Xiao Qia heard the movement, and after a moment the curtain was light. Second Lord, Gujin, who sleeps all the way, kneels on the outside with one knee. "I'm late." I heard in the middle of the road that the cavalrymen were surrounded by Duanzhou City, and there was no time to catch the horse. Xiao Qi wildly got up, came out from the inside, and several people under the eaves listened calmly. The rain on Gujin's face was not wiped clean. He was facing Xiao Qia's gaze, and he did not dare to hesitate, saying, "Second Master, the Master, is indeed dead. The author has something to say. I am very late, and there is a chapter 6,000 more. There will be a class tomorrow, //class, / health, / children who care for hair can sleep first. Wake up in the morning and can watch 2K Novel Reading Network directly." Raindrops hit the residual flower in the mud and knocked its weak petals apart. The wind rolled the bamboo curtains so that the scene inside the house was slightly dazzling so that people could not see the real. Raindrops hit the residual flower in the mud and knocked its weak petals apart. The wind rolled the bamboo curtains so that the scene inside the house was slightly dazzling so that people could not see the real. I went to Hezhou to find the master's vulgar home, and it was confirmed that after the master returned to Hezhou, he was taken away by the Yen family for medical treatment, Gujin said, but there is no way to be incomparable. The guards at the door were lifted up by the bone sentence since, but he did not follow up. Since what? Li Xiong was picking up the candied fruit in the jar to eat, and suddenly saw a smooth egg emerging from the end of the porch. The egg was covered with a large monk's clothes, and trotting with 2 rows of sleeves. He did not forget to glance at the preserve when passing the bear. I didn't pay attention to this. I tripped myself and thumped into the bamboo curtain. Egg lay on his back and looked up. "Please hello to the second grandpa." Everyone looked intently. Turned out to be a 14-year-old young monk, smaller than Ding Tao. The little monk dragged his sleeves and folded his hands. His expression was solemn, and he said, "Amit ba." With a Hezhou accent, he couldn't pronounce the word "me." which sounded like Ayu to Buddha. "Iri," Gujin said, "the master is willing to return to Huzhou just for this kid." "Aha," since nodding his head, "it's for the little monk. The master is old and knows he will soon leave the world. But since he was too young, the master returned to Huzhou and gave him to a distant relative in the family. Unexpectedly, he met Yan at that time. Yang Gongzi said he would bring the little monk to play. Since he blinked his clear and round eyes, the little monk wanted to bring water. He was impatient, so he asked master to leave first. Xiao Qie saw that since he was so young, the only luck left was completely extinguished. Gujin seemed to know what Xiao Qie thought and continued. Since he is young, he has won the master's true biography, and he has superb medical skills. Aha, since shaking his head vigorously. No, how can Ingguang compete with Haoyue? Little monks and masters, like Xiaoxi and Wangyang, can't compare. The baby fat on his face had not been exhausted, and not only was his naivety in his brows, but even his words were childish. Li Xiong forgot to eat candied fruits, and Ding Tao tilted his head from the door and looked at the poached egg together. Gu Jin raised his back collar and said, "Go and see first." Since he gave Shen Zichuan his pulse, he frowned sometimes and talked to himself sometimes. Xiao Qie said quietly and asked, "How?" Since looking down at Shen Zichuan's wrist, after a long time he said to Xiao Qie, "The prince is really white." Since Bai Nun's face was not tempted, his eyes were clear, and he praised Shen Zichuan as if he praised a clear spring and a cloud of white clouds. Xiao Qie's appalling appetite could not find the place where it happened. The prince is weak and has bad medicine, but fortunately in this half a year he has been well maintained, and his vitality still exists. Since he rolled up his sleeves, holding a pen to think hard, he wrote a prescription on the blank paper. Xiao Qie didn't dare to rest assured and asked, "Can you continue to use medicine?" That must not be the case. The trauma is also hurt, and the waist is suffocated. If the prince faints tonight, or temporarily stops breathing, the second grandfather should not be anxious. Since he said regretfully, the little monk should persuade the second grandfather. Then do not let the prince use his martial arts again. The prince's body is really not suitable to use such vigorous punches. Punch out, slap, others are hurt. But the prince is also painful, not cost-effective. After 2 nights, when it's gone, it will take me a few years. Since handing the recipe to Xiao Qie, Fu Jun still used his left hand to write. Since looking at Xiao Qie's palm, he said, "Iri is very fit and healthy, and he should also pay attention to rest. This injury cannot be soaked in water." Xiao Qie said, "How long is it in a few years?" Now that he was touching his head, he said, "I don't know. It's always right to keep it." Xiao Qie pinched the prescription and looked at the hanging. Shen Zichuan breathed well and fell asleep, his wrists exposed in a dim room, as white as it sounds, as if it touched it would melt. Shen Zichuan had a dream in the faintness. He dreamed that at the age of 15 he was standing in front of Pudu, waiting for master and his wife and Jimu to pick him up. He was wearing a small badger made by Hua Yingting and watched the fine snow fall along the city wall. Jimu lay on the wall and shouted at him, "Chuaner, where are you going?" Shin Zichuan held Xian and said, "Go home." Jimu raised his head and looked at Duanzhou with him and said, "Wait a minute, Dad is coming." Shin Zichuan couldn't remember why he was standing here. He waited from dawn until dark, and it was snowing, but he felt very hot. Jimu rubbed his arms and said, "Brother is a bit cold. Would you like to come up to fire?" Shin Zichuan shook his head. "I'm so hot." Jimu lit a fire on the wall. He stretched out his hands to warm up and chatted with Shin Zichuan. He said, "Brother will be able to marry on this trip." And my mother thought for a few years. They waited for a long time. Shin Zichuan had back pain, calf pain, and pain everywhere. He wiped his sweat and kept looking forward. Ji Mu watched the sky dark and suddenly murmured, "Daddy won't come." His fire was exhausted. He got up and put on the army knapsack aside, lay on the wall, grinned at Shen Zichuan. Chuaner. Shen Zichuan looked up, took a few steps and looked at him. Ji Mu said, "Brother's whistle is ringing. I can't wait. I'm leaving." Shen Zichuan nodded, taking it for granted. "Then you go. I'll tell my mother." Ji Mu showed a headache and sighed. "Brother is worried you." "I'm going back from here." Shen Zichuan pointed to the distance. "Close." Ji Mu looked at Shen Zichuan with a gentle look and said, "What can my brother do?" Shen Zichuan heard the sound of horseshoes. He jumped a little and shouted, "Brother, master is here." Ji Mu didn't say anything. She just held her first smile like that. Shen Zichuan turned his head, watching the sky fly out of high Dongqing with wings spread, and then ran out of a black horse with a whole body, only a little white on the chest. He stopped to watch the horse run to him. Sitting on the horse was a young man wearing a helmet. Hai Dongqing fell on his shoulder, and he took off the helmet to reveal a less happy face. He leaned over and looked at Shen Zichuan and said, "What is the pestle doing? Go on. The second sun will take you away." Shen Zichuan ignored him. So he turned over and dismounted, put his helmet on Shen Zichuan's head, and then picked up Shen Zichuan. "Ah," said Shen Zichuan, stuffed in his helmet, "I want to go home." Xiao Jie flicked Shen Zichuan for a moment, unreasonably. "You follow me." He took a few steps, as if angry. "Don't you recognize me?" Shen Zichuan said, "I don't know." Xiao Jie made an effort to throw Shen Zichuan into the snow. He threw Shen Zichuan up and caught it steadily when Shen Zichuan was panicked. Hai Dongqing fell on his shoulder, and he looked at Shen Zichuan and laughed. Shen Zichuan raised his helmet and looked at him somehow. The sky that was about to go dark suddenly lit up, the wind blew Xiao Jie's hair, and the surrounding walls that blocked the line of sight disappeared, and the boundless grassy field was laid at his feet. He just held Shen Zichuan and greedily touched Shen Zichuan's cheek. "I want to hide you," Xiao Jie said loudly in the wind, "or put you in a chest pocket." Shen Zichuan couldn't hear. He looked up and asked, "What did you say?" Xiao Jie looked at him, kissed him severely according to his cheek, and replied, "I said you look so good, and no one will look better than you, I swear." Shen Zichuan covered her cheeks and said aloud, "You lie." Xiao Jie ignored his struggle, hugged him tightly, and said in his ear, "I was wrong." When the wind stopped, Xiao Qi grew up wild. His broad shoulders blocked the light, and he embraced Shen Zichuan as if he had just woke up and still dreaming. His untied hair was intertwined with Shen Zichuan's, spread across the bedding, with a small braid in the middle. Shen Zichuan opened his eyes, narrowed for a long while, and said, sleepily bound, "Well?" Xiao Jie pinched his pigtail with his long fingers. "Get married as a couple." Shen Zichuan just woke up, still slowing down. Xiao Jie rubbed his back and said, "It's time to get up." Shen Zichuan was rubbed slightly sideways and was lying on Xiao Jie's chest. Xiao Jie has cocoons on his hands and feels comfortable to rub. Shen Zichuan's eyes were about to narrow, and he still said to Xiao Qi wildly, "You are so noisy." Xiao Jie slammed him with a stubble chin and said, "I'll kill Shen, lands how by you." Shen Zichuan poked Xiao Jie's cheek with his right hand wrapped in a mule, and the two naturally took a sick kiss. The rain stopped for a few days, and Duanzhou became fine. Although modest, Shen Zichuan was able to get rice porridge on time in 3 days. The little monk stood by the window and said a Yotua Buddha reverently. When Xiao Jie asked him what he wanted to pay, he pointed to the sugar bowl of Li Shi without thinking. Everyone was relieved and passed the sugar bowl before Li Xiong refused. The window was open in the room, and Shen Zichuan was resting on his pillow, listening to Fei Sheng's speech. If it is a fine work, you really don't need to leave such an obvious tattoo on your body. Shen Zichuan's left hand holding Yuanzhu's report is an important thing in these days. Gentlemen, it's not easy to make your own claim. Why are they carrying a 4-legged snake tattoo to distinguish them from ordinary scorpions. Four-legged snakes belonged to Amur and claimed to be a branch of the serpent department, Xiao Tianya said. It is not surprising that Zhuoli is going to the battlefield with tattoos. I was confused. Xiao Qie asked, what does Jujing say? Assassin's household registration is real. Fan Zhou does have these two people, but it is very likely that they have been replaced, Fei Xing said. After all, I only know the name but not the appearance. This is also no way out, Kong Ling said steadily. The yellow book must be filled out every year. Even if the state gates collect portraits, when verifying the situation, they can't be kept for a long time. But Xiao Tianya's guess was correct. Why did the sneaked four-legged snake wear a tattoo? In this way, once checked, it will not run away at all. Amur took them as his personal soldiers, and even Zhuo Li lent to Hassan, indicating that he particularly valued these four-legged snakes. If you really want to distinguish yourself from the scorpion, then it has something to do with the scorpion that wanders in the territory of China. Duanzhou is not close to Gidal, and it is farther away from Amur. No matter how fast the horse can't spread the news immediately. Xiao Qie knew the military map on the east. Hassan's hunting falcon failed to fly back. The two four-legged snakes were not sent by Amur. Amur's troop deployment was the worst plan for Qi Juin to attack Gidal. Hassan did not return. He determined that Hassan's death could only be a matter of 2 days. Because Chashi couldn't cross the river, he couldn't be in the first few days. Heaven ordered the four-legged snake and time was too late. Yao, when he looked at it, and said, since the four-legged snake is a private soldier of Amur, he will not easily listen to the dispatch of others. If it was not the assassination order given by Amur, they could only be given in the name of Amur. They ordered. Fei Xing frowned. If so, then there will be scorpions or four-legged snakes staying with us. He knows the direction of Duanzhou. Gao Zhongxiong was always the one who was nervous at once. He said, isn't that a bad thing? This person is very familiar with China boat issues. If these four-legged snakes have lived in the country for a long time, even if they have a residence certificate, they will be recorded because of their tattoos, Xiao Tianya said. They are newly mixed in. Yanmen searched so rigorously, Kong Ling said. They thought it would be too difficult for gods to unknowingly enter the city. They would need to avoid the inspection by the guards. There is really a place to do that. Qinyang saluted the governor slightly. Isuzu scorpions are not interrogated in the territory, and they can follow Harigu freely. Hai Rigu's scorpions originally could only stay at the Beiyuan hunting ground, and were strictly guarded by the garrison, until they accompanied the North Rail to ride in the Chashur Tinking and did their work, and Zhongbua untied them. If the four-legged snake was mixed with him, then the tattoo thing would make sense. Fei Sheng immediately said, Harigu's negotiations with the bear department have not been completed. Master, otherwise I. Why are you anxious? With the bear department retreating, the territory of the mouse department is completely vacant. Xin Zichuan put aside the report and said to Xiao Qie, give this land to Hai Rigu. Xiao Qie raised an eyebrow slightly. Harigu signed a covenant with the bear department for me, but the bear department betrayed the agreement. Xin Zichuan's tired eyes implied fiercely, betrayal will have to pay a price, and this price will let Harigu go for me. The reason why Hai Rigu wanted to teach him to hide his four-legged snake in his scorpion group was to ignite the war as soon as possible. He wanted the land, and like Dal and Tai, they were all seemingly vacillating, but they were actually working for their own benefit. Xiao Qie killed Achi in Chashur Tinking. Biancha Scorpion had no heads, and Hai Rigu had no competitors. If he returns to the desert at this moment, he is the only leader of the remaining scorpions. He dared to do even Yen Haru's business, and he could turn around and cooperate with Amur again due to changes in the situation. Xin Zichuan killed Hai Rigu, but only killed an exposed scorpion. Amur did not lack such a scorpion. So Shen Zichuan not only did not kill Hai Rigu, but also gave Hai Rigu the dreamland. He wants to let Hai Rigu stand here, firmly occupy the Zhongbo battlefield, and control the flow of scorpions, making it a tricky existence for Amor. But at the same time, Shen Zichuan must also hit Hai Rigu severely. Hai Rigu wants the plot of the green mouse part. He must first solve the bear part. As long as he does, the 12 part will not accept him easily. Amor will no longer trust him, and he will also bear the bear part. The hatred of the ministry, because he is the sword bearer of execution punishment. The prince wants to make the best use of it. Shin Zichuan was exhausted and said before the crowd was going to retreat, Yuan Zhuo went back without rest, since he will be there for a while. Since it was still a child's heart, he jumped behind the bones and jumped over the puddles, watching his smooth head reflected in the water, and couldn't help laughing. Qiao Tinya greeted them at the door and folded his hands, smiling at him now. Master, please! Since returning a gift. At this moment the bird in the tree was calling. The weather was gentle, and he was dressed in a monk's clothing, standing in a puddle the size of a blue sky and white clouds, so that people could not distinguish between heaven and earth. The donor, since learning the look of a master, slowly nodding at Qiao Tinya, the donor has a Buddhist destiny. Qiao Tinya thought it was interesting and said, When I was young, some monks also said this, but I haven't entered the empty door to this day. Since looking at Qiao Tinya, he has a kind of dusty charm when he is quiet, but that is not the so-called indifference fireworks, but the detachment of Tiancheng. The little monk is so clean, he looks at the world with a pair of eyes. The green water is worry-free, wrinkled by the wind. The green hills are not old, and they are snow-white. 1. The donor S cause already exists. Can the fate be far away? Clapping the palms, innocence, innocence, as if determined the path of Qiao Tinya. Qiao Tinya heard the iron horse shaking under the eaves in the breeze, and he turned to see Yao Wenyu sitting there. Yao Wenyu's clothes moved with the wind in an instant, but they had similar feelings as they strolled through the white clouds and the puddles. Since he reached the stage, he did not salute Yao Wenyu. He looked at Yao Wenyu in the iron horse sound of Dongyu, and finally shook his head, saying, I can't cure your leg. Even if my master is alive, I can't cure your leg. Yao Wenyu's fingers covered the tiger slaves on his legs and said, Everything can be done like a dream bubble, like dew and electricity, so it should be watched as it is too. In this world, the convergence of fate is fickle, and Yao Wenyu no longer clings to these legs. He gave himself a detachment long before answering the phrase, I am still standing. There is no difference in his standing. He is both him and him. Since sighing, he said, Someone wants me to speak Buddhism, but you speak to me. You live to death, and you see the end. Why stay here? Go with me in the mountains. Yao Wenyu said, I still have Wanxiang in my heart. Since looking at Yao Wenyu, he raised his finger to Qiao Tinya and said, You still have him in your heart. The wind blew Yao Wenyu's sleeves, and the red line on his wrist slipped gently. So I am still immortal. The cause is wonderful. When is it? Maybe it was the night of the matchmaking, maybe that I hate you, or it was the March day earlier, early spring. Qiao Tinya, Qiao Songyue, he is a trace of Yen. Yao Wenyu understands that everything in the world is false. What he does today is like a snap of a finger, and it will disappear into the endless river very quickly. Yao Wenyu, Yao Yuanzhua, he is the leaf of the mud. I have nothing to give you. Now he tilted his head slightly. Yao Wenyu looked at the courtyard of Shinzichuan and smiled slightly. You have completed me. The yellow sand of Bianjuan fluttered the flag. Qi Juin took off his helmet, and his mouth was mixed with gravel. Qi Wei handed in a handkerchief. She could not wipe off her nails like a male general, but could only wipe her cheeks against the heat. There are several military newspapers in Duanzhou, Qi Wei said. Here are the battlefields. The battlefield is Lu Guangbai. It's all about the retreat of the Biancha cavalry. Qi Juin put down Hajido and moved behind the wall to enjoy the cold. Qi Wei then opened the private letter and read it to Qi Juin. Qi Juin originally folded her hands. She looked at Qi Wei and repeated, "Give the territory of the Green Mouse Department to the Scorpion?" Qi Wei carefully read it again, and after confirming that it was correct, he clicked. Qi Juin's indifferent expression gradually converged. The armor on her shoulders was considered light, but she still had shoulder pain after wearing it for a long time. She said, "Take a pen and now reply to Xiao Qie. I don't agree." The Green Mouse Department was beaten by Qidong's garrison. Qi Juin was not used in this place. She could give it to Li Bei or Zhongbua, but she didn't want to give it to the Scorpion. What does it mean for Herigu to occupy the territory of the Mouse Department? It means that there is a gatekeeper scorpion at her door, or a scorpion that can bite back any time. Xiao Qie received Qi Juin's reply as expected. He pillowed his arms and said to Shun Zichuan on his side, "Qidong's terrain created an advantage. The eastward expansion weakened the importance of the border county, Tianfiyu and Suoxiangwen. The big door panel is also going to be ineffective here, and it's hard for the commander to nod." Shen Zichuan was about to fall asleep, saying, "Li Bei Ken established affiliation with Huiyan, and Chechi got the benefits of brown tea. The increase in the territory of the border county for the benefits of Qidong outweighed the disadvantages, which can be reduced in the future the commander's military expenses. Most of the brown tea sold by the merchants from the mutual market to the port comes from the Huiyan department. This money, Shen Zichuan gave back to the North Railway rider. You know, the speed of the Iron Rider's equipment is the highest in the world." Shen Zichuan thought of this, and his sleepiness eased. He couldn't turn around arbitrarily, but could just lean up like Xiao Qie and continue to say, "Battle will last a lifetime. But what about the next one?" "Next life." Xiao Qie put the letter over his face and sighed. "I'll be born in the next life." The two were lying down, and the boys Ding Tao and Li Xiong under the gallery smashed walnuts, and the boys kept laughing. The insects rustled under the scorching sun. "Amour hasn't unified the 12 in a lifetime," Xiao Qie said after a while. "Dad thought he could become a monarch." "You don't understand why Amour didn't become a desert monarch." Shen Zichuan tilted his head. "I can tell you secretly." Xiao Qie took the letter away, leaned over, and became lazy only issued. "Ha!" "Because there is Xiao Suin from the north." Shen Zichuan raised his eyes and looked at him. "You want to cross the river and go east to find Amour." Xiao Qie suddenly covered Shen Zichuan's eyes. It was so hot that he got closer and whispered back, "My wife knows me well." The corners of Shen Zichuan's lips were slightly raised, a little smug. Xiao Qie liked to see Shen Zichuan like this. His eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help kissing him. The author has something to say. 1. The original sentence comes from Shen Yifu 2. From the Diamond Sutra, the new keyboard feels so good that it cracks up. Lidu is full of greenery, and potted plants are placed on both sides of the open space of Mingli Hall. The eunuchs, holding pots full of ice cubes, rested at the four corners of the hall to dispel the heat. The courtiers waiting to be summoned under the eaves were sweating hot, but they couldn't be ridiculous, but forced to let the sweat wet their robes. Lidu is full of greenery, and potted plants are placed on both sides of the open space of Mingli Hall. The eunuchs, holding pots full of ice cubes, rested at the four corners of the hall to dispel the heat. The courtiers waiting to be summoned under the eaves were sweating hot, but they couldn't be ridiculous, but forced to let the sweat wet their robes. The bamboo curtain of Mingletang was lifted up. Feng Quan came out with a duster, bowed to the courtiers, and said softly, "The heat is unbearable, and the adults have worked hard," and His Highness specifically ordered the slaves to prepare mung bean soup. The eunuchs served the soup swiftly and prepared the paper towels and flowers in advance. Feng Quan saluted again and retreated to Mingli Hall. "The temple is humbled," said the local official drinking soup. "I'm really grateful." The spoon scooped the porcelain bowl, and Duguan said to the river Jiangshan on the side, Can Wan Shao live in the post? Jiang's Qingshan drank the soup, nodding slightly. He did not agree with the rumored thunder, and behaved warmly, as if he was perfunctory about things, not so concerned. After half an hour, they made a roll call. Jiang / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / backslash 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 at the event that he's going to do anything about it. But Jiang Elders is throwing his robes and kneeling in the hall. Sinjue Shi Bujing envoy Jiang backslash Oima see His Royal Highness. Li Jianting said, Wan Shao, please. This hot day has kept you standing outside for a long time. I and Yuan Fujing talked about Jueshi government affairs, and you see that there is no rain in Yongqing for more than a month, and the local granary is in short supply. Want to borrow food from Huaizhou? The grain collected by the imperial court last year was borne by Jueshi, and the granaries in the 13 cities have bottomed out, Jiang said. I don't think we will encounter a drought. Kong Jian told Li Jianting on the side. Yongcheng is also a granary in the southwest. If the drought is severe, I am afraid that borrowing food from Wan Shao will not be able to support it. But we still have to rely on the court to reduce the food supply. Li Jianting's forehead, Huayan Hongyan, she groaned for a moment and said, Xian Denayan, you have offended the local businessmen for the disaster relief and made it difficult for them to get stuck in the door. This year, it is difficult to negotiate with Huaizhou to borrow food. Yong the disaster in the city is not a trivial matter, but do not worry. Yuan Fu and I will give you a charter as soon as possible. Grain must be adjusted. Jiang backslash Qingshan, Rudu, both used to dodge the words. The former Emperor Tianqin and Xinda did not have such a straightforward attitude. When they heard Li Jianting say this now, they couldn't help but get up and worshipped, saying, The minister knows the court will take into account the Qidong war this year. The military ration is the most important. Jueshi is willing to use silk to pay the debt and exchange food with Huaizhou. When talking about this, Kong Yi was a little bit irritated. The official ration of official food can be implemented after His Royal Highness approves it. Why should Tao Huai, the prefecture of Huaizhou, resist the purpose? He can give this food aid. The edict has been issued a few days ago, said Li Jianting. Fengquan, go outside and ask if Tao Huai, the prefecture of Huaizhou, is there. If you do, ask the court to understand. Before Fengquan stepped out of the door, Fumin went to the door and said, His Royal Highness, the letter from the station said that Tao Huai, the prefecture of Huaizhou, ran away with an old man. Li Jianting said for a moment, Where did you go? The court called him over for negotiation. What did he run? Fu Man gently stomped his feet and said, Xin Zichuan went to Zhongbo. There was an immediate argument in the hall. Chunjin frowned and said, It's common to borrow food. What does he run? There must be a reason. I don't know, Your Highness, Fu Man hurriedly said, the official who called to open the granary in Huaizhou and found that there was very little grain left, which was not enough to provide food. Tao Yen and Shun Zichuan rushed to sell the grain to him when I heard that Jushi was about to borrow food. I was scared and ran away that night. There was an uproar in the hall, and Tsenyu stood up and said, There is no such thing as the local royal history. Huaizhou has no food and Hezhou is empty. The 8 major cities cannot be counted on. What should Yong City do? Jueshi had to tighten her belt from the teeth to save it. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted, and the ice cubes at the 4 corners were soaked with cold air, which caused heartache after Kongjing was cold. After covering his mouth and nose with a cough, he stood up and saluted Li Jianting after he was calmed down, saying, Relief is a top priority and there must be no delay. Du Guanyue can reduce it at his own discretion, and start with the minister and not starve the people. The courtiers from the outside looked at each other, followed by kneeling, echoing, The minister is willing to make His Highness perfect. The cicadas among the trees were stuck by the eunuch, and Li Jianting stood up in the short silence and said with emotion, Such kings, how can I stop them? Since it is for the people of Yongcheng, the palace should also reduce the cost appropriately. Wan Shao, you come to ask for food, and you will arrange for relief. Jiang / S. Qingshan meant to thank you. In the evening, the flower cage was voile, and the courtyard was covered with chopsticks. Only the dumb waited on the side. Shuexiuzhua, dressed in regular clothes, poured tea to Jiang's castle peak and said, I've been wronged in my house. Jiang / S. Qingshan took the tea and sighed. Since I entered the capital, there are so many entertainment events. No mountain or sea taste is as good as the coarse tea and light rice here. Poor life! Shuexiuzhua laid down the teapot and ridiculed rarely. Which official of Fengjiang is like you? There is no decent carriage to go out. I'm really poor, you're falsely poor. Jiang's Qingshan rode. But the 2 of us smell like each other. We are all sour. The 2 laughed at the tea. I think Chu Jun is clever, and he is very decent. He is very clear-handed and has a fair manner. Jiang / Qingshan picked up chopsticks and 8 green onions and mixed tofu. She's young and bumpy, naturally different from ordinary girls. Shuexiuzhua looked at Jiang's dinner in Qingshan. I see your letter from the beginning of the year. Lunyang is pregnant. Jiang's Qingshan slowed down the swallowing, looked at Shuexiuzhua, smiled and said, It's the same. Shuexiuzhua did not continue to ask. Jiang's Qingshan has a wife but no children. His wife is a Lu family in Beima Prefecture. He is not a big rich family. He has a good relationship with Jiang's Qingshan, but the 2 have no children. Lunyang's health was bad. The first child was pregnant in Xianda for 4 years. At that time, Jiang's mountains ran around to borrow food. Businessmen came to the door to scare Lunyang. After the abortion, it was difficult to conceive. Why are you so frustrated? Jiang / Homa, put chopsticks. If I'm destined to be childless, don't force it. He said, looking at the flowers on the side, paused for a moment. Is the mother pressing hard? It is inevitable that Lunyang, alas. Jiang's mother begged son to treat her daughter-in-law very harshly. My mother is old and has a stronger nature. Lu Nyang's ministry has been aggrieved. I have been busy with government affairs all these years, and I neglected my family. I lived up to her original oath. Jiang Qingshan was sad when she mentioned the family affairs. At the beginning of the year, I took over a distant relative, niece, and said that it was temporary. I haven't left yet. I went back several times to see Lu Nyang standing under the eaves, and my mother wanted to match me with that woman. You are reluctant to say no. Xue Xiuzhua gave him tea, so as not to make the old lady feel feasible and hurt Lu Nyang's heart. Jiang's castle blocked Xue Xiuzhua and said, "Change the bar. I'm going to do business tomorrow morning." Xue Xiuzhua said, looking at Muir, and signaled Muir to get the wine. You live alone in this house, empty, Jiang said. Qingshan raised his arm and waved. It's time to find someone. Han Sun was removed. Tian didn't check it out. Xue Xiuzhua took the wine and poured it only for him. Marriage is just to leave her alone in this empty house and delay others' youth. Why create this evil? Official affairs can never be completed, Jiang said. Do you just get old and die like this? Xue Xiuzhua nodded seriously and began to talk about official business. Yongcheng's drought is not as serious as that of Xindian, but it has already caused you a serious headache. If this rain does not come after July, or the other 12 cities will also start to dry, it's no use just to cut down the moon owls. Jueshi still wants to die. Jiang / Qingshan drank wine and said, the cabinet has a lot of heart and power. If there is enough food, Yuan Fu will not make such a decision. I also want to ask you, is the 8th city really empty? It's empty. The food copied from Dan's pans. Xue Xiuzhua raised his hand, nodded to the side. Even the people in this palace can't feed. In the past, we were short of money, Jiang said. Qingshan shook his head. Now it is a lack of food. If we can lower the order early, reorganize the 6 states in Bo, and rehabilitate 10,000 hectares of land, then Shenzichuan will not become a local master. There will be no difficulties today. Xue Xiuzhua said slowly. Now the most abundant granary in the world is in Zhongbua. If the drought in Jushi intensifies after July, I will consider buying food from Shenzichuan. I'm afraid it's hard to do, Jiang said. Who can think of Shenba's ability to subdue the 6 states? The Duanzhou War made him even more popular. This person's revenge will not be easy. Selling food to you. Xue Xiuzhua put the jug aside and said, he will walk the world in the name of righteousness, so he can't stand idly by the drought in Jueshi. They talked about some official business again, and when it was almost time, Xue Xiuzhua let Duer Fujiang / Qingshan go to rest. When Jiang Shan was approaching, Qingshan pointed to the front hall and said, I met your elder brother when I arrived at the station, and he went to worship and honor him. I think he was promoted. Presumably he borrowed your light. Yanqing, in the past, because he had a surname for you, he tried to make things difficult for you, and eventually he clung to you, but he refused to say anything good. Jiang's castle peak was a little drunk and his feet floated. I look so proud of him. I'm afraid he will be involved in you in the future. Pay attention to it. Xue Xiuzhua answered. Gu Qingqing stepped on the stool and shook out the dice like a trick, saying, Master, lose. Xueda was so drenched that he touched his pockets and said, Well, I forgot to bring my money bag before going out. Qingqing, remember it. Gu Qingqing blew the dice and looked at Xue, laughed, and said, What is your polite with me? You should have booked my account. The citrons delivered to the government a few days ago are still good? Recently, the goods from Qingzhou have arrived, too. If there's anything you can see, don't mention it. No, Xue said with a big mouth, still sitting aside and lighting a cigarette. I have them all in my house, and there is no shortage of these gadgets. Recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to adjust the errands of the central government and listen to the palace. The meaning of the father-in-law here is fat. Gu Qingqing moved down and sat next to Shweta, saying, "Our uncle is going to rise. Congratulations, congratulations." But the father-in-law in this palace is waiting for the emperor. He sees a lot, and ordinary objects can't be seen. Shwedaxian said, "Do you have any goods here?" "Yes, some." I called Xiaowu to bring the booklet, and the uncle looked at it. Gu Qingqing leaned closer. "Which one you order, I will honor you and be polite." "Good brother." Shweta laughed immediately and pointed to Gu Qingqing. "This errand will really be done. In the future, Bao Juner will give your brother a double gift." When Gu Qingqing threw the dice, he accidentally knocked on a low table on the side, and Jiniwei, who was disguised as a servant, gave a slight nod, and gave everything to Shwet Debiai, not forgetting to put a layer of gold underneath. It was more late at night, and Shweta didn't notice it, and he had long been reluctant to think about it. When Li Jianting went for a walk in the garden, this was her free time. Feng Quan accompanied him. Chu Jun slowly walked along Shitzi Road, still thinking about the affairs in the hall. When Li Jianting went for a walk in the garden, this was her free time. Feng Quan accompanied him. Chu Jun slowly walked along Shitzi Road, still thinking about the affairs in the hall. Respect God and pray for rain. In a few days, Li Jianting lifted his finger and poked the flower branch to the cheek. Things matter. That day can't go wrong. Feng Quan moved the blooming branches for Li Jianting and obediently said, "Slaves must do their best." Li Jianting stood by the pond, sprinkled bait in it, and watched the group of carps fighting, saying, "You used to follow Mu Yan, and his temper was arrogant and unbearable, so that the minister of North Korea had much criticism. Now I walked through the dead door, converged a lot." When Chu Jun mentioned this matter when talking about government affairs, it was by no means a rage. There was something in this remark. Feng Chuan's eyes moved slightly, and he bowed in his heart to test the meaning of Chu Jun. He said softly, "Servant is master. His Royal Highness treats others generously, and his slaves can be guided by his Highness. Naturally, he dare not be as ignorant as before." Speaking of ashamed, the slaves before met the cabinet adults who did not understand the rules, but now accept the grace and should take the old things as a warning. Li Jianting glanced at Feng Quan and said, "You are fine." Feng Quan served Emperor Tianqin. Li Jianting's thoughts are simple, and his emotions are all on his face, but since he entered the palace, Li Jianting has a faint regal presence, which is really difficult to guess. She eats here, no preference, no matter how delicious. She will not use chopsticks more than 3 times, and it is difficult to distinguish between mood and anger. You were in prison before. I heard how much Manchu blamed you, and now you work together. Li Jianting said, "Are you upset?" Feng Quan knelt down and said, "Slave is His Highness' slave, and he knows that His Royal Highness arrangements must have a profound meaning. Although slave once had a relationship with blessing, he is also doing business impartially, and slaves dare not anger. He almost broke your leg." Li Jianting looked at the carp, still fighting for food. Feng Quan choked his head and said quietly, "The father-in-law with sticks is an old man from Dongchang who knows how to score." Li Jianting watched the fish intently and said casually, "Although Fu Man was an old during the emperor's reign, he started walking before the East plant was idle." She smiled. "I have not heard that Xian Emperor told him to manage the East plant. He doesn't want to be so familiar with the old Dongchang people. He wants to come to the cats and dogs in my palace, and he knows them well." Feng Quan wiped his sweat by wiping his tears and instantly understood what Chu Jun meant. Li Jianting was poisoned in the hall. The people in her palace were all selected by Xue Xiuzhua, but they still did not block the Queen Mother. Among them, someone who was familiar with the way would help. Li Jianting used a blessing when banqueting Han Han. At this moment Han Yan's confidant had been eliminated, and she should ask the account after the fall. Feng Quan thought about this and said in his mind, "Fu Man is an old man during the pre-emperor period. He is different from other people in the Yamen in the inner dynasty. He has deep qualifications and is highly regarded by the cabinet's adults. Natural people are more familiar than slaves. Although he has many children and grandchildren, he is friendly and meticulous and obeys the law of courtesy. You didn't say everything. Obey the rules of etiquette? I think his heart is higher than the sky, which is the old ancestor. Li Jianting wiped his hands with a papa. He is an internal concubine. Neither has the merits of the Stability Society, nor is he wise. The courage of the king, just because he has been a long time ago, can be an old ancestor. Whose ancestor? She looked at Fengquan. Is it mine? Fengquan only felt that these 3 floating words were as towering as Chongshan, so that he did not dare to look up and immediately hoed. His Royal Highness is the God of Heaven. Huang Zongye is in the hands of His Highness, and His Highness is the supreme of the world. Yi Xianda was a party activist and killed an old ancestor. He didn't want to see me, Li Jianting, but he could meet another one. It can be seen that people's hearts are not enough to swallow elephants, and the kindness of God is rare. Trouble. Li Jianting handed paws to the maid at the side, laughing at herself. But he has the patience, there is no reason, and he can really be my ancestor. Fu Man's children and grandchildren are everywhere, taking advantage of the opportunity to do business in front of the church, and also have contacts with North Korean and Chinese officials. But he is smarter than Panrugi here, and he dares not to mess with the cabinet minister, and he can't wait for a while. Kong Yi had previously embraced his body, supported the illness, and failed to handle the illness. When Fumin served in Mingletang, he personally tried the medicine and took care of Yuan Fu in every possible way, which made him a good name for Li Jianting. Fu Man did this for Bon Espet, but he just happened to make a big taboo. He made his own claim to flatter the officials. He was an inside and out of the country. He wanted to be an ancestor in the palace and a good outside the palace. His inside and outside were complete, but he delayed his job. The inner concubine is the slave of the emperor, and it is his duty to serve the emperor. Had it not been for Panrugi's initiation of chaotic politics, the approval of the red rights would not have been reduced to a pass for the eunuch. However, Fu Man is respectful to the outside world, and he has an internal momentum. Li Jianting wants to take away Fu Man and must have a reason to convince the public. At this moment, it was dark, and the lantern in the garden went into a group. Fu Man has done a good job recently. His face is naturally ruddy, and when he sees Li Jianting standing by the pond, the little who follows him says to him, "Father, Fengquan is kneeling." Fu Man threw away the dust and said he had done some work on the banquet before. If he was willing to share his responsibilities, His Royal Highness wouldn't embarrass him, but his temper wouldn't be on the table, and it would be expected to anger His Highness for some trivial matters. He snorted softly, greeted with a smile, and saluted Li Jianting. "You're here," Li Jianting laughed. "But what's the matter?" "Slave always remembers His Highness." Fu Man crossed Fengquan. Knowing that Li Jianting didn't like people to touch him, he humbly guarded her lower step. "Waiting in the hall, I couldn't wait for the news. I was anxious. Slaves looked at the sky again. There were clouds accumulating, and I was afraid that it would rain later. So hurry up and give my Highness an umbrella." Li Jianting said, "You still have the heart and thoughtfulness." It seemed that Fumin only saw Fengquan and said, "Oh, what's wrong?" The sky was silent, and Li Jianting suddenly thought of her in the misunderstanding of the light. She then frowned and said, "The arrogant thing, I heard that he was doing a job in front of the church, and was very disrespectful to the adults, so I punished him to kneel here. On." Fengquan wept and fell on the ground, just like the one who had only been scolded before, saying, "The slaves didn't wink, they slammed into the adults, and their sins deserve to be killed, Your Highness. I know that you used to be a pen in the Emperor period, but how can eunuchs compare with the officials of the former North Koreans? Those local officials who entered the palace and reported their work were for local civil affairs and worked hard. You give them a face. What do you think?" Local officials. Fu Man was relieved. No wonder Li Jianting would be angry. In recent days, the drought in Yongqing has left Chu Jun struggling to sleep. Both the palace and the palace are cutting costs. Even Chu Jun eats rice all by himself, saying that he does not forget the suffering of the people. She values the local officials very much. His Royal Highness is working hard in the hall. It is a rare time to come out to visit the garden. Don't be so disappointed. Fu Man led Li Jianting away and grinned. Master Shui is also waiting in the hall, waiting for His Highness. Then, blessed with a few glances at Fu Fengguan, he did not plead. Li Jianting stopped looking at Fengguan and went straight back. When Li Jianting returned to Mingletang, he withdrew from the tea, and while waiting under the eaves, he whispered to the eunuch, "How about kneeling?" The snickered. "Kneeling. Call him up." "Ancestral father," the curiously said. "He is usually not a clear-cut man, and his mouth is still very low. What does the ancestor do for him? It is not good for him to kneel down to His Royal Highness to finish government affairs. When you are a slave, you have to think about the king and solve the problems for the king." Fumin said, "He and His Royal Highness are friends of the Chindi. His Highness only let him kneel, and he didn't punish him much, just tolerate him. At this time, His Highness, I forgot it, and when I think about it later, he'll cry again, and His Highness will miss the old feelings, and he should be soft-hearted. I did not plead for him and let him kneel for a long time. His Highness should blame us for being servile." The ancestor, still thoughtfully, admired the eunuch. "I always thought of the master Gao. I'll call him up." Fu Man looked back at the dim yellow candlelight in Mingletang and smiled unconsciously. Without the old dog Han Han, he would have no handle outside. As long as you wait for Chu Chu and then get cabinet sponsorship, Ping Bichingyun is in front of you. What Pan Rugi can do, he can still do, but he has to do better and more beautiful. Fu Man turned his gaze, that is, the Queen Mother is still there, so that he can't sit back and relax. For the future trouble, he must start as soon as possible. Shen Zichuan struggled to get up in bed. Xiao Jie did not leave in Duanzhou. After midterm, the offensive of the Bianchi cavalry in the north weakened, and Lu Guangbai personally went to Duanzhou. Shen Zichuan struggled to get up in bed. Xiao Jie did not leave in Duanzhou. After midterm, the offensive of the Bianchi cavalry in the north weakened, and Lu Guangbai personally went to Duanzhou. Duanzhou was a fierce battle. "It will take time to see the repair of this city wall," Lu Guang dismissed. Jiming sent a craftsman over. Xiao Jie wore a regular dress and said, "Big brother is thoughtful." He said a word, looking at the carriage behind him, his expression surprised. "Hey, here you are!" The maid lifted the curtain, and Lu Yizhang squeezed Pa Zi out of his head. Lu Guangbai smiled. "Hire is here too." "I miss Lanzhao at home." Lu Yichen stepped out of the carriage with the help of the maid and said to Xiao Jie, who came to meet him, "Come and see." Xiao Jie turned to his side and said, "Lanzhao also misses his wife." Lu Yizhen looked at Duanzhou city wall and continued, "Now that the China bow is defeated, Lanzhao should take good care of her." She turned her head and pouted a smile. "I specially brought my child to relieve Lanzhao's boredom." Xiao Yan followed his mother-in-law and did not need to be led. He saluted to Xiao Jie, second uncle. Xiao Jie hugged Xiao Yan, carefully looked in the air, and said, "The boy has grown tall." "Same as when you were a kid." Lu Guangbai handed his whip to Chen Yang. Qingri was afraid that he would not grow tall and drank milk on time. I asked him what he wished for the new year, and he said he wanted to be so tall. He said he pinched Xiao Yan's expressionless cheeks. "The nephew looks like a hoe. Don't think about it. You follow me." "Yeah, Yi," holding Xiao Jie's arm, Xiao Yan said in a childish voice. All three laughed, and Lu Guangbai sighed. "Although I'm talking about it, I'm more like to praise your father. There are many children in the government, and Ding Tao Li Xiong still carries it." Xiao Jie took Xiao Yan back, but he struggled to see Shin Zichuan. Xiao Yan likes Shinzichuan, and as long as the Chinese New Year, only Shinzichuan. Shinzichuan had a calf injury and greeted him before the steps. After entering the house, a few people made a little embarrassment, and Lu Yijing would take Xiao Yan to meet Ji Gang. After Lu Yijing left, Shinzichuan said, "Now that the war in the north has eased and the general has reached Duanzhou, there is something to discuss with my brother." Lu Guangbai raised his teacup, smiled when lifting the lid, glanced at Xiaoqia, and then looked at Shanzichuan, saying, "The prince is a magistrate, and he does not forget military affairs at this moment. Yes, it is clear that I have something to say. Now that Hassan is dead, the crisis in Duanzhou has been resolved, and the bear's defeat in the south is a good time to regain the war. Hassan is dead. The status of the Great Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan in Amur is still open to question in the desert," Xiaoqi said. "Big Brother wants to fight back and take advantage of it. Brothers unite." Lu Guang drank tea. "You think so too?" Xiaoqia's position was near the window. He turned his fingers and turned his neck slightly to make the throat condense in the dim light. He said, "Amur can maintain the stability of each department because the cavalry of the Serpent Department is brave and capable. But last year the Viper of the Serpent Division has entered the battlefield as much as possible. After a year of fighting, the Serpent Division has already run out of food and its deterrence to other clans is not as good as before. As soon as Hassan died, Amul lost his right arm, and he did not fight at this moment. When will you stay? If you want to go east into the desert, you need to work together with the 3 armed forces," Lu Guangbai said. "The commander still has to be constrained by the capital, so this is not easy to do." Both Xiao Jiming and Lu Guangbai had a personal relationship with Qi Juyin, but the matter had to go to Duanzhou to tell Shinzichuan that it could not be solved by personal relationship. Qi Juyin had sent troops to assist the departure from the north, but now the cavalry has retreated more than half, and a bear department has been driven into the desert to the south, and she has no reason to run away from the north. The Ministry of Military Affairs agreed with the commander to send troops to Gadail, because Chen Zhen and other Humrol veterans knew the dangers of the north from the capital, and now Gadail fought. Lu Guangbai laid down the tea. "That's not the case." Qi Juyin did not agree to hand over the territory of the Green Mouse Department to Hai Rigu, and also meant to suspend Ganga. It was not easy for her to borrow food. Shinzichuan's food had to be returned. Qidong was exhausted by the war this year, and the army was half deserted. Without mentioning military rations, the food for winter depends on the court and Shinzichuan. If Qidong is like Hezhou, but Qidong still has a garrison, Qi Juyin holds military power, and she must not be sloppy here. The commander is the commander of the Li family. If he mingles with the chaos, there will be suspicion of rebellion, Shinzichuan said, rubbing his fanbone. When Qidong sent troops to the Mouse team, there was already an impeachment in North Korea. The northern communists attacked the desert, and I could dismiss her from the post. Qi Juyin's refusal to return Lu Pingyan had already provoked North Korea and China, and she had never liked the officials. Qi Xiu married Hua Xiangyi to protect Qidong's military power, but now the Queen Mother has fallen, but this relationship is still there. Qi Juyin killed Han Jian for Li Jianting while in Dudu. This matter said that loyalty and loyalty can be committed. The eyes of Shinzichuan's disease were mild, as if his spirit had been eliminated. He said, "Chu Jun is about to ascend to the throne, and according to Shui Xiuzhua, he must be rewarded by the commander." He ate tea, as if talking about Jiangyi anecdotes. "That just wait and see if Chu Jun is really willing. It will help us a lot." Chu Jun led Baiguan to pray for rain, but the rain in Yongqing still didn't rain. Zhang's Qingshan raised food everywhere, and Liang Traoshan was still checking Wuqing's accounts. Helian Ho was so frightened that he became seriously ill after the death of Han Yan. Chu Jun led Baiguan to pray for rain, but the rain in Yongqing still didn't rain. Zhang's Qingshan raised food everywhere, and Liang Chaoshan was still checking Wuqing's accounts. He Ho was so frightened that he became seriously ill after the death of Han Yan. This account can't be frustrated, He Ho sighed in bed. The Queen Mother is under house arrest in the Deep Palace. It is Fei's death. Xiao Ho Fei Shi was frightened by Li Jianting at the banquet that day, and he did not dare to run around, guarding his father, blaming, "What are you doing so greedy? Such a large amount of money can't be filled now." "How can you blame me? For whom I am?" He Ho allowed tears, barely stood up, pointing at Fei Shi. "When you fight for something, why should I beg for help? Look at you. You do'n't know anything. You do'n't do anything. Assaulting the knighthood is also eating and waiting to die. I don't go the door. What can we do in the future?" "Yes, yes." Fei Shi heard his father panting, and hurriedly helped He Ho down again. "I'm a jerk. I'm a fool. Don't let yourself faint." He Ho calmed her and cried, "I wouldn't have thought of it if I had copied it." The master of Jiayue County hugged the child, and he was carrying white flowers. She stayed at home after leaving with her and heard Pan's bad news. She was a lot stunned. She gave the child to her nurse and signaled that the waiters would go down. "I knew it now. Why bother?" said Jiayue County Chief Xingyan with red eyes. "How many people have been killed by this account?" "Yes, this account really killed someone," Hail Ho wailed. "However, if you do'n't have this account, how can you marry Pan? Your honor is this account. When the flower family was in its heyday, Hua Xiqian's power is in the wild, and we have to breathe and we have to get on the thief boat. After Hua Xiqian's death, I was hoping that Sure Heir could mix a job and a half job. At least he could talk in the middle. But he became Japan is fooling around, and I can't help it. Gao Fei has very few children, and the only line is Fei Shi. If Helian Ho did not plan early, they would be the second Shui. But even if Shui's diminished, Shui Xiuzhua was born. On the other hand, Fei's family was really no one. When He Ho thought of it, he got up again and asked, "What is the name of the child who used to be in Jinui?" "Fei Sherdao, you said Fei Sheng?" "Yes, right. Fei Sheng," said He Ho. "I can protect his father's position. It was me who guaranteed him. Han, you promoted him at that time, and it was also in my face. Later he ran away with Xiaoqia. At that moment he was serving Xin Zichuan at Zhongbua." Fei Shi changed his face and said, "That's chaos. The relationship with him is to kill him." "This big hole can't make up for it," He Ho raised his voice. "Not only do you have to copy Jiagejue, but you also have to ask, if you look at Pan's, how many people are still alive? Even exile, halfway through the road, must die too." The more he talked, the colder he felt. It would be better to switch to Zhongbua. Tao Tao in Huaizhou has run away. Fei Shi was sitting sternly. He was born in Jinyanwo or Zayahui. He has always been a great Zhou Qin, and suddenly asked him to confuse with the chaotic thief, which gave him a ridiculous sense. He sat idly for a while and said, "No, how can I be a three-family slave? I have not been treasonous until my death. I and he are close friends, and cannot do such things as infidelity. Moreover, Shen Zichuan is insidious. Facing each other, Fei Sheng is also greedy for his name. It is impossible. Where is the disaster? What loyalty is it?" He Ho hated iron and steel. "You should learn not to learn, but you must learn all about Pan Yan's sour smell." "I'm not going anyway," Fei Shi said. "You are a grandpa, so I don't believe that the cabinet really dares." "Why dare you not?" Jiayue County Master wiped tears. "There is no Queen Mother. Chu Jun investigates according to the law. The cabinet's ticket comes up. It is an overnight thing to copy the house." She thought of Pan Yi, covering her face and crying. "Pan copied it. Look at your sister. She is still carrying a child," said He Ho, tears and tears. "You have the heart to see your father, Fu, she, your sister, an exile, and the whole family has become a grave in the mass grave." "It's impossible to walk," said the head of Jiayue County, wiping away tears. Fashionable is right. Fei Shang will be able to drill camp in Jinui, and he won't be impressed by his good name. Dad, listen to me. Nowadays, the drought in Yongqing, Shan is raising food in Laodu. Then Taozhou and Huaizhou ran away again, and the court was embarrassed. You might as well sell zhuangzi at home and use this money to raise food for the court, He Lianhou said, but there is no food everywhere. I'm afraid I can't raise it if I have money. Who sold Dad's grain from whom he bought it from. According to the owner of Jiahua County, he said, as for Fei Shang, if it is really useful in the future, I will say it later. A few days later, the ice basin was changed in Mingli Hall. Li Jianting was looking at the book. Fu Man bent over and stood by the side, holding a fan to fan gently to Chu Jun. His Royal Highness has watched for an hour. Fu Man said softly, rest. Li Jianting closed the book, and before speaking, Fu Man turned his head and shouted outside, bring up the cold plum soup, Your Highness. It's hot. Drink some plum soup to quench the heat. Fu Man has been favored recently. Li Jianting seems to be still angry with Feng Quan, and only Fu Man is left to serve. Fu Manchun was so proud that he was afraid to make a decision for Chu Jun before. After several temptations, he found that Chu Jun didn't blame him, and he became bolder. When Li Jianting wiped his hands, Fu Man packed the table for Chu Jun. Li Jianting watched him arrange the folders one by one, and sorted them according to region and department. Then he asked, why do the Mingzong folders go with Yuan Fu? I remember they are not from the same village. His Highness doesn't know they are teachers and students, Fu Man smiled. The promotion of Master Ming is the promotion of Yuan Fu. Kong Yuan served as the cabinet's Yuan Fu, and officials from various ministries assessed at the time were numerous. According to the rules, these officials could call him teacher. Not long after Li Jianting took over government affairs, I really didn't know that all the ministries were so complicated. It would be difficult to remember such things unless they were intentionally taken care of. Now Fumin is just waiting in front of the emperor, and when Chu Jun ascends to the throne, he may be with a pen who can hold a pen for the emperor. However, Li Jianting is not Emperor Xinda. She was in charge of government affairs and was a young girl. She did not need eunuchs to handle this kind of political affairs for her. Fu Man's ambitions are well understood. Li Jianting knew it and said, you know better than me. Fu Man heard the word stunned and responded very quickly. Slavery was not in the previous government. This matter was mentioned by Yuan Fu last time in the office. Slavery remembered it while he was standing by. Good thing, Li Jianting said with a gentle look and smiled. I can't remember it. I have to remind you later. While Fumin was picking up a bowl, he glanced at Li Jianting, and when he saw that Chu Jun had an unusual look and a gentle word, he was no different from usual, and said, slavery is a blessing for 3 lives. Are you gentlemen here? Li Jianting said, let's come in when you get there. Kong Yan, Shua Xiuzhua, who just arrived at Mingli Hall, listened to them. They worshipped together and said, see His Highness for the minister. Mister, you are all my teachers. Li Jianting motioned to Fu Man to lift up Kong Yan. Why is it necessary for Yuan Fu to enter the court? It is my gift to Yuan Fuxing. Kong Yan took a seat and said with a smile, His Highness is not the same as before, and there is no need to follow the rules of teachers and students. Mingli Hall is the place to deal with political affairs. There are only monarchs and ministers. Li Jianting looked at Kong Yan, and Rin Jun couldn't help but, there are good things today. Kong Yan was unsmiling and mature, and he rarely showed such joy. Sure enough, the next moment I heard Kong Yan said, listen to the mountains this morning to report that Yongqing's food aid is ready. It's so fast, Li Jianting rejoiced. Is it the grain borrowed from Hezhou? It's He Lianhou, Kong Yan said slightly. He Lianhou knew that the tax on the field was wrong. In order to make His Highness light, sell his farm, raise food by himself, and solve the problem for the people of Yongqing. The Chengqing tax is an unspoken case among the people in the hall. The court wanted to recover the part of the empty loss and wanted to repay Liang Tian to the people. Helian Hosher must bear the blame, but he must do so, and the cabinet must also exercise discretion. Ruling. The so-called law is not tolerant. His Royal Highness cannot let the villain feel lucky, according to the opinion of the minister. Xue Xiuzhua knelt. Although Helian Ho prepared food for the Yong city, he still has to investigate according to law. We tracked down the land tax and blamed it for the restoration of the people's livelihood in the 8 cities. Since Helian Ho was willing to raise food for Yongcheng, he had a repentant spirit. Cut Fei, I'm afraid it's unpopular. Xin Yu is a veteran of Han men, but at this moment wants to protect Helian, just for Li Jianting. Helian Hu raised food for disaster relief. No matter what, there is a name in Yongcheng. If Li Jianting insists on copying his door, for the remaining family who is still watching, there is only one way to fight to the end. As early as when tracing Danqing's account, Xin Yu repeatedly advised Kong Jing to slow down. Now that Duanzhou is a big victory. All 6 states belong to His Majesty Xin Sichuan. Once the battle is settled in Beiping, the next one is Pudu. The so-called dripping stone wears. Since the family is Xinyan, you can't rush for a while, otherwise you will hurt your lungs. Where can you spare more time to deal with China Bo? Moreover, Dancheng's re-entry into Mintian and re-examination of the Yellow Book. The court wanted to focus on treating the disease without having to deal with external problems. The Xiande Nian court left them room, but the 8 cities became worse, which led to the resale of official food. Xue Xiuzhua said, "If you can't kill chickens and tamarinds, how can you make them cold?" Now the community is dying. Xin Yu also knelt down. From the north, China Bo has rebelled in succession. The Chaos Party gathered Jiangyi. Shen Zichuan dash. It is precisely because the society is dying that we have to reprotect the dynasty. If we can't eradicate the family as soon as possible, Xue Xiuzhua continued, how can we make peace? Zhen Yu raised his head and bitterly said, "The fierce medicine has fallen. Pan, Han, Hua, and Wei have collapsed, and the family's restraint is not as good as before. At this moment, it will be a great disaster. His Royal Highness, if you treat a big country, cook Shaoxian one." Li Jianting meditated without saying a word. The heat waves outside the hall floated and became soaked. After a long time, I saw the looking hurriedly and hurried to the front of the hall, and Witter said to Fengquan, "His Royal Highness," said the bead curtain, and Fengquan said, "The Queen Mother is in critical condition." There was no discoloration in the hall. The author has something to say. 1. From the Tao Te Ching. When Li Jianting arrived, the doctor in the hall feared falling to the ground. Aunt Liaoyu knelt on the side of the couch, clinging to the hand of the Queen Mother, and said gently, "Chu Jun is here." When Li Jianting arrived, the doctor in the hall feared falling to the ground. Aunt Liaoyu knelt on the side of the couch, clinging to the hand of the Queen Mother, and said gently, "Chu Jun is here." The Queen Mother breathed slightly, turning her eyes, and saw Li Jianting. She was sweating a lot, and she had some wrinkles on her face without applying powder. Finally, she was old-fashioned. She was so angry that she said, "The family of mourning has to talk to His Highness." Aunt Ryu stood up and retreated with left and right. Hanging in the hall, the Buddha's shrine is fragrant, and the smoke of Sina covers the Buddha's image. The color of compassion becomes blurred. Li Jianting stooped to pick up the string of beads that fell on the rafters and smelled the rich sandalwood. "You set a banquet to kill Han Yen," the Queen whispered. "The family of AI knows. You can't tolerate it." AI. "Although I have the heart, I am powerless." Li Jianting turned the beads. Fu Man is so anxious that the Empress Dowager's heart is gone, and it is over. The Queen Mother twitched her chest but barely laughed. She looked through Li Jianting and said, You are really the daughter of Emperor Guangqing. Laughing at you, Li Li, if you are a man. If I were a man, I wouldn't live today, Li Jianting said, holding a string of beads and sitting on the edge of the bed. You have killed the Li man. The queen's soaked hair stick to her cheek. From this eyebrow to the glorious era of the past, her lips moved. Whoever thinks that he is so cruel would rather, but also leave a disaster to the sad family. She covered her eyes with a smile. King Qin, but was killed by himself. Li Jianting looked at the Queen Mother and said, You have killed your husband and killed your son, and you have come here. You could have been an unprecedented king, but you gave the authority to others. Trust the eunuchs and let the party turmoil. Favor the elder brothers and help the ministers. Hamira. She is dying, and you can hardly blame it. The Queen Mother's eyes faded, and she stared at Li Jianting. It's so cold at heights, you don't understand. I have nothing to do with duckweed. I have nothing to do with duckweed. Li Jianting repeated this sentence, and there was no sorrow or smile on her young face. She turned her eyes and drove down, seeing the Queen's dressing table, staring at the clear yellow bronze mirror, and saying, Since there is no courage to spare, why bother with this storm? You are also a woman, said the Queen Mother. Why don't you understand me? I am neither a woman nor a man. Li Jianting looked back at the Queen Mother, her eyes clear. I am Li Jianting. If the Queen Mother is lost, after a short while she said, I see you how handsome King Li is, but you are also subject to others. The chessboard is not in whose hands, but in the mountains and rivers. Li Jianting said softly, Those who think they are playing chess just come in later than others. The Queen's breath lightened, and her voice became lighter. Poor Shuexiuzhua did everything. She opened her eyes slightly and murmured, Hashan. There was no light outside the hall, and several birds crossed the sky. The unsteady peony fell off the petals, landed on the dressing table, and was pushed away by the wind. The news of Badu was anxious to Qidong, and the horseshoe broke through the lonely night and reached Bian County a few days later. Hua Xiangyi hadn't rested yet. When she saw the post, she smiled and asked, Are my aunt's letter also here? Qi Wei looked weird and walked to the door. If Hua Xiangyi felt something, she slowly got up and said, Are you sick? Qi Wei avoided her gaze and said, head down, Mrs. Hui, the Queen Mother died. Hua Xiangyi stepped back immediately, and Hung Ham quickly supported her. She looked at Qi Wei stupidly, and after tears had flowed. She took Red Arm's arm and walked a few steps outwardly, saying dumbly, Hide me! Qi Wei silently. Hua Xiangyi hurriedly covered her mouth with a papa and choked gradually. How could? Qi Wei was too late to answer, and he heard Hongxiong shout, Madam! Hua Xiangyi was slanting and passed out. The scent of soothing sleep was lightened in the account. When Hua Xiangyi woke up, Qi Juyin was sitting in a chair on the side of the bed and peeled an apple. When she realized that she was awake, she set aside a small case and wiped her hand to touch her forehead, said, I don't know if I'm sick. Hua Xiangyi's lips turned white, without opening her eyes, and wet her pillow. Qi Juyin was not good at comforting people. When she saw that she was crying, she hurriedly wiped it with a papa. After she finished, she remembered that it was just used to wipe her hands. Hua Xiangyi rolled her knees on her back and couldn't help weeping. She cried so tired that she slept again. When she woke up, Qi Juyin was still sitting in a chair. The news went slowly. Qi Juyin said, The new emperor will be crowned, and I will take you back. There is no aunt, and there is no place for me to go back. Hua Xiangyi blinked red eyes. When she separated, her aunt was in good health, but she died of illness in 2 months. Qi Juyin was silent for a while. I promised you not to let her die. The marshal is far away in the border county, which is beyond his ability. Hua Xiangyi said, The Deep Palace is not the former dynasty. The sword is invisible, and Yuan Fu is also beyond reach. Qi Juin thought what Hua Xiangyi was going to say, but she stopped and stood up. "The commander is busy with military affairs," said Hua Xiangyi. "Let me stay alone." Hua Xiangyi's wrists were immersed in lingering moonlight, and her eyes looked very stingy. Qi Juin could not sit again, so she found a small sachet from her sleeve and put it on her knee. "Red is waiting at the door." Qi Juin got up. "I'm in the side hall." At this time the night was about to die, and when Hung Hom heard the call of Hua Xiangyi, he sent someone to the kitchen to get his meal and went ahead himself. Hua Xiangyi said, "You brought my box." Hung Hom went to the cabinet and took Hua Xiangyi's small box. He unlocked the lock and ordered Hung Hom to bring in a copper basin and then burn the account book in the box. "Mrs. What is this?" Hung Ho was anxious to stop. "It was all worked out by my wife." Chu Jun promised to be a commander and not to kill his aunt. Hua Xiang loosened his fingers and watched the account book gradually be swallowed up by the fire. If she didn't do it, she would be incompetent. If she did it, she would have no faith. The breeze flipped open the paper sheet, and a dust was scattered in the sound of click. Duanzhou is cool at night, with deep flowers and trees in the courtyard and a large number of mosquitoes. Fei Sheng lit incense in the newly constructed pergola. Xin Zichuan took the spoon to stir the ice cubes in the bowl slightly, while watching Xiao Qia's bow with Xiao Yan, while listening to Fei Sheng's report on the issue of the city. Xuede wants to take charge of the important position of the warehouse, so he has to deal with his nephew. Then the palace likes the goods of Yongyi Port, and let Qing Qing prepare for him. Qing Qing said that she was ready. After the new emperor ascended the throne, it was necessary to pardon the world. At that time, Xuedajin was at an opportunity, and it was time to take the lead. Fei Xing said, "There is still the Queen Mother driving down. The family is in danger. Food! The cabinet may open its doors." Helianho could think of raising food, but he was forced to die, and he had to cut meat to be a man again. Xin Zichuan drank soup. "I gave him food, and it was kind." The food produced and bought by the sellers in Helianhobian was obtained from Yutan, the prefecture of Liuzhou Jueshi. At the beginning, Yan Heru said that he would build a new port, and Shen Zichuan agreed, and Liuzhou Yutan is Juexining. This state capital is the same as his name, especially greedy. As long as he has enough money, he dares to do the business of losing his head. Otherwise he will come and go with Yan Heru under the eyes of Jiang Qingshan. Xue Xiuzhua is too aggressive. If Zhongbo's battle is not finished, Kong Yan and Xin Yu can still agree. But now I have a free hand. Xin Zichuan's eyes glided at Luing. They naturally don't want to fight with the family to kill you. Attacking the enemy is the top priority. As long as Chu Jun is not stupid, Helianho will be pardoned. Then let's give Helianho food. This batch of grain that Shen Zichuan asked Yutan to give to Helianho is not only fair, but also good rice. Of course, we need to provide food aid. Shin Zichuan looked at Fei Sheng. It would be nice to let Yutan tell the truth. Fei Sheng immediately realized and laughed. Master is bright. Xiao Qia released his finger over there. The sharp arrow hit the bull's eye. Qin Yang and other guards applauded in unison. Fei Sheng said with emotion, "Erie's arm." Shin Zichuan watched Xiao Qia for a long time and said to Fei Sheng, "Yin Lao's funeral is done. You are the son. You are the master of the rest. He doesn't have anything decent. Throw a broken mat and a quilt, burn it to him, and I'm afraid he scolds me." Fei Sheng raised his hand and held down the knife on the waist. "I just keep this. Nameless, he is nameless." Shin Zichuan said, "Yin is always a hero. This knife should have a name." I followed the master with him. Fei Sheng held the knife and asked the master to give his name. Shin Zichuan turned the porcelain bowl and watched the moonlight cut across the side of the bowl. There was a bright snow, and he said, 100,000 flags cut Yan Luo one. so take the last 3 characters. Fei Sheng knelt on his knees and said loudly, "This knife will live up to this name." The queen crashed, and Chu Jun's ascension to the throne was inconvenient. The cabinet drafted its charter and set it in early August. Immediately after the funeral, the year was chosen to be Sheng. When Xiaoqia heard it, he said, "Chu Jun has the spirit." In early August, Kong Ing led 100 officials to worship the new emperor in front of Mingli Hall, and Li Jianting became the true emperor of Dezhou. Guess what the new emperor is going to do to make the marshal do something? Xin Zichuan, Qingri bored Xiao in the room, and when Xiaoqia was there, he teased Xiaoqia. "What's the prize?" Xiaoqia looked at the military affairs and let Lan Zhou rest on his back. The color head must be enough. When Shen Zichuan saw it, he used a folding fan to draw it. He felt quite comfortable pressing Xiaoqia so much and said, "Everything is fine." "Marquis!" Xiaoqia grabbed Shen Zichuan's hand and looked at the scar on his palm. "There are tigers and rivers away from the North King, and Xiao will not seal another King Qidong. Bianjuan Lu Pingyan is a Bian Bohu. Qi Juin is the commander of the 5 counties. If he and Lu Pingyan rank, they will feel wronged. However, since Yongyan, there are only 2 different surnamed kings in Dezhou. One is the northern king Xiao Fengshu, and the other is Jianqing King Xinwei. Qi Juin was not as successful as Qi Shiyu, and he couldn't say anything about his eyes. It was difficult to seal up. Weighing the 2 phases makes Feng Ho more suitable. Then I guess a king. Shen Zichuan put on his ears. "If you win, you have to give me a reward." Fu Man changed his new robe, and when he went to Mingli Hall, the Gongyi along the way had to salute. He was proud of himself, but did not lose his place here. When he saw the minister of North Korea and China, he would retreat and looked humbler. When Fumin arrived at Mingli Hall, the who was waiting at the door whispered, "The emperor has just woke up and is looking for his ancestor." Fu Man patted his sleeve, stepped into the door, took the tea from the maid, and presented himself to Li Jianting, yelling, "The emperor!" Li Jianting often didn't sleep well. He squeezed his brows and took a sip of Fumin's tea. He said, "What does Yuan Fu say?" "This is Yuan Fu's ticket. Look at it." Fu Man took out the cabinet ticket from his sleeve and presented it to the royal case. "If the emperor agrees, it can be issued tonight." Li Jianting looked at Kong Ji's ticket and thought for a while, saying, "Lu Pingyan in front is also a marquis, and then Qi Qin is named Ho. I'm afraid it will make Qidong feel unhappy." Li Jianting often told Fumin about government affairs, and Fumin didn't shy away. He slightly polished what he heard in the cabinet office of the cabinet, saying, "Lu Guangbai defected, and if Lu Pingyan was put into the capital, he would have to win the title. The prince is no longer counted there. The emperor is the new emperor, and the commander is the new minister. If you take her as your prince, this is the grace of heaven." "You make sense." Li Jianting put the ticket on the table. Then Li Jianting's words were still exhausted, and Fu Man was preparing to grind. He heard reports from outside the hall that it was Kong Yen who came. Li Jianting was interrupted by this and put the matter aside. Let Kong Yen advance. Kong Yen looked iron blue, knelt down, raised his robe and bowed his head, and Xin said, "The emperor, there is something wrong with the food provided to Yongqing. Jueshi's discount has just come in, and Xin dare not delay." Fu Man immediately came to pick up the case and forwarded it to Li Jianting's case. Li Jianting opened it for a look and immediately sank. Rongqing rumors are now circulating, and this food aid is secretly aided by Shen Zichuan of China Bo. It's incisive and enthusiastic. Kong Zheng said, "If you let it go, you're afraid." If the distribution of food aid is stopped at this moment, it will be true that this food has something to do with Shen Zichuan. There is no food at all. Only this batch of food can help the drought in Yongqing. Li Jianting cannot let the people in Yongqing starve to death. However, as Kong Yen said, letting things go without hesitation, The three became tigers, and Shin Sichuan took advantage of the court and became a benefactor of Yongqing. This hand is both overcast and vicious. Li Jianting finally learned. The author has something to say. 1. The original sentence, go to Quantai to recruit the old ministry's banner, 100,000 to cut Yan Luo. Chen Yi, the 3 chapters of Miling.